Hopefully, we should now be live. Let's do a quick check. Uh, are we live? Doesn't seem like that we are live.
We are live.
We are live. Okay, perfect.
Yep, I can see us live.
Perfect then. Hello, everyone. Thank you for waiting. We were checking on all the technical details. Today, I'm here with Bartek. How are you doing?
Hello, nice to be here, Felipe. I'm very happy to bring you some paper magic today.
Yes, indeed. Today we have a 105 player modern event. So a EUL qualifier and I will pass this one to Bartek as he pronounces the names of the city and the store better than I.
In Modena, the city, in the store Mole.
Perfect. So this is an Italian tournament, but we are at a well. We decided to mirror the stream and commentate over it in English, just so it's more accessible to everyone in Europe, and so that people can have a good tournament that they can enjoy and also get to know the EOL a bit more. So we are still waiting a bit for the stream to finally start, or at least for the
It isn't.
to finally start, as we see.
Mhm.
Let's be right back, 0 seconds. So I'm sure that we will eventually get there. In the meantime, do you want to talk a bit about modern formats, Bartek? What can we expect?
Oh yeah, modern is like wide open right now. There's plenty of good strategies going around. Of course, the top two, I believe, are Energy and Eldrazi. These are the deck that have been in the format for quite a while, and they have not really lost with the recent bannings of Mox Opal. So we need to expect a lot of those for sure, but there's plenty of good strategies going around. You can play Brute Scale, which is my deck of choice for the past couple of weeks. You can play Jessica Ascendancy combo. You can play some other Tamio Emery decks like Affinity, like Song of Creation. You can go ahead and play like a plethora of archetypes that have been resuscitated and have not been around for a while. Like, is it Prowess or Belcher with the new Stormscale Scion card from Tarkir Dragon Storm? There's plenty of options to go around, and out of most players that can bring their favorite deck to the tournament. And I believe we can see a lot of that in the deck list already because we do have access to the deck lists.
We do, in fact, have access to the deck list. Do you think we should pull them up? Just maybe
Yeah,
look at meta?
yeah. Let's take
Do it.
take a look, like roughly what we can find there.
So if we go here, now we can see all the deck lists. As again, we are on the Unity League website, and we do have an integrated way to submit deck lists, view the deck list on open deck list events, etc. And we can see 105 players and quite a lot of decks, including a Splinter Twin jumping out.
That's brave. That's very brave. I respect.
Let's see what Alessandro cooked here. Yeah,
Seems
seems
like
to
a
be
regular Splinter Twin deck list. Yeah, what would you expect?
4 Deceiver Exarchs for Splinter Twin, even 2 Pester
Let's
Mice, so
go.
no fear of Bowmaster, and we just move.
I mean, a little bit of fear of Bowmaster. The Deceiver Exarch, the Exarchs are maxed out, right?
Of course, well, they have to. They quite a better card than Pestermite, I think. I also see two Tamios, which is interesting. It kind of has a Wizards feeling as well, right? With the 2 Flame of Nurse.
Yeah, to Dispel, by the way. That's a blast from the past. I have not casted Dispel in like 5 years.
Hell, I haven't even. Oh,
It's a great way
crazy.
to protect your combo.
Yeah, but I'm trying to think exactly what can Dispel eat. I mean, K Command. That's
Everything.
a good one,
A
right?
push, a K command. I guess not much else, but Galvanic Discharge.
Galvanic Discharge as well, I suppose
Yeah,
so. Yeah, okay.
a lot of the instant
For
speed
bolts,
interaction.
only 2 preordains. Um,
Yeah, I
And
guess
three spell snares I see, which is quite something.
Spellsnare is, I believe, great in the current modern meta game. I guess if you want to play against energy, that's the card you want, right? There's plenty of good two drops to counter in that deck, and then against most other decks, it's pretty good. Like against Dimir Murktide, you can counter the Psychic Frog, which is a centerpiece of the deck, so it makes a lot of sense to go high on Spellsnares. And I expect a lot of players this weekend to be high on Spellsnares.
Yeah, I mean it counters all the good two drops. So we have a Voice of Victory, Ajani in borders, for example, right? Um, we also have the new Core Steel. Do you think we'll see a lot of it?
I hope so. I love that card. That card is so strong.
Core Steel Cutter, yeah, I think so. I myself played an RCQ yesterday. Unfortunately, I did lose in the semifinals, but I did
Um,
play Blue Red Storm, not Blue Red Storm, Blue Red Prowess.
Prowess.
And I have to say, like in some matchups, Core Steel, it's just
Yeah,
item 10 card.
you just land it, and until the end of the game, it just creates a threat turn after turn. Super
Yeah,
powerful card.
was quite an hard card for me to evaluate because I thought, a 1-1 per turn, how good can that be, right? But at the end of the day, having ace, trample, prowess, it just adds up a lot, and it was quite a strong card.
Yeah, if you just had an emblem that generated a monastery swift spear each turn, then I bet you would take that for a prowess deck, and this is essentially that card.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. So looking at the deck list here, we also have that red Belcher you talked about. You want to go a bit deeper on this?
Yeah, so like this is a bread and butter Belcher deck, like the ones we saw like right after MH1 released, or around that time when Ironcrack Feet was printed in Throne of Eldraine. The idea is to ramp into Ironcrack Feet, make 7 mana, cast a Belcher, and well activate it for the remaining 3 mana. Why the deck has picked up in popularity now rather than the blue version, which has been a mainstay in the modern format for a good time as well, is mainly because of the card Stormscale Scion. So essentially now you can have 8 Belchers, not really a Belcher, but also a card that kind of feels like a Belcher. If you go on turn 2, just play a bunch of rituals into an Ironcrack Feet and cast a Stormscale Scion, that's probably like 30 damage and ready to attack next turn, and then you can back that up with some Bitter Reunions, and if you set up with Bitter Reunion and then cast a Stormscale Scion, you have 1 mana left over from the Ironcrack Feet to activate the Bitter Reunion, which works out perfectly, and give the Dragon's Haste and attack for lethal. So essentially this is a hardcore, super fast Belcher combo deck that now has essentially 2 Belchers.
Yeah, I can see what you say. I mean, I see a lot of rituals. The Bitter Reunion is for sure a good addition for the Stormscale Scion combo, quote unquote, right? And I'm trying to think. So, how soon can this deck win? Do you think can it turn one? Probably not, right?
Turn 1, I believe, is like literally not possible here,
Yeah,
but
exactly.
turn 2 is actually quite likely. With
Yeah,
4 copies of Strike It Rich and all the rituals and Ironcrack Feats, I believe it's very likely to win on turn 2. And if you want to cast a Blood Moon on turn 2 and satisfy yourself with that, I guess that's fine as well. Yeah, Eclipse Impossible actually an interesting card because the creation of tokens was like never really that relevant for the Mono Red Storm deck, but in this deck, actually pretty good. You do have colorless spells that cost a lot of mana, so if you just cast it on turn 3, you make 3 tokens, don't cast any of the cards you exiled, and then you play a land that's 7 mana for Belcher.
yeah, indeed, indeed. Well, let's keep going after this first round. We should now be able to, hopefully, there we
Ah,
go.
we got some magic.
Perfect. So we do have the first round here, some magic. We have Andrea versus Tulio, Affinity versus Blue Black Murktides, and it seems like they are resolving mulligans. What do you think about this matchup?
So I believe that the Blue Black Murte deck has a particularly tough time dealing with the card Urza's Saga. So if Andrea Cavazzutti, I believe that's how you spell his name, if Andrea can lean into that card and generate a lot of value with it, I believe it's going to be pretty tough for Murte to answer that properly. But then again, some opening hands from the Murte deck that involve a frog into some free counter spells are very difficult to beat anyways. So and I see that Andrea has mulligan to 5, which is very rough in like a game that's going to be very dense on material, and starting with less material, of course, pretty bad.
Yeah, 100% agree. I think Affinity versus Blue Murktide is definitely a matchup that probably favors Affinity, mostly due to the fact that it just has a lot of ways to attack Blue Black Murktide. Is not only the saga, but they also have to deal with Kappa Cannoneer, Tamio, Emery. All these cards provide Kappa Cannoneer is more of a finisher, but Tamio and Emery provide a lot of value, and they also need to be handled. Um, so yeah, I mean it's a good matchup for Affinity, but of course, like you said, a multi five into what it seems like a thought sees.
Yeah, not what you want to do when you get mulligan to 5, getting thought seized.
Exactly,
Just 4
not for
cards and
strategy
now
stream.
going down to 3.
So
So
looking at
let's
this end, what do you think? Is there a lot going
So I
up
believe
here?
there's like this is like a pretty dry hand. You have a monster prototype, which is like a weird spring leaf drum effect, a Mox Opal and Ornithopter. So I assume that Andreas and like a more aggressive version of Affinity, as well as another land Inspire of Industry. Well, that Fotsy is not loving it. Oh, that's not an Ornithopter, that's Lava Spore Boots. Okay, different card. So I believe in this hand, you can really go either way. Probably taking the Opal is the wisest, just hyperpowers the Affinity deck the most. It's been a very impactful unban for the Affinity deck, and it makes a lot of sense to pick it up here.
Yeah, it seems to me that this hand is really missing payoff and also just value, or a simple way to return from the mulligan to 5. Oh, never
Oh,
mind.
there it is. A simple way to return from mulligan to 5. A card that generates like 3 permanents for just one card.
Yes,
I guess
yes.
that's great.
It seems like Affinity is back,
Yeah.
and because Tulio decided to take the Mox and not the boots, I think those boots can cause quite a lot of damage. Um, because okay, I'm a bit shocked about the Fossis. Yeah, I thought he had full information.
Yeah, so that's full information. I assume that Tulio wants to cast the Thoughtseize just to put a card into the graveyard to potentially cast a Murtide Regen next turn. And like maybe he doesn't really have anything to do with the 2 mana, so he just wanted to get the card in the graveyard, even though it just does hit him for 2.
I see. Yeah, you're probably correct. It might be a risky play because now, unless he has Fatal Push up, which let's hope so, Andrea could be attacking for quite a lot with this Saga token.
Yeah, like I love that how the Monster Prototype and Lava Sphere Boots lined up into the Saga top deck on turn 2, because right now Andrea can actually just made the token and equip the boots. That's some crazy value, but Tulio does have the Fatal Push to deal with the construct and not get hit for, I guess that would be 5 damage with the Lava Sphere Boots right here on turn 3.
Yeah, exactly. So
And that's just as I said, a Murtide Regen coming down. That's exactly why Tulio cast the Thoughtseize, which is, you could easily miss that play. You could not cast the Thoughtseize. You're like, okay, my opponent has a land. I know about it, so I'm not gonna cast the Thoughtseize. But Tulio was on top of his game there.
indeed, that was quite a high-level play. I mean, Tulio realized that he had to play that Murktide as soon as possible, and playing that Fossis, even though it cost him 2 life, it seems to have paid off to fix his curve. So now let's see what Andrea has to fetch for this Saga. Any card come to mind? I think maybe Shadow Spear could be a good option, but what do you think?
Shadow Spear looks nice to raise the Murtide Regen in a couple of turns, but there's definitely some options as well. I guess it's a little too late for the Tormod script or Soulguide Lantern. Let's see what Andrea has in his deck. I guess there's some Mox Ambers. Not really want that if you don't have a legend. Say, there's an Aether Spellbomb in the deck, so that's a decent option. If he wants that available, it will bounce the Murtide Regen very neatly, and I guess it's very difficult to recast the Delving Dragon without a graveyard.
Indeed. I mean, I was about to say I do see another Spellbomb here, and I think it is the perfect card to fetch because he can actually activate it this turn to bounce the Murktide. But it
If he
seems
has
like,
a blue source, then that's true.
well, I assume, maybe I'm incorrect, but because I've not played much with that card. But Prototype does make
It doesn't
only
make
colorless.
blue. It makes colorless mana. It's like
Yeah, I see.
it's like a weird spring leaf drum.
I see. Okay. Well,
Oh, he drew the Spellbomb for turn, so that's why I picked up an Opal to get
and he
the
fetches the
additional blue
Mox to
mana.
have the blue mana.
That makes a
Oh,
lot of sense, yeah, because fetching the Mox made not that much sense given the situation right now. So
indeed. This is aligning really well for Andrea.
yeah, and I see Tulio's hand full of like interaction and not really lands or threats. Is that a Ghost Vacuum? Are we in post board games already?
I don't think that's.
Or does Tulio have a Ghost Vacuum in the main deck?
You
Or
know what?
am I mistaken? I might
I
be
don't
mistaken.
see any ghost vacuums in the main deck nor in the sideboard.
Okay, so that would be pretty weird to have one in his hand. So I believe
I hope
I'm just
he doesn't have
mistaken.
one in his hand.
It's probably a weird version of counterspell that I've never seen or something. Oh, I believe it is a counterspell. A counterspell for like the Jace versus Vraska dual decks or something.
It could be. It could be.
Yeah,
I mean, we will for sure find out soon enough. But
yeah,
for now, we have this construct token going ham on this bowmaster.
yeah. Tulia had a Bowmasters, which buys like essentially like 10 life or 12 life, which is pretty good. Oh, it is counterspell. I thought this card was goes vacuum.
We also
Counterspells
have
the Tormod script probably more because like you just want to put cards in your graveyard. Tormod script not really a card you would like to counterspell, but then again, if you do need your graveyard and you do need to put the cards in there, then and we know he has the muted region in hand, so
exactly.
it makes a lot of sense. Another Bowmaster's buying yet another like 14 life. These Bowmasters are carrying the deck right now.
They are saving Tulio right now from this quite big construct. I think I quite agree with the counterspell in Stormward Crypt. If you look at Tulio's end, it seems that Murktide is really the only thing he has going for him. If that script resolves, then it can delay the plan a lot. But I do see a Shielded Edict in Tulio's hands.
Shieldred's Edict, okay. That can take care of the construct even through the ward trigger of Lavaspur Boots.
And it's what we see right now. So
Let's go.
I think now Tulio has control of the game again. It really depends on what Andrea was able to draw with that Thought Scour.
I believe the podcast was countered by Force of Negation,
Podcast.
right?
Oh, it was counted for Force of
It
Negation.
is not
So
exiled. Not sure if we can let the players know,
Judge
but
know.
it shouldn't matter too much, I guess. The affinity doesn't really use the graveyard all that much.
Yeah,
But
hopefully it doesn't matter.
technically it should be exiled. This Kaito, as you can see in the exile zone,
Yeah, it was Force of Negation.
was exiled to the Force of Negation. And Andrea top decks another land. That's not what you want to see, especially with Tulio having 3 mana and 4 cards in the graveyard, ready to put down that Murktide. Oh, but he does just pass with a counter
Because
spell.
he has another counter spell in hand.
Pithing Needle, not really what you want to draw. He does counter it.
Interesting. I assume it's the same reason like last time to put cards on the graveyard for Murktide, right?
Yeah, just make it bigger.
So the pressure is on here. Andrea facing a 1/1 Bowmaster that has been quite good so far, and a 7/7 Murktide.
Oh, Mishra's Bubble into the Bowmaster's not what you want to see.
Definitely not. So
Yeah, like
if you are Andrea, what's your out right now? Because it seems tight.
Oh, yeah, like I would believe Kappa Cannoneer. Kappa Cannoneer can come down, equip the Lavaspur Boots immediately, and attack for 6 damage. And I guess that's not enough. He is facing Lethal. And Andrea, I believe, drew a Box Amber, so not really the top deck. Oh, Vodcast. Vodcast is interesting, but with Bowmasters on the battlefield.
Bowmaster's going to punish a bit, but I guess it's a good redraw. But the Kappa Cannoneer.
And there's the Kappa. I believe it's a turn too late. Even a turn before, I believe, if Andrea top decked this podcast into Kappa Cannoneer's sequence, it would be fine, and he would probably take over the game unless there's a counter spell from Tulio's side. But there is a subtlety anyway.
Okay. Well, I think for a move to 5, Andrea put quite some quite a fight.
Oh, definitely.
Okay, so while the players sideboard here, I think we can go on and check some deck lists.
Yeah, let's check the sideboards and see what the players might be bringing to the table. What do you think about this Affinity deck list versus the blue-black Murktide deck?
So currently we have the Andreas deck list, and we can see, let's see, Dispatch maybe could be a good option. Force of Negations, I'm not sure. So what do you think? What should Affinity bring in this scenario against blue-black Murktide?
I don't love too many of those cards. Some people would like Force of Negation, but I believe the blue-black Murktide version, rather than the blue-red Murktide version, doesn't really tap out for too many good sorcery speed spells, as opposed to like Expressive Iteration in the blue-red deck. So I don't love it in this matchup. You don't really have opportunities to save your creatures with Force of Negation. So probably not for this matchup. And the only other card I'm looking at in the sideboard is Dispatch. Dispatch deals with the big creatures. Dispatch deals with Murktide Regent, it deals with Psychic Frog, it deals with Orcish Bowmasters, when you have to cast a couple of Vodcasts and not have your board get decimated. So this is the card I will be sideboarding in if I was Andrea, and I don't think anything else is really all that impressive here.
To be fair to Andrea, we could see that the main deck, it seems like ready for this matchup a bit, right? Because we know that the graveyard date is important. We can see that he has Tormod Script main deck, right? And we also know that Tether Spellbomb is a good card to bounce those Murktides off, which is also in the main deck. So looking at these, what do you think is going to come out? I assume maybe Biffy Needle, maybe Awire Mites. What do you think?
Yeah, exactly as you said. Haywire Might and Piffing Needle seem to not have very good targets. Piffing Needle can name Psychic Frog and save you in some situations, but in general, it's not the best strategy in this matchup. But it's an acceptable card. But you can easily trim like a Moonstone prototype or even like Ammox Amber in this matchup, where you really need your cards to matter, and those cards are a little bit of air that speeds you up. But you really need to make every single one of your cards be relevant in this matchup. So I believe any of those cards can go. So very light sideboarding here for Andrea, as we expect.
Which is not that bad because, as we already discussed, it is quite an acceptable matchup for Andrea. So it still probably has a very good shot at the game. So looking at Tulio's deck list now, looking at the sideboard, I will mention Engineered Explosives, probably a good card to bring in. Um, Aside from that, maybe Disputes. But importantly, what do you think about Consign to Memory? Worth it?
So in general, I think it's actually pretty bad against the Affinity deck. Most of the spells you really want to counter are not colorless; they are blue. So as you said, maybe Mystical Dispute is a very good card here because it counters, like all the blue creatures like Kappa Cannoneer, Thought Monitor, Emery, Tameo. It counters all the threats you really care about. Whereas Consign to Memory, what can it counter? It can counter like a Saga trigger, which you don't really want to do. It is card disadvantage. It can counter one of the like mopey cheap artifacts like Mox Opal or Lava Spur Boots, but it's not often you find yourself in situations where that's a good play. So yeah, I expect Mystical Dispute to come in and Consign to Memory to not come in. You can definitely
Yeah.
make an argument for Consign to Memory if you really wanted to.
No, I do agree with you. I do think Consign is a bit of a bait card against these affinity decks because although they do rely a lot on artifacts, they tend to not be uh, very colorless heavy per se. But another interesting question for you: we did discuss earlier that Urza Saga is one of the most important cards in this matchup. So, what do you personally think about bringing Artbringer of the Seas in this scenario against Saga?
So I believe you're completely correct that Saga is a very big issue, and I believe Harbinger should come in this matchup because shutting off that angle of the deck just will help you so much, especially on the play, since Andrea will probably not be able to make even a single construct before the Saga on the draw. Whereas on the play, Andrea would be able to make just one construct before the Harbinger comes down. But yeah, I would love to have a Harbinger of the Seas on the battlefield. You can also, you don't really, mess with the mana base too much other than that, because most of the spells from the Affinity deck are blue. Some of them are white, but the deck is mostly mono blue, and all the relevant spells are blue. So it's just a 3-mana effect that says no more Urza Saga, no Urza Sagas in this game, and I believe that's an effect that you can be interested in.
Okay, so we are starting here. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt
Yeah,
your explanation of Artbringer, but you lose a turn from Affinity, and then he has 4 permanents in play.
that's right. Yeah, that seems like a very good turn from the Affinity player. Darcy Citadel to 3 other permanents. Already have a Shadow Spear and a Boots down, and now a Saga coming down turn 2. This is a great opener from the Affinity deck.
I agree. I mean, the Shadow Spear is definitely not a very important card in a matchup. It's always good to have, but those boots are very important, and the follow-up of the Saga seems quite amazing here for Andrea. So, if you are Tulio right now, what are you looking for to recover from this quite awful board state?
Well, I will probably want to have an engineered explosive somewhere down the line, and perhaps you can also want a Harbinger of the Seas to come down on turn 3 to turn off the Urza Saga. But you're already getting hit for a bunch here. Just as in game 1, Andrea has the play available to equip the construct available, but just as in game 1, Tulio has the push ready.
And thank God he has, because that would
Yeah.
be 7 damage, 8 damage with the
Way too much. Way too
counterspell.
much damage.
I think for a turn 3, that's quite a lot.
Yeah.
So good thing that Tulio adds the fatal push here, and now let's see if he can find, or he already has the engineered explosives to come back from this very strong board from India.
Yeah, so Agile Explosive can take care of 3 permanents for one, if you cast it for one, so that's pretty good. Also, if he has a Harbinger of Disease, I believe the board state would be actually quite well controlled if the Urza Saga would go away.
Yeah, that's true. Currently, at least that we know of, Andrea doesn't have any um, any other threats, so dealing with that saga would be quite important. But I do see engineered explosives coming down.
The
The
one
one of
of, the one of fun
Arclight.
of.
There we go. I'm pretty sure Tulio is quite happy with finding that one.
Yeah, he does put it on one, but he does not choose to activate it. I believe maybe he has a interactive piece like Counterspell in his hand. He wants to hold it up for this turn.
But oh no, what if Andreas still has that Pithy Needle in the deck?
Oh, that's a great point. Maybe because this tournament is open deck, is that correct?
Yeah, it's a bit risky from Tulio here. I mean, he's going
Yeah.
to have to make a decision. Does he crack that engineered explosive, or does he hope that Andrea sideboarded out the Pithy Needle?
Yeah, that's a big ask for Tulio to make a crucial decision here. He
Oh, we
does
can
go to
sign.
counter the Urza Saga third chapter trigger. Okay.
Very interesting player from Tulio. When we do
Oh,
see that he brought in the consigns and the
and he
Stern
has a stern
Scolding.
scolding. That's great.
Wow, I mean, it did align pretty well here against Emery, to be fair, right?
But he's still getting in for like again 6 or 7 damage here. That's very brutal.
It is very brutal. I mean, fortunately enough, we know that the Urza token, so the construct is going to be quite smaller because of that engineered explosive
That's
popping,
right.
right? Um, so maybe, hopefully, it's not going to be that bad, and Tulio will be able to control his life total in the board enough. Let's see. So
Yeah.
I do see a
Also,
fatal
I
push.
do want to point out that Emery is white bordered, and that card does not come in a white border in the old border. So it is a work of love for Andrea to white border his cards, which I myself respect a lot.
Oh, you are right. I just noticed that as well. Um, yeah, I mean, if he loves it, right?
Yeah. I believe the Lava Spur boots also didn't never come in white border, so that's probably also an altar of Andrea's own. So that's cool. I love when people personalize their decks. Like it shows, a layer of attachment to the decks, which has been a thing in modern for forever.
Yeah, indeed, I agree. I mean, we have a saying in Portugal, which is basically roughly translates to uh, we shouldn't argue what people like, you know. And if Andrea loves white borders, then who are we to question that?
Absolutely, I definitely agree. As
So
a
we
lover
see
of mismatched decks myself, I do agree.
so we do see here the HD explosives cracked sorcery speed. What do you think about this? Would it be maybe worth it to wait a bit, or
I believe
there
because
be?
of the card Kappa Cannoneer, you kind of have to do it main phase. Because what happens if Andrea just untaps, taps his 6 permanents, and puts a Kappa Cannoneer on the stack and you don't have a counter spell? That is brutal, and I don't think you're coming back from that spot very easily, especially with the blue black Murktide deck. So I believe it's better to just uh, try to. Stem the aggression here with the main phase engineered explosives. Also, like
Yeah,
Thought Monitor, Thoughtcast are cards you have a much easier time to cast if you have like 7 artifacts on board. So, and there's a Thoughtcast at the top, by the way. So
yeah,
he,
I do
he has
agree
to be
with
cast
you.
for 3 mana.
I think for a deck that relies so much on having these artifacts in play, both for affinity on Thoughtcast and Kappa Cannoneer, I think cracking that engineered explosives sorcery speed was quite correct. There was not much value on waiting. So
Yeah,
again, great decision from Tulio, who has been playing this game, this match actually fantastically well so far.
I agree.
So we see Tormod Script coming down from Andrea, and it's always hard because when you play these types of decks, you have this decision to make, which is should you crack Tormod Script to try to slow down the merc size, or should you keep the artifacts in play to take more advantage of your Mox Opals and your affinities and your Kappa Cannoneers?
Yeah, so that's a question you always have to ask yourselves, whether if you can beat a Murktide if it comes down next turn, and I believe that as of right now he might not be able to. And by the way, I just noticed I don't believe Andrea could have cast that Thoughtcast last turn because there was no Metalcraft. The Mox Opal was not online last turn, so that's a bit of an issue. But I guess it's too far gone right now to do anything about it.
Yeah, now that you mention it, it did tap
I
the.
believe it's just the Tarsis rather than the Mox Opal.
Yeah, and that's only 2 mana. It costs 5. You only have 2 artifacts. So yeah, in fact, he was not able to cast that thought cast. But Magic is an hard game.
Of
Mistakes
course.
happen, and playing on stream can get your nerves up.
Oh, absolutely. It's definitely easy to miss. The deck has so many artifacts. You kind of feel like Mox Opal is automatically online. It's never offline, right? You have
Exactly.
I put 12 zero mana cards in my deck. What do you want me to do? How do you not want me to mark the Mox Opal? I believe they're discussing this maybe right now with a judge or something, because they have realized this as well. Yeah, they're
Yes, it
pointing
seems
to
that
some
someone
artifacts.
caught it.
So
It's actually the other good thing about streams, right? I mean, other people looking at the game, it's always nice to have. And this was something that was probably caught on stream, and now the judge was warned about it, and we will try to see the resolution. So
yeah,
I
that's
know,
always
Bartek,
a
you are
Mhm.
quite professional player per se, right? You play a lot of RCs, a lot of RCQs. Um, what do you think is going to happen in this scenario? Do you have any insights about what the judge decision might be?
Yeah, so I also am a judge. Before I
Oh
dabbled
wow!
in the competitive scene, I judge a lot of events in Poland, and not only in Poland. But so I do know a little bit about it. Here it's a bit rough. Like you have already passed a full turn cycle. Both Tulia's turn and Andrea's turn have already passed. There's been actions made between. Like there's no real way to neatly rewind the game up to the point where he casts the podcast, and he would still even then get extra information about the card that came off the top. I believe right now is a pretty rough scenario where the judge will have to say the game state will be left as is, and Andrea will receive a warning for using his Mox Opal even though he didn't have Metalcraft. Of course, in those situations, it's always worth it uh, the judge to make sure that there was no foul play in the situation, and that Andrea did not try to, abuse the fact that his opponent didn't notice. But I
Yeah,
believe it's not true. It's just as you said, playing Magic in paper, very difficult and easy to miss
yeah.
things like this.
I do tend to agree with you. I mean, I'm not a judge, but from experience, I could tell that quite a lot of game actions were taken after the mistake. So for me, it's bad because it's kind of it destroys a bit of the consistency of the game, I'd say. But I think you would have to go and just accept that this was done correctly and move forward. But it seems here that the judge is trying to go back on it. So let's see how it goes. And maybe in the meantime, while we let the judge work on it, we can check some deck lists again.
Yeah, definitely. Do you want to take a look at the deck list of the players, or do you want to take a look at some spicy ones in the tournament in general?
Yeah, I think let's go for some spicy ones, huh? So our viewers can wait to see some quite
I see.
interesting deck lists.
I see a Jeskai Ascendancy player. Can we take a look at their list? Because that's a deck I've been excited about for a long time. I believe it's like the spiritual successor to Breach, which is
Which
a deck
yeah.
I loved. So just one
Funnily
player
enough,
on Ascendancy.
I was
Seems
about to say, funnily enough, only one player on Ascendancy. But we can take a look here at deck list. So walk us through it.
yes. So this is a deck that is based around the powerful shell of, just like the deck we're seeing on the stream right now, the powerful shell of Emery and Tamio together with Mox Opal and Mox Amber. It's a very powerful thing to be doing in Modern right now, as it was before the Breach ban as well. And this deck in particular uses also a new card that's called Cory Steelcutter. We have discussed this briefly, but the card is super powerful if you have a lot of 0 mana artifacts in your deck. You can pretty consistently cast this on turn 2 and trigger it every single turn going forward. So you just use the Tamio and Emery Shell to shore up your deck's early game, and then take over the game with Cory Steelcutter turn after turn. To couple that with some interaction like Portable Hall, Repeal, or like even Soulgate Lanterns, and you have a game plan that's super strong, super proactive, and also you have a layer of a combo finish, sort of, with Jessica Ascendancy. This deck just runs 1 copy. The card's not that great by itself, but the way this combo works is if you cast Jessica Ascendancy and you have a Emery Lurker of the Lock that is available to be activated right now, you get to recast a Mishra's Bubble or a redundant Mox Amber or Mox Opal from your graveyard for forever. So essentially you make infinite mana and you get infinitely large creatures, as well as drawing your entire deck thanks to Ascendancy triggers. Usually Ascendancy decks in the past had to play like 1 or 2 bad cards to finish the game after you've drawn your deck, but this deck just plays Cory Steelcutter. At the end of your combo, you can just cast a Cory Steelcutter, give one of your creatures haste and trample, and attack for 1,000,000.
Exactly, because Jessica Ascendancy does pump your creatures. So having that haste and trample from Cory Steel is actually quite relevant. Incredible. I think our match is about to restart. Maybe not. So why don't you quickly talk about as well Narset, which is also a new card from Tarkir. Um, I've seen quite a few copies of this one, like 3 copies per deck. Do you think it's worth it?
So when I first tested this deck, I was like thinking that this card doesn't really do anything, and just like a fun of that, I want to check how it performs. I've never actually really drawn too many cards with it, but this card is very good in your 11 0 mana artifacts deck, right? If you get to like play an Emery on turn 1 and then cast a Narset after casting 6 spells on turn 2, maybe 6 spells is a little bit excessive, but like 4 spells on turn 2 with your hand already empty because, well, you already used your resources on those Mox Opals, Mox Ambers, and Mishra's Bubbles, and then you get to refill your hand all over again. So that's a very strong effect. It lets you stay in the game. It's some card advantage. It works very nicely with Emery as well. So that's a great card in this deck, and it is probably on its own a little bit better than Jessica Ascendancy being a 3/4 creature that presses your opponent nicely.
Great. Thank you very much for that. I think our match is about to start again. So as we can see, we are back, and hopefully we will talk more about Jessica Ascendancy, which seems Bartek loves further down the line.
Yeah.
So it seems like we haven't missed much so far. Just a fetch land and a preordain from the Blue Black Murktide, and it feels like they probably kept the cards, right?
Yeah, so I believe that they did roll back because it seems like we are 1 turn earlier, right? Because it looks like we have not cast the Thoughtcast. The Mox Opals,
Right.
the multiple Mox Opals are not in play. So it seems that there was a rewind. So I was wrong. Judge decided that it is not disruptive, not quite disruptive enough to not do the rewind here. And yeah, of course. So one of the Tormod scripts was put back on top of the deck, and now sadly it's countered by Consign to Memory.
Delta was just stopped.
No, Polluted Delta tapped for Consign to Memory. Alert!
Okay. I mean, you know how it is. Round 1, again, inexperienced players on camera, it can always be okay, but he noticed. See, so nothing to worry about here as well. So with these Thoughtseize taking out the Thoughtcast and Tormod script being countered because Tulio knows that Andrea's hand is just a bunch of Kappa Cannoneers, what is Andrea looking for to be able to regain his control of the board and the game?
Well, to start off, it's an artifact. To turn on these Mox Opals and to cast any of his spells, he's gonna need an artifact. So, like a Mishra's Bubble, a Mox Amber, even a tap land like Goldmire Bridge, that's gonna be working wonders here. But he does need to get something going. His hand is very good. His spot monitors, his Kappa Cannoneers, but he needs to cast the spells to win. But it seems that Tulio doesn't have too much pressure, so Andrea might just have enough time to get that through.
I was about to say, fortunately enough, we don't see a frog, we don't see a Murktide, we don't see any type of pressure from Tulio here, not even a subtlety. So Andrea does have some time to recoup. Legibly. I, I mean, in my opinion, the game can go either way right now. So if you are Tulio,
Definitely.
you are looking for pressure here, right?
Of
There's no
course,
doubt.
just any creature that can finish the game off in a couple of turns. A multi 3 a psychic frog.
When we
Those
see
are
a
all good.
Tamio from Andrea,
Tameo. Tameo's pretty good, but a subtlety not only is an answer to Tameo, it is also pressure. So that's exactly what Tulio was looking for.
perfect.
What do
And
you do with this subtlety here? Like, do you
that's a,
put your Tameo on top?
that's a great question. I mean, I think I would put Tamio on the bottom because I think you still need the artifact to start really starting your engine. You go start going off, and that Tamio is just going to be a bit slow and a bit unimportant. Put it on top, you draw it next turn, you replay it, and then you still have to attack next turn if it's not healed or attack into a subtlety. I don't know. What would you do personally?
So I don't hate drawing the Tameo this turn, but I probably don't like putting it on top for next turn, especially like
Exactly.
since the subtlety at worst can actually stay home and block the Tameo just so it crashes into it and only gets a clue. So and that would only happen in the course over the course of 2 turns. So I would definitely bottom the Tameo here and not be very excited about it because this would be a pretty good start to getting out of the situation for Andrea if it could resolve.
Yeah. And it seems like Andrea does agree and he puts the Tamio on the bottom of the deck. And the plan is the same. We are looking for an artifact to activate these Mox Opals to enable our Kappa Cannoneers.
I just thought that maybe the best draw Andrea has in his deck is Urza's Saga. It doesn't walk into counter spells. It doesn't walk into removal spells because it produces multiple creatures. That would probably be the best draw. And it also turns on Mox Opal Metalcraft right after this turn. So not only does he get to make multiple permanents from just one card, but also gets to unlock his hand.
Is Saga ever not a great top deck?
Yeah, that's probably right. This deck is just a Saga deck, and you do want to draw a lot of it.
So we see another Thoughtseize coming, probably taking out
Look at this hand.
Yeah, I mean, two Mox Opals when you already have one in play and no Metalcraft is not exactly what you're looking for.
Definitely not a common situation either. Like you have so many artifacts, so many cheap spells that do enable that opal, and here's one.
Target Citadel, activating those Mox Opals, and we'll probably see Andrea playing the Mox Opal from ends in Legend Rule, the old one, just to generate more mana.
And that's 6. You know what costs 6?
Kappa Cannoneer.
That's it. Here's the turtle.
Oh,
And here's a
making a
mystical
dispute.
dispute.
So,
There's more
well,
where that came from though.
exactly. It's not that bad. Tulio has only two cards in hand, and
Oh.
as soon as I say it's not that bad, he plays a Murktide.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
I'm starting to think Andrea is not having a lot of chance in this game. I don't see a lot of outs.
There are some outs. They can draw the Aether Spellbomb, he can draw the Dispatch to stop the clock a little bit. But also, as it is right now, if you just cast the Kappa Cannoneer, it resolves, then that is gonna be lethal next turn and probably unblockably so.
Assuming you do have another artifact to make it unblockable. That's
I guess that's not necessarily guaranteed because we know the card we know the card that Andrea has in hand right now is not known to anybody.
exactly. So we'll have to see. And I mean, we know that the deck has quite a lot high density of quite a high density of artifacts. So its probability says that he will draw an artifact to give Kappa Cannoneer unblockable here, but we don't know. Ah, there
Here's an
it is.
artifact. No
Oh, what
counter
a counter
spell.
spell!
Portable
Oh,
hole.
what a portable hole!
Let's go. What a game.
What a game indeed!
What a game. That was
Congratulations to
crazy.
Andrea to be able to squeeze
Yeah,
in.
it really does goes to show how I think they can come back like out of a sudden. Like he was stuck on 3 lands on 3 mana sources where one was not even a mana source for the longest time for like 5 turns, 6 turns, and then he just drew the artifact, and 3 turns later we are winning through a counter spell and a mystical dispute. That's crazy.
Indeed, indeed. So we go back to the deck lists, and I think we have a lot to discuss here. because I'm starting to think Tulio never brought in those Arbringers, but he definitely did bring the Stern Scoldings and Consigns.
Yes, Stern
Uh,
Scalding actually is a pretty good card here, so I don't blame him. But Consign to Memory is an interesting choice for sure.
okay, let's tell the viewers what do you think is the thought process behind Consign for Tulio, and of course behind Stern Scoldings as well.
So you can like the real relevant cards you can consign in this matchup are like you're not very excited by like consigning them. Like Urza Saga chapter triggers is something you can consign, and that is something that Tulio did consign, and it was actually maybe pretty good because maybe if Andrea could have searched up a Aether Spellbomb earlier in the game, thanks to Urza Saga, the game might be over way sooner. But also, like what you can consign is technically Kappa Cannoneer triggers or a early Mox Opal. You're never really that excited about holding up mana to consign something, but it has its uses, and as we saw in this game, it actually can be pretty good. It did allow Tulio to stay in the game, and it did put some wrenches in Andreas' plans by countering some, like, for instance, it countered a Tormod script that would have enabled the Mox Opal, so that's something.
Yeah, I agree. So, and of course, leaving mana open is never truly a good feeling. But for this blue, like Murktide, you kind of want to play a reactive game anyway, right? You have Bowmaster, you have Fatal Push, you have Start Scolding, Mystical Dispute, Consign to Memory, Subtlety. So it's a lot of instant speed cards to play. So it's to be expected for Murktide to just go let go and just react to whatever the opponent does. Looking at the main board, what do you think Tulio took out? Probably the Spell Snares don't have a lot of targets. Maybe Shieldred's Edict is not the best card. What's
Yeah,
your
I
thinking?
believe actually for Spellsnare, in their entire 75 card deck of Andrea, there's 4 cards that can be Spellsnared, and it's Damping Spheres and Whip Flares. Not really what you're worried about if you're not
Exactly.
like multi players. So yeah, those Spellsnares are out there. I believe some of the other choices could be Orcish Bowmasters, because Bowmasters, while it blocks some tokens for some time, it is not that exciting. Uh, of a threat, or it never really kills your opponent. Although it is very good against the podcast effects, so maybe some of those did stay in. But like some of the grindy elements of the deck, like Sauron's Ransom, Kaito Bane of Nightmares, they probably got cut to be a little bit more compact and play a shorter game.
Exactly. So yeah, I mean the match just started, and this time I made sure to not lose turn one for Affinity, and we
Let's
see
go.
that it's not a bad one. We have 2 bubbles, 1 land, and the Mox Opal, which is activated thanks to the bubbles. So, what is the best cards Andrea can play on this turn one right now against Tulio?
So there's multiple cards to be played, and that's probably the best turn. But if I were Andrea, I would love to cast like Tamio Emery off of this board state. But it looks like the Mox Opal is getting countered by Consign to Memory after Andrea has cast his 3 artifacts.
And we see a dispute even
Oh,
coming.
Mystical Dispute coming down on
Oh,
the
it's not
Consign
dispute.
to
Sorry,
Memory.
it's
Oh no, that's
actually
the
the
Metallic Rebuke.
metallic review. Thank you very much.
That's the
Thank you very much.
metal.
Yes,
What's the name of that keyword? That's like
improvise.
convoke, improvise. That's it. Improvise
Yeah.
counter spell for 3 mana. You have to pay 3 additional mana.
Quite an interesting play here from Andre, because I know that I saw the Tamio in his hand, and what he could have done is he could have let the Mox Opal be countered and just cast Tamio with the land. Um, what do you think was the thought process behind this rebuke on the consign?
Yeah, I bet Andrea just puts a lot of value on having the extra source of mana with Mox Opal. He just really wants his hand to get going, and he really wants to have multiple sources of mana down on the battlefield. So that's probably the reason he wanted to push that Opal through. And it does work out that he just also cast it at the Tamio anyway.
Yeah, exactly. So now we see the Tamio in play, and we have yet another question. And again, Affinity seems like such a straightforward deck to play, but it always has these interesting situations, which is you can try to flip Tamio with an attack plus blue bubble bubble.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that's worth it, knowing that you will probably lose Metalcraft when you crack those bubbles?
Misha's Bubble is like a contentious card for the Affinity deck just because of what you said. It is often very, very good to enable your early turns. But then again, you do want to have a lot of artifacts throughout the entire game. So when do you cash it in is like a very skill checky case for the deck. Well, I believe a good player will cash it in just in the right time. But I believe right now I would just like to keep my Metalcraft going.
Metagraph, yeah.
But at any point, Tamio can also make a clue. So probably some of those Misha's bubbles are expendable. And here we see a pretty nice play. So Tulio let this Aether Spellbomb resolve and then chose to Sheoldred's Edict the Tamio. But Andrea was on top of his game and he decided to bounce the Tamio back to his hand with Aether Spellbomb. So I'm wondering if Tulio wanted to get rid of the Spellbomb this way, even though he knew he would not be killing the Tamio.
That is a good question. I mean, it would justify it if he had another Murktide in hand. I do see a subtlety and I do see an Artbringer, but no Murktide. So perhaps it was just a misstep. I mean, it's an easy play to miss. But Andrea, like you said, on top of his game, and he knows how valuable Tamio is in this matchup, especially when it's attacking to make those clues. Um, and that's how we protected it. It's working fine for now.
Yeah, that was a very difficult decision for Andrea for sure. But he seems like he made the right decision, and Tamiya already made a clue, and Tullio is being drowned in card advantage.
We see a preordain here for Tullio. What are we looking for if we are Tullio? Maybe a fatal push, another
Yeah.
Shieldred's Edict? What do you
Yeah, I would say step one is to try to get this Tamio out of the game. So yeah, probably a removal spell is what you want to draw right now. So like a Fatal Push, even a second copy of Shielded Edict. Not sure if he plays that card, but a Fatal Push would be step one. But then again, after that, you do need some interaction or some pressure as well, because what if Andrea just, plays a Kappa Cannoneer or a Vodcast on his next turn? That's pretty rough as well.
Indeed, and we see the bubbles being cracked here, so we know that Andre is going to try to flip that Tamio next turn, which I do think it makes sense. We know that Tulio doesn't have a fatal push. He could have found one from preordain, but we also know that Tulio only plays one Shieldred's Edict, which is his main way to deal with planeswalkers. So if that Tamio flips, it's going to be hard for Tulio to handle it.
Yeah, so the blue-black deck not really that great at dealing with a flipped Tamio unless it already has some pressure on the battlefield. So this is a great opportunity to flip Tamio if Andrea wants to do it. But then again, against a mid-range deck that cares about card advantage, what if you just keep around the Tamio that makes a clue every single turn? That doesn't sound too bad either.
It certainly doesn't. So again, plenty of decisions to be made here by Andrea. We see that he plays this Urza Saga, but we also see an Artbringer of the Seas on Tulio's hands. Uh, but he's going to have a decision to make because I don't see any swamps in play as well. So do you play the Artbringer to deal with that saga and risk not having black mana? Or do you just try to optimize somehow and deal with all those tokens and all
So
those
he,
that value in the saga?
Yeah, so here in this scenario, definitely have to weigh your options. Like, how likely are you to beat a Urza Saga token that comes down over the next couple of turns, and what else can you do about it? And it seems like the answer to my second question is right here on the stack, and it's Murtad region going to pressure this Tamio and the life total of Andrea quite a bit, and perhaps he feels that because the Murtad region is going to be on the battlefield, that he can hold off for one more turn with the Harbinger and maybe tank one Urza Saga activation and hopefully get there afterwards.
For sure. So we see that Tulio does decide to go with but we see the dispatch.
There's a dispatch. Does Tulio have a Force of Negation, though?
I
He is
think I
thinking about it, so maybe he does.
Yeah, I think I saw Force of Negation one turn ago or so. We also know that he has a subtlety, so definitely some decisions to make.
Yeah, he might have to get rid of a very important card. It seems like his hand is Fatal Push, Force of Negation, Subtlety, and a Harbinger of the Sea. So you have the decision whether to pitch the Subtlety, the Harbinger, or maybe not even pitch anything. But I will probably try to protect the dragon here.
I think the Dragon's just too important right now. It has to deal with that Tamio that's threatening to ultimate in 2 turns. Um, so I do think that Tulio is going to play that Force of Negation here, just a matter of knowing what to pitch. And he goes with subtlety, which probably aligns well with the Arbringer next turn to deal with the saga. Um, that is going to cause a lot of trouble to Tulio.
Yeah, I believe this makes a whole lot of sense. I would probably force this and beg Magic Gods to not spawn any good cards in Andreas' hand other than that, but that's a tall order with 4 cards already in the hand.
Yeah, but sometimes it's what you have to do is just hope he doesn't have it and play to your routes and play to what you have. So we see here that Andre decides to um, not go with the Tamio ultimate and just -3 Tamio, put the rebuke back in hand, have a counter spell for whatever Tulio has, and probably just rely on this Ursa Saga to close the game. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense, but it does assume that your Harbinger is going to resolve, which is not that necessarily easy to do if your opponent has Tamio can buy back a Metallic Rebuke, which is exactly what happens. So this Harbinger looks worse and worse every single turn we pass on, and he does find the fetch land to grab a Swamp, so technically he's not going to be cutting himself off of mana with the Harbinger. Also, as it is right now, I don't believe Andrea can cast Metallic Rebuke and make a construct. So at worst, this Harbinger will also prevent one construct from being made.
Yeah, indeed seems like it. I mean, that perk side is definitely what Tulio has to go with right now. I mean, it's the only card that's in play that is probably going to resolve in the next turns as well because of that rebuke, and it's his way to win the game. That's for sure. Now it begs the question: is it fast enough, and will Andrea be able to find a way to deal with it? As well, which we know we will, by the way, because we know. Oh no, the other spell bomb is already in the board,
Already in the
right?
end. That's it.
So yeah, so that's going to be interesting. Can Murktide raise those constructs?
And he's a Fatal Push ready for the first construct.
Oh, but now Andrea can fetch the boots.
Yep, and the boots should provide a 2-turn clock, right?
Yeah, which is
And
definitely faster than a 2-turn clock from Murktide.
don't forget that Andrea also has a full group of cards, so perhaps some of them are good enough to interact with this Murktide Regent. One notable thing is that Moonstone Prototype actually has some relevant flavor text. Not sure if you know that he has a channel ability. The channel
Where?
ability, the Moonstone Prototype.
Hmm. So what does it do?
It's a channel ability that you can put a creature. You can channel it for 5 mana, I believe, and put a creature on the top or bottom of its owner's library. Actually, now that you look at it, it's actually non-permanent that gets put on the bottom or top of the library. So that will be an answer for Murktide, but it costs 5 mana, pretty prohibitive cost. But if he needs to, he might get to channel it. And I believe there is another copy of Murktide Prototype in Andrea's hands. So if he just gets some more mana, he can do it next turn, and that's pretty difficult to counter, right? It's just an activated ability. Not too many things counter that.
Yeah,
And I
that's
believe
true.
in Tulio's deck, nothing counters that.
For sure, nothing counters on Tulio's deck, and I'm pretty sure in most modern decks, no activated abilities are counterable.
Yeah, Tishana's Tidebinder, not a popular card.
Now, not a popular card, and Stifle not legal. So,
Thank goodness, or maybe it would be fun.
well, thank goodness, I think.
Yeah,
um,
I would not like to be stressed and holding on to my seat every single time I crack a fetch land and look hopefully towards my opponent that he does not have the stifle.
so we see here that Andrea grabs the boots and has another Mox Opal from hand. He's not that far away from the 5 mana, so I think he's always going to have a plan B to deal with that perk type.
Yeah, so here we see an equip of the boots and a plus of Tamio to pass and hold up Rebuke and possibly set up a 2-turn clock with this construct token.
It just aligns so well. You have Rebuke up. You can even crack the bauble if you want. I mean, it's looking really good for Andrea right now, and I'm not sure if Tulio can find the correct cards to deal with.
Yeah, I guess Tulio would have to find a Fatal Push, but not even that, because Fatal Push would cost 2 mana because of the ward trigger from the Lava Spur boots, right? So after that, Andrea can Metallic Rebuke, and Tulio will not have enough mana. And we know the last card of Tulio is an Harbinger of the Seas.
The card that comes to mind is definitely Engineered Explosives. So that fun one-off could be.
That would be pretty good, but then again, if you just make Tulio pay 3 mana for the explosives on 0, what does he do? Unless he has land in hand, which we know he doesn't. He's just like that card is invalidated for this turn, and that's all you need with this construct token. But I guess you can also block with the Murktide Regen. That's an
Yeah, I
option you
was
can have.
thinking about it. You can block with Murktide next turn, play Engineered Explosives, pay for the rebuke. But then, I mean, Tulio is so far behind that this game is probably over still. Um,
You
so I
know,
don't know.
Andreas' hand could always be just 4 lands, right? 4 useless spells so that don't do anything. It's always like very unlikely, but it technically is possible.
For sure. I mean, if you are Tulio, you don't concede here. You just play to your outs, and if your outs is your opponent only having lands in the deck, then so be it.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember that I was often like tilting myself to the moon when my opponents that were playing the 4 color Ren Omnat deck had like 7 cards in hand, and then like I played that deck for a couple of leagues, and I realized that most of the time when they have 7 cards in hand, just 6 of them are lands, and I never was scared again of
Yes.
just the number of cards in hand that my opponent can have.
I was just like you, and as a Yawgmoth player, it always boggled my mind that they would be able to keep up with the card advantage. But after some points, I realized, okay, they do have a lot, but most of it is theirs. So
Yeah, yeah. Like, how can I beat 7 cards from my opponent right now? And like they're sitting there with their 3 floated strands. I'm like, yeah, maybe you
ten
can
and
do
six is very misleading. That's
it.
very misleading.
Yeah,
So
definitely.
we see another artifact coming in play here for to make that construct big. Currently, we have one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, which is enough to not trade with that Murktide.
So here's a chum block with the Murted Region. That is not where you want to be ever in
For
Modern.
sure, no. And it's not something you see quite often, huh?
Yeah, and Adria actually needed that bonus artifact, I guess, to make sure that this construct is big enough. And
And we see it in Jake.
here's the handshake. An incredible set of 3 games here. I love it. The game one looked like Andrea was just like absolutely had no shot in this match, and then in game two, for the longest time, it felt the same way. But in the end, it turns out that Tullio couldn't just push through, and Andrea's deck just got there. Very cool games.
Indeed, the games were fantastic. The match was great. I loved it. I'm wondering here to myself, is Tulio playing frogs?
That's a great question, and
I don't know.
that's a thing I've been like a little bit punchy with my friends about. That their frog deck is great if they have frog, but not that great if it don't draw frog. And like I guess you can make some assumptions here on that from this game that with frog that would be much easier. But then again, the affinity deck has portable hull, and we didn't see portable hull eat any permanents over the course of the 3 games, and we did see Andrea draw a couple of portable hulls, so maybe he was ready for the frogs, and it's actually pretty good that he didn't draw them.
Indeed, he was for sure ready for the frogs, but I do also agree with you. I mean, this blue black Murktide deck, it's quite strong when it goes turn two frog and then turn three holding counter spell and controlling the boards from there. So when you don't see frogs, it's kind of bit looks like a pioneer deck. Let's be honest.
Oh yeah, I definitely agree. Sometimes you can just have like those early starts where you land a Murtat Region instead of the frog, but in general, yeah, often you see them passing the turn with wonky interaction and no pressure to pipe that up, and no real card advantage either. Psychic Frog is the main source of that in that deck, maybe besides some rogue copies of Sauron's Ransom or Archmage's Charm or cards like that, but most of the time you rely on the frog to get in a couple of times to stay in the game.
For sure, for sure. I think Bartek, after this match, we deserve a bit of a break. What do you think? 8 minutes, and we come back to talk a bit more Magic.
That sounds great. You can, I better listen to Yari talk about some Unity League details in the video we have prepared.
Sounds fun. So let's run it, and we will be back when the stream is up and running again. Thank you very much, guys.
Yeah, stay with us.
Hi, my name is Antoine,
I'm Yari.
and we are here today to tell you about the European Unity League, a new tournament series in Europe. The European Unity League is a tournament series that will run all year round in Europe and will culminate in early 2026 at the European Magic Cup. The European Magic Cup is a new awesome event that will feature 2 days of Magic, a €20,000 cash prize, 3 main events in 3 different formats, as well as the part that I'm personally the most excited about, which is a day 2 as a team championship where teams from different countries will compete for the title of European champion. But now, Yari, tell us, how do we qualify for this awesome event?
Thank you, Antoine. Well, I can tell you there's three ways to do so. The first primary way is through the national championships that we're going to sponsor in your country. And to be eligible to participate in them, you must be among the top finishers of your country's leaderboard. All events, from the smallest FNM up until the largest convention, can sign up to award points, and at the end of September, we will make a cutoff which defines which players may participate in the nationals, and from there, the best players qualify for the European Magic Cup. Alternatively, you can qualify directly for the European Magic Cup through some of the biggest conventions in Europe. All events that receive the status EUL Grand Prix will have a 6 times multipliers, so 6 times as many points, and also some direct invites to the European Magic Cup for the best finishers. Another way to qualify is through our Qualifier kits. Each organizer can turn their event into a special event buying one of these kits, and they will contain one European Magic Cup invite for the winner, as well as an awesome 3D printed championship trophy, an altered Flutterstrand that is handed out to the top 4 players, and additional RFG deck boxes and ETB playmats from Heavy Play, our sponsor. Now, Antoine, tell us, how can players and organizers participate in this awesome series?
Yeah. So if you're a local game store owner or a tournament organizer, your first job is to go on unityleague.gg and create an account. Once your account is created, you will be able to create events on our website, and players will be instantly able to find your events. Then you will run your event as usual using your normal everyday tournament tools, and once your event is over, you can export your standings from your tournament software and import them on our website. Once this is done, our national leaderboards will instantly be updated to reflect the new points. Your players will be able to see how well they are ranked and hopefully come again for another event. Now, if you're a player, you should first tell your LGS to register on unityleague.gg. Your first job is to convince them that they need to be part of the adventure. And finally, as a player, it's really important that you use the same name on all your tournament apps, such as Companion or Melee, so that we are able to not miss any of your points and so that you don't miss out on a precious Magic Cup invite.
Thank you, Antoine. Well, you can find more information on the website. We have a guide how to participate as a player, as well as a tutorial for organizers, where you can find all the information that we've talked to and more. And also be sure to follow us on social media at UnityLeagueMTG, where we will announce the other formats of the European Magic Cup and more news about our tournament series. Thank you very much for watching. Bye.
Uh, it seems like I lied, or at least they lied. Hello, everyone, again.
Yeah, we're
I'm
back earlier than
sorry.
expected.
We are way earlier than expected because it seems that they said 8 minutes, but it took them 3 minutes, and the game is about to start. So let's quickly jump there. Sorry, Bartek, for this quick break.
No worries, I'm here ready to cast some more magic.
So we have Merfolk, wow, unique, against Jeskai Prowess. So we will finally see Core Steel Cutter in action. So tell us about the
Merfolk! Is anybody in chat excited for Merfolk? I bet there are some Merfolk lovers in chat. This is a deck that gathers a very specific crowd because a lot of the time, if somebody plays Merfolk, you know they've done it since 2015. You know, they have their deck fold out, you know, they love their Merfolk, they're very excited for this every single, you know, rogue one-drop Merfolk that comes out in the new set. So very dedicated community a lot of the time. So very excited to see Merfolk at 1-0 here, I guess, right? Because this is round 2.
Yes, exactly. 1-0.
And up against Merfolk is Jeskai Prowess that I could briefly discuss. Thanks that was spawned thanks to the rather brought back thanks to the power of Cory Steelcutter. So we can see how that deck will function. We see a Monastery Sweepster getting in for 2 after a Mishra's Bubble immediately. Usually you would like to hold the bubble for Cory Steelcutter, but I guess it kind of depends on the context of your hand.
Yeah, and I have to say, being on the play here, Jeskai Prowess does have an advantage. So let's see if Merfolk can control the board quickly enough to not die to those explosive turns from Prowess.
Exactly. Merfolk has some interactive pieces always in the form of force negation or subtlety that can maybe help against the steel cutter openers. And Aether Vial here is going to make sure that he does not stay behind on the tempo angle of the game, and can probably generate some mana thanks to that card or like effective mana.
It's definitely what you want to see from the Merfolk side. That turn one Nether Vial is so important because it really helps you keep the interaction up, but keep putting pressure on the board. So I think David is exactly how he wants to be in this position. But now it's on Matteo. The ball is on Matteo's side to see exactly how he's going to up the pressure against Merfolk.
Yeah, so Davide is in a great spot right now, except for losing the die roll. I would recommend him to win the die roll next time. That would be a very good play.
In modern, that tends to be quite a good play to do. Win the die roll. So we see
Certainly.
here that Matteo just slams the slingshot. I would say it makes sense against a low interaction deck like Merfolk. But what do you think? Would it be a decision to plot it here?
I think it makes a lot of sense to just hardcast it. Not too many removal spells in Davide's list that you can protect from, and I guess just getting in for one more damage is quite valuable. I see that Davide has some float pitch drowners, but those can tap the slickshot throw of next turn anyway. So good to get in for one more damage.
Indeed, and we see here that David slams the Lord as the other vial on one, or maybe not because he forgot the trigger.
I believe he has to either vial one. He just
Okay,
took the dice
yeah.
to remind himself that it's gonna trigger in the upkeep.
Okay, so he has the other Valo 1. There's not really anything for Matteo to be worried about with the other Valo 1, right? The correct number is 2.
There's some Merfolk that can come down with the Aether Vial on 1, but nothing that really is going to put a wedge in Matteo's plans. It can be a Tide Shaper, which can probably block the Monastery Swift Spear, but I bet the Jeskai Prowess deck has enough spells to grow that to where that is not an issue anymore.
So it's important to mention, and I have some knowledge on the matter. As a prowess player, turn 3, you went up with a slingshot and a swift spear. I can confidently tell you that David is probably dead here. I mean, it doesn't seem to have any
Dead?
interaction.
That seems-
He's stabbed.
That seems crazy. What kind
I
of
can
how many
see-
spells would you need to have lethal here? But I guess Slickshot Show Off is way more volatile than I expect.
You know, you would be surprised because when you start counting Lava Dart as 2 spells, because now let's see, we have this example, right? Lava Dart is
Speak
1
of the
damage,
devil.
but it's actually 4 damage, the Lava Dart, right? Because it's 1 plus 1 from prowess plus 2 plus 0 from the slingshot. So,
Just one cast is 4 damage. You're right.
So, and then Lava Dart can be casted 2 times. So now we have a mutagenic growth. A mutagenic growth again, it's 5 damage because it's plus 2 plus 2 plus 2 plus 0 plus 1 plus 1.
This adds up fast.
It does add us up fast. And we don't even need the Violent Urge because if we had the Violent Urge to give the double strike, then we know David would be for sure dead from this
Oh,
point.
yeah.
Oh, and now we see a lightning bolt. So again, plus 6 damage with lightning bolt. And I think now with the flashback from the Lava
That's
Dart,
12, right? That's just 12 on
more than
board.
enough. Yeah. It's actually fantastic because it's 12 on board, and Matteo still has 1 land that he can tap mana for, still has cards in hand, and he still has a Lava Dart, so it could be plenty
The
more
world
damage,
is his oyster, and Davide has to act right now, and there's not much things that he can act with, and I guess you should have blocked that Swift Spear. In reality, you cannot really do that to progress your game state, but, well, that's what happens when you let a Slickshot Show Off run free.
Yeah, guys, that's prowess for you. If they untap with Slingshot, or if they plot it and cast it for 0 mana, you are probably dead if you don't have interaction.
Yeah, and I like that you called it, that he's probably dead, and then, well, 4 spells later, here we are.
So let's see here now, while the player's sideboard, we do have David's list here. So you are this Merfolk player. You have to defend the Merfolk from all these meta decks and modern decks that play combos and heal 1 turn 3. What exactly are you waiting for or looking for in the sideboards to slow down this prowess deck?
I would say that the cards you're looking for is removal spells and just general interaction for the prowess creatures. So I would say that Dismember and Stern Scolding are both great options here. You can consider Subtlety, although that that deck is not actually that rich in creatures. It just has the 4 Slickshot show-offs and the 4 Monasteries with Spirit, if I remember correctly.
Plus off
And
for the offset.
channelers. Yeah, okay, so maybe subtlety is good enough to sideboard in here, but definitely most excited about Dismember and against and about Stern Scolding to counter the creatures to leave the prowess players without threats. And if they have all the answers but no threats, well, at some point you're gonna land a Philon of Sea and Sky or some other wonky cheap merfolk that can cross the finish line and raise the prowess players. So these are the cards I'll be looking for.
There are definitely a few cards I want to talk about here because I see a Tishana's binder in the sideboard. So we were already proved wrong. It seems like Tishana is playable in Merfolk.
Yeah, we did just say that it's not around. Here it is. 3
Could it
copies
be
too.
a decent way to deal with those activated abilities or triggered abilities actually from prowess, from Core Steel Cutter, from Slingshot?
So I'm not excited about countering a prowess trigger with Tishana's Tidebinder, but it can definitely come up at some points because most of the time the player will be able to cast some more spells in response to it and still beat it in combat. But honestly, countering a Core Steel Cutter trigger sounds very good. And I believe for that reason, Davide might want to play the full 3 Tishanas in this post-board game.
Yeah, it could be that because this deck list is so low on interaction that David feels the need to just bring everything that he can, right? Those subtleties, that Tishanas, those his members, those stern scoldings. Maybe David really feels like those are worth it. Before jumping to the prowess deck, which I really want to do, I have to say an Architect's Will in the main board. Love
What
it.
is an Aqueduct's Will? Okay, I'm a zoomer, man. I don't know what this is. Put
So
a
it
flood counter on target land. Okay.
and then the land becomes an island in addition to its other types. So that's a bit weird. It's not even like spreading seas per se. But you draw a card if you control a merfolk, huh?
That is an interesting card.
Yeah, I suppose it's good because most of the lords give Island Walk, right? So I guess you can trigger Island Walk, draw a card. It's not that bad.
This is a pretty good card. Why have not ever seen it? Why do the Merfolk players play Spreading Seas? This is a 1-mana Spreading Seas that cannot be destroyed.
Yeah, yeah. I guess it's a way to describe the card by saying it's a pretty good card.
I mean, you do have to have a Merfolk down for it to work, so that's a tall order in a format full of removal spells, but I guess if it does work very well.
Yeah, it's true. So I mean, David's pioneering some crazy techs here.
With the 2 main deck constraint memories as well. What about the prowess deck?
Yes,
You're the prowess gamer. Let's see how would you alter the deck list for?
Let's quickly take a look at Mateo's prowess deck, and we see that we have 2 here. So we just check the latest ones, which is this one. So we see the deck list here. I can tell you, from what I'm seeing, it's pretty stock, except Mateo decided to not play the prismatic endings in the sideboard, but actually in the main board. And we see here that he has the Sacred Foundry, which is the stock way to splash the whites in prowess, and he has the 2 prismatic endings in the main board. To open slots for them, he went down from 3 Violent Urges to 2, and he went down from 4 Mutagenic Growths.
Why would a player make that decision in general?
Well, prismatic ending is very important in this meta because it's the best way there is to deal with deafening silence, eye noon, static prison on your
or Core Steel Cutter.
Your Core Steel Cutter. Yeah, thank you. So there are different ways. There are definitely some different ways to deal with it, and prismatic ending is definitely a good catch-all option. So let's see here. We are.
Yeah, we're here in game 2 already.
And the game started already, and we see that we have an Aether Spellbound from the Merfolk player, which is quite a good card against in this match.
Oh, Aether Spellbound for the Merfolk player. I did not notice an Aether Spellbound, honestly.
Yeah,
there is 2 in the main deck. It was hiding near the Aether Vial, so I thought it was just vials.
Yeah, but I mean, it's definitely one of the best cards Merfolk has for this matchup.
Definitely. Yeah, and see, here we see the other vial, but it looks like Davide just has one land, which is kind of rough. You do want to have...
It's usually the other way around because Prowess usually plays 17 lands, and looking at Mateo's list, it seems like he is on 17 lands.
That's quite low.
It is quite low, but it's definitely something you can do when you realize you also have 4 preordains, expressive iterations, you have baubles, you have a lot of surveil triggers with Darcy as well. So usually you can find your way to 3 lands per game, which is exactly the correct amount you want.
That
So
makes a lot of sense.
looking at his board states, I'm a bit worried for David.
It looks like, as you said last game, you might just be dead thanks to this stick shot show. But there is this Aether Spellbomb ready to bounce the show off in case it gets too big.
Yes, that's for sure the only thing that's stopping Mateo from killing David.
What about 2?
What about 2? That's worrisome, I have to admit. I think it might just be that David will have to crack that bubble this turn. Let's see if Mateo puts enough pressure to have that happen.
Yeah, but just remember, Aether Spellbomb is only a temporary answer, and then if you have to bounce a haste creature with Aether Spellbomb, not really where you ever want to be. And we see some interesting cards in Davide's hand. It's the Dumping Sphere and a Consign to Memory, as well as a Surgical Extraction, perhaps to get rid of some of the most crucial spells from Mateo's hand, Mateo's deck, like maybe even targets a Lava Dart in an opportune moment.
Yeah, I mean, I would not target a Lava Dart because it can be flashbacked in response.
Absolutely right, but maybe, if your opponent's on one land and you target the Lava Dart, maybe that's...
Yeah, then that would be probably worth it for sure. What I'm more curious about, because we know that Dumping Sphere is for sure a good card against Prowess because they tend to play a lot of spells in the same turn, but that Consign to Memory is an interesting choice. Any theories on why, or what was the thought process for David to bring those Consign to Memories in?
I'm not entirely sure, but I guess you can counter some Prowess triggers, and maybe that's gonna let you stay alive for some more time. But that card does not seem very impressive in the matchup for sure.
Yeah, and as I was saying, we do see the bubble being cracked here, and although it is just a temporary solution, I can understand why David did it. It stopped a bit of damage, and it also plays a bit better to his next turn, which was to cast the Dumping Sphere. So now Mateo is going to be forced to play that slingshot if he wants to have it on board, and it's not going to be able to play a second spell due to David's Dumping Sphere. And it also means that David was able to optimize the mana, which is quite important in Magic.
Yeah, so David draws the second land. The Dumping Sphere not the best card against Prowess, but I guess it will put a wrench in Mateo's plans, especially if he cannot make the 4th land drop, which I guess, as you said, not that common of a play in Prowess, as they only play 17 lands. I guess, Davide can just have like a Floodpist Drowner or another creature to interact. Plenty of those Merfolk for 2 mana can come out of this vial and maybe disrupt Mateo's plans here.
So looking at Mateo's hands, he does decide to go with the Core Steel Cutter and probably going to play the bauble he has in hand. What I was thinking could be a good play before the Core Steel was played was to go with the Slingshot and then play the bauble for 1 mana, because this way it would trigger both Slingshots, activate DRC's Delirium, and attacks for 9 damage. But this way it even attacks for a bit more.
Thanks to the Cutter.
Thanks to the Cutter. So it's definitely the correct play, and we now see a bit of the power of Core Steel Cutter.
Yeah, here's the free Monastery Swift for this turn.
Exactly. And
that's Delirium, I think. The Monastery Swift was the 4th type, right? There's an... Oh no, that's a Dragon
No, but the Bauble is Delirium, so he has creature land, and now with Bauble.
Yeah, here's Delirium. On top of Davide's deck, we see a Flare of Denial. Not really what you want to see in this board state, I think.
Yeah, I'm afraid that this is not a good matchup for Merfolk at all, and I'm afraid that this game was a bit lost as soon as David kept the 7-card hand, which sometimes it happens in Magic.
Let's not count him out yet, but because maybe a Floodpist Drowner can tap down a Slickshot Show Off and block a...
we also see that Surgical here, but that's actually a good play because it takes out the Delirium, right?
Yeah, I believe so. And Not sure why the Merfolk was played
From the advantage.
beforehand. I know. But why right now? I guess to protect your surgical extraction, and well, this will take away delirium. So
That's a good question. Why did he play the Merfolk now? Well, I'm not sure actually, but I mean, it doesn't hurt to have it on board. Maybe to protect against a spell
definitely.
pierce. So what if you
I
were
wonder what
David?
it's targeting. Probably Misha's
Bubble.
bubble because it's probably the most difficult type to like re-enable delirium.
Yeah, indeed it is. So Matteo plays 8 artifacts, which is 4 bubbles and 4 core steals. You don't usually want the core steals in the graveyard unless they are surveilled, right? So the bubble is definitely one of the hardest types to get.
Definitely. So that makes a lot of sense to snag the bubbles here. And by the way, you just mentioned that they play 17 lands, so they're usually just happy having 2 or 3. And we see land number 5 in Mateo's hand.
Indeed,
So
he's
flooding out a
flooding a
little
bit.
bit.
But you know, at the end of the day, even the flooding out is not that bad because he is facing a dumping sphere. So being able to still be to cast 2 spells or maybe even 3 spells if he's a bit lucky per turn is exactly what Matteo needs in this position, especially when Corey Steele is on board and is such a strong card.
Yeah, definitely, I agree. But in general, I think this is just a very, very rough spot for Davide.
Yeah, so we have an attack
Not
for.
really sure how we get out of this one.
Yeah, it's not a good spot. I think. Yeah, it's not a good spot. Can trade with the DRC here, which is definitely a good play, I think, because that DRC can be a 3/3 flying threat, and that's usually very hard for Murphy to deal with. But that core is still is just so strong, and we know that Matteo has a double spell next turn. He can go slingshot into an only hit if the Murphy plays any blocker, and if he doesn't play any blocker, I mean, he's at 5, so it's very close. Actually, he is dead because you just have to attack with everything, and then you can unholy hit your own monk for 2 damage. That would then be alive with the prowess trigger and deal exactly 5 damage.
All thanks to Davide getting rid of delirium, by the way.
Exactly. All
pretty
thanks
funny.
to the delirium to go away.
Yeah, if he had to kill his own monk, then that would be a not that useful of a play, but I guess it would pump the slingshot show off, so it would make some sense.
Yeah, exactly. But it would, at the end of the day, wouldn't be enough damage anyway. But now Matteo can just do the exact same play. I said, just go slingshot, attack with everything. I mean, it's going to be really hard. Oh, when we see a lava dart,
He
yeah,
drew a lava dart, I guess, of the bubble, right? This wasn't in his hand before.
exactly from the bubble, and it costs only 1 mana because it's played in David's turn, so it's not even gonna make it so that the next spell he plays it's more expensive due to the Damping Sphere. So now I think this should be enough.
And also,
for
if it
Matteo.
wasn't for the damping sphere, Matteo had a nice play available to them, and that was lava dart, flashback lava dart on the end step to trigger Cory Steelcutter. I love triggering Cory Steelcutter on the opposing turn as well.
That's so much value and so easy to do with those lava darts. Yeah.
Yeah, the damping sphere though prevents that play from being made.
Definitely a good card in the matchup. I mean, Damping Sphere prowess is trying to cast spells, so if you can, and we see a Flare of Denial countering the Whirlwind.
Countering the heat. I like that.
Oh, and we see an illegal Consign to Memory because it costs 2 mana actually, because of the Dumping Sphere.
Oh, that's right.
But it doesn't matter.
It's just okay. A concession, consign to memory. It's a concession to memory, if you may.
Exactly. So we see a bit the power of prowess of this deck list, right? We see quite a lot of power from this deck. Was Cory still as impressive as you thought it would be?
Oh, definitely. In this game, even though Matteo was facing a dumping sphere, we still saw the power of Cory Steelcutter, and I believe it really showed nicely that the card is very, very good. And even at the last turn, it just generated a bonus to do, which is absolutely great to push through some more damage. Maybe not the most important card in a matchup like Merfolk. You probably would like to just race your opponent as fast as possible. But then again, it did the job just fine.
Yeah, exactly. And maybe just for our viewers here, we have the deck list and probably what Matteo decided to sideboard in. We did the only it. I think that's a very the immediate choice is to bring in those and only it. Maybe the spell pierces. I suppose it would depend quite a lot on the open deck list, and exactly what Matteo saw from the Merfolk opponent. What would you cut from the main deck to side those elites in?
I'm not so sure. The easiest way to sideboard with prowess, in my experience, has been in matchups where I expect a lot of removal spells, so I can get some of the mutagenic growths and violent urges. But this matchup is not one like that, though, and here I would probably want to have those cards available to raise the opposing aggressive deck as efficiently as possible. So I'm not so sure. Maybe some copies of Expressive Iteration for the aggro matchup are good cards, and perhaps some copies of the Violent Urge Mutagenic Growth plan are still good to cut for the longer games in that post-board often happen in Modern. What do you think? You played Prowess last week at Narsiki, right?
Yep. It's a very recent deck, so it's not. There's no consensus yet on exactly how to sideboard it. So I think I would say probably, like you said, Expressive Iteration is a card that can come out in this mirror. It's definitely not a match that you expect to be very grindy, and those are usually the matchups where Expressive Iteration really shines. But I'm also not a fan of mutagenic growth, although it does help racing the opponent. Your mutagenic growth really shines when you have to play against burn removal spell, right? So if your opponent goes and plays a galvanic discharge on your slingshot, mutagenic growth makes it 4 toughness. If it doesn't have more energy, it means that it cannot kill it with discharge, or against lightning bolts. So in this scenario where I know that the Merfolk player doesn't really have any removal spell, I'll probably still go ahead and cut some mutagenic growth. So I'd say bring in the 3 and only 8s, cut 2 expressive iterations, 1 mutagenic growth maybe, and just go still with a very streamlined plan, because at the end of the day, it's a good matchup for prowess.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. The one card that Merfolk has is Dismember, and that's very difficult to outplay with Mutagenic Growth. And then after the Dismember, it still, steals the 5 power from the creature anyway, so it's probably not attacking for a ton.
Exactly. So we have some time here to burn while we wait for the next matchup. Do you feel energetic enough to maybe discuss a bit the EUL, go through some of the leaderboards? I know that you were first on the Polish leaderboard, so you can brag a bit about it.
Yeah, I have some bragging rights right now, but there's some people that are right after me, so I have some competition to be fighting. Yeah.
Okay, well then let's take a look. Let's take a look to the European leaderboard first, so our viewers can see. So this one tracks every country in Europe
Some echoes issues
is related to the European League. So we have our biggest countries are of course Switzerland, where the European League was born, but also Portugal, Italy, Poland, Spain, France. All these countries are very big on the EUL right now, which is lovely to see. Um, I I have to brag. I am on fourth place in the leaderboard, which is, it feels good, but mostly because of these of the big tournaments like the RCs.
I believe there's some echo issues with the stream. Sorry, Karek.
Oh, there is. Okay. Is it better now, viewers? I hope so. Hello? Bartek, can you hear me?
I can hear you, and I believe there's no
more echo.
I think so.
Okay, fantastic. So let's keep going. Let's check.
The echo is back.
The echo is back. Okay. That's not
sure.
very nice. Well, then you know what? Let's take a break. Let's try to find out what the technical issue is, and we will be back for the next matchup soon enough. Sounds great, guys? Agreed, Bartek? Yes, let's do that. See you guys soon enough.
Yep. Agree.
And we are back. Hello, everyone.
Hello, everybody.
So, the stream is still not up. We're still waiting for the players. I mean, that prowess game was very fast. So, we'll probably have some time to kill here, but I was hoping we could keep doing what we were doing, which was talking a bit about the EUL. So, let's jump right in and let's go to the Polish leaderboard so we can have some insights on the Polish situation from Bartek. So, anything you want to mention? Like, is the OL going well in the Poland? Are you guys like playing tournaments, thinking about the points,
Oh,
or are we still
definitely.
not in that phase yet?
We are definitely gathering those points. I myself have reached out to all the LGSs I go to join the European Unity League and to gather those points for the players. I think it's an amazing incentive. I think the time in Magic's competitive scene where people have actually played in the local FNMs and weekly tournaments and gathered points for something greater than just those FNMs was the prime way to get those people invested in competitive Magic. And I think competitive Magic is beautiful, and I want people to get invested in it. So yeah, the UL is great, and I try to get it as widely accepted in Poland as I can, and I believe a lot of people are also on that train. As you can see, a lot of people have a lot of points as well. Like some people are even in the 800s and 700s, so that's a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I love to hear that. It's definitely something that it was the point of the OL was to bring back competitive Magic and I mean Magic in general to Europe. We have seen that Wizards focus quite a lot on the United States, which makes sense. They are the bigger markets. They are the market that also has more money to invest in the game. But here in Europe, we have a lot of passionate, good players, and want them to have a circuit that they can follow and really put their hearts into. So let's open here your profile. I don't know, have you done your profile? Not yet. Not yet.
Not yet now, but I do have to get on that.
Yeah, yeah. So recently we just added a new feature, which is the player sign up. So if you play on the AOL and if you have points in the leaderboard, you can go ahead, sign up to our website, and you will be able to create your profile, receive newsletters if you want to. That can also be um, opt out of, but it will give you a bit more of insight on your on basically all the data that we gather from you and that you want to have access to. Data, for example, win ratio. And we see here that Bartek, you have been playing quite a lot of Modern with quite a decent win rate.
Yeah, I've done pretty well in Modern in the past couple of months, probably culminating in my Utrecht performance. So that was very exciting. And well, Modern is my favorite format of all time. So it kind of checks out that I should be doing the best in that format. In standard, not too hot, as you can
Well,
see.
it's true in standard, not too hot, but let's be honest. I mean, this Modern win rate kind of makes up for it. 71%. Quite an amazing win rate.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. And as you can see, I don't really play that much local Magic. I do play like maybe once a week usually. Most of my points come from the large tournaments like the Spotlight Series in Utrecht, like the Ultimate Guard Open, like the RCs. So that's where most of my points came from. And what I love about the European Unity League that if you look at the top 10 of the leaderboard in Poland, there's like 3 or 4 people that never goes to those big events, and they are still in the top 10. The contention for winning the slot to the European Unity League. Finals at the end of the year here, even though they just play locally, they just play a lot locally and they do very well. And I love the fact that those people get to, get a chance to bask in the glory of the top one slot in Poland. And I think it's beautiful that the system works this way.
Yeah, for sure. That was also one of the other points. We wanted to make sure that the more competitive professional players could acquire all the points they needed by performing really well in these big events like the RCs and the RC and the spotlights. But we also wanted to give a shot to those um, less less competitive players that still want to accumulate all those points by playing locally. And I think we kind of were able to do it. So you can see that in Bartek's profile, we do have a lot of local tournaments, which is the lowest multiplier type of tournament. But for example, if I go to my own profile, um, you can see that we have more regional tournaments, and that give quite a lot of points. So for example, I have this um, open in Bologna where I six stood. It is a regional, 180 points, quite nice. Some local regionals here as well. So you see, this is a local regional where I top eighted, 108 points as well. But of course, I do gather some nice points from Spotlight to Threads, and of course the Prague RC. So going back to your profile, Bartek, I see that you performed quite well at the Spotlight with a top eight.
Yeah, I managed to top 8 the Ultra Spotlight Series. That tournament alone is probably carrying my Unity League profile. But yeah, I managed to top 8 that tournament. Sadly, died to Hollow One, which is very cool in the top 8. But yeah, that tournament was very exciting for me and was great fun. If you ever can attend one of those Spotlight Series events, or actually any large tournament in Europe, either if it's like locally organized but like a destination qualifier, or if it's a like Wizards organized Spotlight event, I would definitely recommend them. They are great fun.
So I know you played Breach in the Spotlight event. So I don't think it's very relevant for the current modern format to really speak a lot about your deck list. But what I really wanted to dig in, and I think our viewers will appreciate a lot, is exactly how you prepared for the tournament. Do you have a team? Do you have like maybe a method that you follow? For example, 2 weeks before the tournament, you play a lot of Magic Online. How do you play? What do you look for? I think our viewers would love a bit of insight on that.
Yeah, so for that tournament, I actually didn't prepare with a team. I knew I was gonna play Breach because that was clearly the best deck, and I have put a ton of hours in that deck. I could play that deck with my eyes closed, and I'll probably sport a winning win rate, at least like played it sort of optimally. So I just wanted to play Breach. I stream on Twitch here, and I for the majority of the time that Breach and Opal were legal together, I just jammed Breach games. I played challenges, I played prelims, I played modern leagues, I played anything I could on Magic Online to improve Breach, to improve the deck list, to improve my gameplay with the deck. And then at the end of the day, I got quite lucky during the Spotlight main event. I top decked the right card at the right time a lot of the time, and then I played solidly to go with that, and well, it got me there. So that was very fortunate, and well, I think it, like for that tournament, a lot of the time people just prepare very hard in a very specific way over like a short amount of time for a tournament. For this one, for me, it was just a lot of elbow grease. I just jammed games, and at some point it was just I just had it in me, and I knew how to play in most scenarios, and that was essentially it.
And do you think, because of course Breach is a combo deck, and quite a tough one to play at that. So it's all the game scenarios you can build are very combo based. So how do I combo through this interaction, or how do I combo through that interaction? Do you think your testing pattern would change if it, instead of a combo deck, would be maybe prowess? Would you test it in a different way, or do you think it would just still be elbow grease, like you said, just play, learn how everything works, and then just go for it?
It's definitely a different beast, and you have to analyze your role in different matchups in many different ways. But I would guess that I would still just want to put as many games as I can into a deck and try to master it this way, especially on Magic Online. I think that's a great medium to test Magic Gathering in general.
Do you think it translates well to paper Magic Online?
Oh, definitely. You do have to have a lot of paper reps, though. I wouldn't want to, attend a tournament, especially with a combo deck or like a deck that's rich in triggers, as you said, maybe prowess, if I didn't have any preparation in paper. So I definitely played quite a bit of the like local tournaments with Breach as well to, just get it through my hands and know how to pick up the Mox Opal from the graveyard with Breach and how to most efficiently perform the combo turn. But in general, I think. If you can take care of the mechanical things in paper after some reps, then Magic Online translates very well into paper competitive play.
I think I tend to agree. And if you don't have anyone to play paper with, and you want to try this new deck on paper, but you have played a lot of Magic Online, what you can do is just use seeds on your desk. You put a playmat, and you just shuffle up and play against yourself or against the wall, like I like to tell my friends, just so you have this feeling of how the cards work, how the triggers work, of moving the stuff around. Because if you manage to do that, then I'm sure that when you actually go to the tournament and have to play on paper with that time constraint always on your mind, you will do much better.
Definitely. If you have a proactive deck, just play against the wall. As you said, it's gonna give you a lot of preparation. Actually, a lot more than people think. I think.
So these great result you had in the spotlight qualified you for the Pro Tour.
Yes, that's very exciting. There's going to be for my first Pro Tour. It's going to be Pro Tour Final Fantasy here in Las Vegas in just over a month. So very excited to play my first Pro Tour there. And well, all thanks to the Spotlight series. And well, my desire to grind the Unity League was a part of my decision to go to Utrecht. So in part, you can say that I'm going to Pro Tour thanks to the Unity League.
And Las Vegas, quite a country. Have you been to the United States?
I have been to the US a couple of times, and I actually was in Vegas for the last MagicCon as a judge, as a
Oh, right. You said you were
as
a
a
judge.
staff worker. Yeah.
Now I'm
So-
curious, level 2 then or level 3?
Yeah, I'm like not in the current like system, but I was a Judge Academy level 2, and like before Judge Academy, Judge Apps level 2. So like the level in which you can expect the GP judges to be, I guess, is what you can.
That's
what you can
fair.
say, yeah.
Actually, now that you mention it, I just remembered that the EUL is working with the new European Judge Academy. That's something that I know some judges are trying to create, and we do have a partnership with them. I'm sure
That's
that we'll have
awesome.
more information in the future. But we do think judges are quite important, and EUL also not only wants to revive Magic stores, not only wants to revive Magic, but also wants to revive those judges because they are one of the foundations of the game for sure.
Oh, absolutely. I believe without the judges, we definitely couldn't have this level of performance on different events. And I would love to see judges get some love from the organizers of large events. So very happy to hear that.
So another important thing I wanted to show you was basically a description that you can add when you create your account for the European Unity League. A bit off topic maybe, but it's Unity in the Unity League. We know that's important to show all the cool fun data that people want to see, right? We don't only have the win rates, which is something that people like to know because they can brag about it, but we also have a few cool indicators in the description. So this is my friend Leo. He's first in Switzerland and first in Europe, actually. So he's
That's
doing
impressive.
quite well. And we can see that we have his hometown, his team, he's the local organizer that he likes to spend the most time on. And we also have a small description that then you will be able to add when you finally create your account and have access to all these nice, cool information. So that said, we have talked about your performance in Thread. We have talked about the Pro Tour, which I'm sure you are very excited and looking at all the spoilers for Final Fantasy.
Oh, definitely. Yesterday was a big bomb of spoilers as well.
Oh yes. Oh right, because it was quite a lot of spoilers, right?
Yeah, like 40 cards or something. Yeah, quite a bit.
Maybe I'm running a bit out of ideas. So why don't we, while we wait for the next game, why don't we go through some spoilers and maybe you can give us some insights on what's.
Oh yeah, I can tell you some cards I'm pretty excited about.
Cool. Let's do it then. Just let me know which card it is, and we can take a look.
So just on the left, the second from the top is Cloud Midgar Mercenary.
Yes,
If you can
Mercenary.
pull that up on the screen for chat to see.
The Stoneforge Mystic, right?
Yeah, it is essentially a Stoneforge Mystic. When Cloud is a 2 mana for white 2/1. When it enters, it can search up an equipment from your deck and put it into your hand, just like Stoneforge Mystic can. And then doesn't have the Stoneforge Mystic ability, but it has an ability that says, as long as Cloud is equipped, if an ability of Cloud or an equipment attached to it triggers, that ability triggers an additional time. That second ability, not that relevant, but what is the most relevant, I believe, in the context of the standard format, is grabbing a Cory Steelcutter. That's probably the best card in the format. And well, this is a 2-mana cantrip essentially that searches you up, probably the most powerful card in the deck. There might be a red-white deck that utilizes Cloud and Cory Steelcutter, and also just like having a card that searches up something else, it synergizes well with the card itself, because it does just by itself cast 2 spells in the late game as top deck.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. It's funnily enough, I didn't even think about the fact that you can search Cory Steel with Cloud. I mean, it's definitely so. I recently tested a lot for RC Bologna. Were you at RC Bologna, by the way?
I was, but let's not talk about my result there.
It did not went well. Well,
no, I went
my
1-4.
Okay, well, my open tournament on Sunday went well. I 6-2'd, but my RC was also a bit of a flop.
Absolutely,
as
same
a
here.
5-2. But during that tournament, I tested a lot for Standard, and let's just say that Izzet Prowess is a very good deck in Standard. So the level that a Boros version, or even maybe a Jeskai version, would have to be able to be better than Izzet Prowess is quite high. Do you think Cloud could help Boros or Jeskai make surpass the power of Izzet Prowess?
I'm not so sure, because it is a difficult card to splash, I guess. Being a white card for it is quite difficult to put in a deck without being it predominantly white. Without it being predominantly white, but the sheer power of Cory Steelcutter and like the difference between the games where you draw multiple Cory Steelcutters in those aggressive decks is just such a big gap that you might just be interested in getting some more cards that can find the Steelcutters. There were versions of like Izzet Prowess that were more mid-rangey and played Thunder Trap Trainers, mainly because that card just searched you up a Cory Steelcutter in a lot of spots, and even though it was a pretty wonky beater, right, just a 1-2, you still wanted to play it just so we can get access to Cory Steelcutter more often and more consistently. So maybe Cloud is the new evolution of Thunder Trap Trainer in the aggressive Cory Steel decks.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think it could be very well have that role of fetching the Cory Steel and do it much better than Thunder Trap Trainer. That's
By the way, we have a question from chat by Lewandowski Photography, who asks, do you think it's impossible to get higher stages level of Magic without MTGO or MTG Arena? What do you think about that, Felipe?
Well, so if you asked me that question 1 year ago, I would tell you that, yes, it's impossible, that you need to play MTGO, because you have to play Magic, and the simple fact is that playing paper Magic takes a lot of time. You have to travel to the store, you have to spend 1 hour in one match, then wait for the next one, and then you spend an entire afternoon in 4 rounds. And you play, let's be honest, against maybe not that good players, and it ends up being also a limitation for your testing. So I would say 1 year ago that MTGO and Magic Arena is definitely necessary if you want to reach that level of professional play. But nowadays, I think it's more about the quality of the testing and not the quantity of the testing. But let's ask the pro player himself, huh? I never top into the spotlight yet. So what do you think, Martin?
I only did one, so let's not call me a pro player just yet. But yeah, I believe that you can definitely have a very strong, group of players that you can test with and help you prepare for tournaments. And I believe actually a lot of pro players that have played the Pro Tour for so many Pro Tours don't really test on Magic Online or Magic Arena, because they just have those people around them that are up for testing and that can help them prepare for a tournament. And once you have a good enough mechanical level of play in you, then it's down to finding the best deck list and attacking a metagame in the most efficient way. And if you have skilled players around you, that's way more than enough to prepare you for a big tournament. So I believe you can get over that MTGO/MTGA hump of just grinding games to find out what makes the deck or the metagame tick, just by having a lot of skilled players around you. So if you have friends that you are all centered around playing competitive Magic and you want to put time into it, I think that's a great way to prepare as well. Especially since, as Felipe said, when you go to an FNM, you do sacrifice 6 hours of your day and play maybe 4 matches of Magic, which is not the most efficient way, but it's not all about efficiency. You can learn much more from a single match of Magic than from 5 other matches. And I believe during like paper testing with your friends that are centered around competitive Magic, that those results can come very, very fast and very, very like dense.
For sure. I think I agree with everything you said. I think there's a sort of ceiling that you will eventually hit in terms of knowing how to play Magic. Of course, there's always going to be some decisions and how to deal with those different decisions that you can take that you can always improve. You will always make mistakes, but at some point, it's just not helping anymore to play 100 games of Magic Arena per week. And
Exactly.
and you have to focus on that single word, which is quality. You can play 100 games of arena and learn nothing, or you can play maybe 2 or 3 matches against your friend that's also very passionate about the game and really understands the game, and you end up leaving that session of 3 hours with a lot more information than any amount of Magic Arena or any Magic Online games could provide.
Yeah, I believe I once heard Dominic Harvey say on a podcast I listened to that there was a Pro Tour he prepared for and he did pretty well, and where he played one league with the deck he chose. It was he went 1-3 in that league, and he said, "Okay, this deck is the best deck to do, best deck in the format, and the best thing to be doing. I'm just gonna work on it and not play any more matches before the Pro Tour." And he was right. So like it is about the quality, not about the quantity a lot of the time.
For sure. Well, great question, by the way, from Shots. If you see any more of those, Bartek, send it our way because it's always fun to talk about this stuff, and I think
Yeah, and anybody in
helps
chat,
a lot to
if you have some more stuff to talk about, then hit us up. We still have some time to kill before the next round fires over there in Mole.
Indeed. I'm keeping an eye on it, but it seems like for now we will have to wait for the next round. So you chose Cloud as your card to check. Now it's my turn.
Yeah, let's go.
And this is my favorite card ever. Well, maybe second or third favorite card ever. Dark Confidence. I'm so happy.
Bob's back.
Bob's back in Standard and Pioneer. It unfortunately doesn't have the good art nor the best flavor text ever. Greatness at any cost.
That's right. But like I believe a lot of people are happy because lots of people are fans of the Final Fantasy universe and all those games. And well, I believe so far from what I've been told by my friends who love Final Fantasy, the arts and the flavor is spot on.
Yeah, for sure it is. And Dark Confidence is just such a fun, great card. I love it. I'm very excited to have it in Standard. I think it will have quite a lot of potential because we can't forget Shielded is legal.
Or we
Right?
can put Shieldred in a Dark Confident deck and just never reveal it with the Dark Confident and just play
It's
it and
just
gain
for
some life back.
damage. You gain some life
It's
afterwards. So it's not the end of the
fine.
world, right? So you gain some life. You obviously you don't draw a card with Dark Confidence, so you don't gain life with Shielded, but still you have quite a lot of good ways in black to gain life and recoup that life from Dark Confidence loss.
Yeah, there's definitely ways to work around it, especially in Standard and Pioneer. Not sure if it's gonna change anything for Modern. It's always like this when a staple of the Modern format that is now kind of fallen off gets reprinted in Standard. Everybody's like, "Hey, I forgot this card existed. Maybe I should play Jaunt with Dark Confident." And like for 3 weeks, it's gonna be league results with somebody 5-0ing with Bloodbraid Elf, Liliana of the Veil, Dark Confident. You're gonna be like, "Wow, we're so back," and then it's gonna tone down a little bit, but. We get to be happy for like a week or so about
Just said it.
some
Liliana is also legal in Standard. You can
It
basically
is.
play
It
Jund
is.
in Standard.
Do you know what else is legal in Standard? I'm gonna blow your mind.
But
Geological Appraiser, who just has the text of Bloodbraid Elf.
right, Geological Prison, the 4 mana one
You
red
could just
one,
play
right?
red black Junt.
Oh man, you know what? You can also play on red black. Core Steel.
Cory Steel Cutter. Oh, Cory Steel Cutter into like Liliana into Geological Appraiser trigger Cory Steel Cutter. Well, maybe
Ooh, that's
we got
spicy.
something
That's
cooking here.
spicy. But jokes aside, I think it's a good card. I think it probably is going to see some play. Some friends of mine just told me that Bronco is better. Our confidence is the worst.
Oh, no way.
I don't think that as well. I think that's ridiculous.
I think Confidant is a better card than Ghostly Bronco, but if it's good for enough for standard, we don't know yet, and we will have to find out. Or I guess in the near future, I will have to find out, preparing for the Pro Tour in Final Fantasy.
For sure
But
you will.
well, I wouldn't certainly be against drawing some extra cards of Dark Confidant in the upcoming tournaments.
I mean, to be honest, I could see it being played in an aggressive deck, like a red black maybe. We joked about the Core Steel Cutter, but our confidence is a good way to fuel up your burn decks and your most aggressive decks, right? And you can find Core Steel
Maybe.
Cutter more easily. Maybe it's there. You'll have to find out and then tell us.
Yeah, sure. Merlin Fridolin asks, by the way, do you think top tier decks are the best decks or just the ones played the most? It's clear that the most played decks have better results since more people tuning it until it's exceptionally good. What do you think about that? Because we clearly have Energy and Eldrazi at the top of the modern format. Do you think they're just the best?
Oof, that's a tough question. I would say that in standards, it's easier to find the best deck than in a place like modern or legacy or vintage, where the card pool is just so big. I would say that in modern, maybe there's a deck that was not found out yet that is really, really good, and people just never really cracked it. But I'd say that in standard, maybe even pioneer, I'd say it's really easy to identify the best deck and see that okay, this is the one that has the best win rate, that has the most consistent, um, and just go from there. What do you think, Bartek? It's a tough question.
It is a tough question, definitely. I believe there is definitely some amount of what Merlin said that is true. In that, if the most people play Boros Energy, then it definitely will have the most top results, right? Because it's just some people will get there, and if a lot of people play that deck, it's more likely that they will. But I believe in modern, there's no shame in registering anything else than Boros Energy and Eldrazi, even though they seem to be the top decks. So I would say that go for it. And as you said, in modern, probably more so than in standard. But even in standard, you can definitely brew something up that's gonna tackle the metagame pretty well. So I wouldn't really get discouraged by the top two decks being very popular.
Yeah, and I think modern is one of those formats where you can actually just win with any deck if you really, really are into it. I mean, I play Yawgmoth. Yawgmoth is definitely not a tier deck, but I've performed quite well with the deck every now and then.
Yeah.
So I think modern is a good format for you to put all your love into a specific deck, really learn it, and go from there. So I have good news. It's back.
Yeah, we're
Finally.
back. We have another round coming.
We have another round coming. We will keep the discussion going later because that was a good question. But now we have Eldrazi against Amulet. And I'm just going to say it. This is perfect for Amulet.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly what
I
they want.
definitely agree. So probably one of the reasons you want to play Amulet Titan in the current metagame is to have a wonderful Amulet Eldrazi matchup. Do you play a lot of Titan?
No, but I'm a Titan hater, so I know a lot about the deck.
I see. Know your enemy.
Yeah, exactly. My hate for Amulet Titan fuels my energy to know the deck well.
I love that.
And you?
I played a lot of Titan in the past, but only got into it over the past couple of weeks, just searching for a new modern combo deck. So I believe that the deck is very strong right now, and I believe the Eldrazi matchup is very, very good as well.
I think it's a really tough situation for Eldrazi, especially game one. It feels to me that, I mean, and on the draw, this is just not looking good at all for Eldrazi from this position. But let's be hopeful for and I'm gonna mispronounce the name Decio, maybe. But let's
Decio?
Decio, yeah. Let's be hopeful for him. What do you think he needs to be able to win this game one?
Oh, I would say that definitely an early start with Utopia Scroll is definitely what you want to do on turn one. That allows you to potentially cast a turn two Sowing Mycospawn that you can maybe chain into World Breakers, more Sowing Mycospawns to get rid of Amulet Titan's lands, or just maybe a Karn that can be fast enough to grab a Stone Brain that can get rid of Primeval Titans from the Amulet side. And maybe that's gonna get you there in the end. I believe just an early Karn is the way to go, and Utopia Scroll is the step one for that.
There are definitely a few good ends you can have, and honestly, this is one of them, where you have 4 man on turn 2 that allows you to go Karn or Micro Spawn in preparation for a turn 3, like you said, second Micro Spawn or World Breaker that then can slow down Amulet. But unfortunately, it seems like Desio didn't have anything here, and we are on turn 3 for Amulet, so usually turn 3 means win. Let's see what he has.
Yeah, bold of you to assume that there's going to be a turn 4 for that, Joe.
That's not enough.
Here's a escape shift off of 2 lands, so I believe there is 0 mana floating. So I assume that Matteo will just want to grab 2 Lotus Fields and still be left with 0 lands, and then go ahead and play a Primeval Titan from his hand, or maybe even a Aftermath Analyst to get all those lands back.
Yes, an analyst would be quite good because then he would be able to combo off. And what I'm thinking about is that it's probably an analyst because Titan is not enough, right? Because even if he plays Titaneer, he gets 2 lands, maybe he hastes it.
I mean, it's not the end of the world if he just gets a Titan, hastes it, attacks for 6, gets a couple of more lands, and the turn with 4 lands, and then a Titan in play. That doesn't sound too bad to me.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't sound that bad. So let's see if it's enough. At the end of the day, let's see if this Titan going in, and this play makes a lot more sense. Matteo has access to a second Titan in the next turn.
Oh, for sure. And also, like, you can just grab a Boseiju just like Matteo did here. And honestly, if you know for sure that your Titan is safe to enter the battlefield and attack, this play makes a lot of sense. Even though it's maybe like very aggressive to do if you're like playing against a blue-black multi deck that would may possibly counter your Primeval Titan, you'll be left with no lands after that. So definitely good assessment from Mateo's side on what the matchup is and what your role is in it.
So would you proactively play the Boseiju here on the Yugin's Lab, take that 2-for-1, slow down the Eldrazi opponent, or would you wait with the Boseiju to see exactly what you want to target?
So it's definitely contextual to Mateo's hand, right? If he really needs that Primeval Titan to stay around for the next turn, maybe it's worth it to destroy the Yugin's Labyrinth and put the Dechio a little bit behind on mana, so maybe a Devourer of Destiny doesn't come down and eat the Primeval Titan. But as of right now, I will probably be just quite happy to leave that Boseiju around for whatever Karn gets in the future, potentially.
So my first thought would be that Desio can go land Karn into Snaring Breach, could put slow on this Primeval Titan plan. But again, Boseiju would be an option. And even if Matteo Boseiju is now the Yugin's Lab, it would still be enough to stop that Karno into Snaring Breach play. So I don't know. I think I would maybe take the other option and probably just be very proactive with the Boseiju here. But I could see your arguments to waiting and see exactly what we want to target.
Yeah, there's like also those very unlikely scenarios where you Boseiju the Ugin's Labyrinth and Dechio's land for turn is Ugin's Labyrinth, exiles a big card, and then plays card into a Snaring Breach. But it seems that Matteo has decided to do the proactive Boseiju here, and I think that makes a lot of sense.
It does give a surveil option to Desio. And I mean, what are we trying to surveil here now? I mean, of course, you talked about going Yugi's Labyrinth, seven cards trigger, and then just go card instead in Breach. Would that be exactly what you were looking for, or is there any other options that maybe Desio could take?
Well, Devourer of Destiny does not sound too bad. You kind of hope that your opponent will not be able to make another Titan next turn, but if that is true, then we might be fine this way. So, like, probably just the 7 mana cards, right? You do want to cast them next turn, so you do need a 2 mana producing land, a soul land, if you may. So that is maybe a tall order, but the Eldrazi deck has plenty of those in for Eldrazi Temple and for Ugin's Labyrinth. So yeah, probably just looking to cast some big spell next turn.
So we see the way out for Desio here. It's just a matter of finding the soul land. So either Eldrazi's Temple or Ugin's Lab, and then try to cast one of those 7 drops. It can be a Devour, or even a World Breaker, or even a Karn into a Snaring Breach, which is also technically a 7 drop. Let's see what he drew here, and let's.
He did top the card, so he must like it. But he did think about it a lot, so maybe it's not the most exciting thing. Maybe it's just like a land that he was missing.
Or, maybe just a Micro Spawn kicked for 6. That could also be an option.
That's true. That could set up a next turn big play as well.
I mean, it's definitely not what Desio wants to because it allows Titan to attack yet one more time, but it's not that bad of a play if his end did not have anything else good to go with, right?
Yep, and here's a exactly that, a solid mega spawn, but not kicked. I believe there is a green mana floating because that's your sacked two spawns.
It is in fact not kicked, which begs the question: what is the follow-up?
Maybe just another sonic mega spawn just to set up nicely. Ooh, a
Oh,
Harigast!
Erigast.
And a trigger of Sanctum of Ugin
Oh,
that was
oh no,
played
this is
this
an
turn.
Emrakul, right? Because he triggers with the Sanctum, gets the Emrakul, and then just casts it with the Erigast.
You can
He has
cast.
enough
Oh, Harigast gives a merge.
emerge, yeah, and Erigast is 9 mana.
Whoa,
He
this is
has 4 types
insane.
in the graveyard, so it's perfect. It's 13.
No way.
Wow.
Is okay now. I hope that's what happens. And do you know what else I hope? I hope that Dechio had a long phase in his life when he played Amulet Titan, and he can loop analysts to
To win the
use that
game.
to use that to kill Matteo rather than just like passing the turn with nothing.
Indeed, fantastic hand from Desio here. I mean, he had the
It is
lab
a
with the
miracle.
Erigasts. Oh my god, and now he has the
What a
Emrakul as well.
line! That was incredible from Dechio. What a
Incredible
line!
indeed. So let's see how much
And
damage
he
can
had
he.
to float the red mana of Utopia Sprawl and
Wow.
the Surveillant. That was incredible.
No, it's over. No, you
Oh, he
don't
can
attack. You
he
just
can
packed and play
and
the bounce land and bounce the other land, and it's over.
yeah, you just packed and then he doesn't have double green, right?
Yeah, it's over. It's over. Oh no.
Oh, what are we doing?
Oh, fetching the Lotus Field. So
Oh
this
yeah,
is an Equine Deeps, which copies the Lotus Field, sacrifices the green mana. Oh, this was very bad for Matteo. Very bad. This is game. Quite impressive, actually.
yeah. He's trying to Vesuva copy the echoing this, but that's not possible because these lands don't see them being on the battlefield just yet as they enter. So Vesuva would only be able to copy one of the lands already on the battlefield before the Titan trigger has resolved.
Indeed. But even copying a bounce land with the Vesuva would not be bad because then you could sack the Lotus Field, sack one of the bounce lands, bounce the other lands. So even that would be fine. But this is also definitely a fine. Wait.
What is this? He kept the Lotus Field on the battlefield. Oh, he can.
Now he
Oh, he's
bounces.
gonna bounce the Lotus
Bounce
Field
the
as
Lotus
well,
Field.
and then
Yeah.
play the
So
pact. And
incredible chain of plays here from Desio.
wow. Okay, so like you ask me what are we looking to cast, and I would not have seen this type of play in a million years. This was
Yeah, I mean,
incredible, absolutely
honestly, it
incredible.
didn't even come to my mind that Erigast could just be so good with Micro Spawn and these types of plays. I was always thinking about locking in the Micro Spawn kicked, but I mean, Desio showing how good he is with the deck and finding this line was absolutely crazy. Actually,
Yeah,
also a good set of cards to draw. He had everything he needed, right? It
yeah,
went really well.
absolutely crazy. And like now I understand why he was thinking so much on the commercial district because he had to count it up all on the go, and he did that very well, and well that got on the victory. Very
Yeah,
very impressive.
fantastic performance from Desio here. So looking at his deck list, we see the 4 Erigasts. So of course he had 2. Very very common thing to happen, I'm sure. But in the sideboard, I think we are quite prepared for amulets. What do you think?
Yeah, let me take a look. They have 3 Magus of the Moon, 4 Stone Rain. Wow.
Wow.
Okay, they came prepared.
Yes, I mean it's this deck list. So the Erigast version of Eldrazi does rely more on the red mana. So having a Magus of the Moon is not the end of the world, and it's quite a strong card against Amulet. And those 4 Stone Rains can also very well do the trick if you can go Forest Type Sprawl and then another land, for example. You can cast those Stone Rains on turn 2, and they can pack quite a punch.
Yeah, the Sunrays are great against Amulet. Not always lights out, but definitely great pieces of disruption against the Titan deck. So definitely would want the full 4 if I have them available. And well, the Magus of the Moon is just the icing on the cake. It is very, very good against the Titan, and Titan has not too many answers to that card. It answers Blood Moon pretty well, but it does not answer the Blood Moon creatures like Harbinger of Disease or Magus of the Moon that well.
And what are we looking to sideboard out if we are Decio? I'm eyeing those Kozilek's return, which are definitely not something you want. Maybe some of the bigger cards that are not that useful. For example, I don't know. It's tough to say. What do you think?
Yeah, I think the Kozileks don't are easy cuts, right? But you have to make some more of those, so you need to scrounge for them a little bit harder. But probably the Sire of Seven Deaths, not that exciting in this matchup. You're not in the business of blocking. You're not in the business of attacking really as well either. And if you're attacking, you much prefer to be attacked with an Emrakul than a Sire of Seven Deaths. So those are some quite easy cuts. Maybe the Fairy Gast are not as good as they might have looked in game one here. So probably shaving a couple of copies of those might make some sense. But other than that, I would like to be a deck that can cast a Stone Rain or a Magus on turn 2, and then set up to cast an Emrakul fast. So all the Writing Chrysalis, all the Sonic Micro Spawns, and all the Kozilek's commands, as well as the ramp spells like Rumble, Talisman, and Lopez Pro, I would like to have in my deck.
Yeah, I think you are absolutely right. Erigast, I think, is the card. It's exactly the card that you want on game one when you don't have any other option than doing the fast combo, right? That we just saw. Erigast into Emrakul. But post sideboard, you bring in these Magus of the Moons, you bring in these Stone Rains. So probably the game is going to take a bit longer, and you don't need to be as explosive. So I could see getting those Kozilek's returns, going down on that Sire, going down on that Erigast, and just take a more mid-range control-ish plan and make sure that you can control the board and then kill the Titan player with a strong Emrakul, the Promised Land. Let's quickly jump into the other deck list before the player starts.
Yeah, they're shuffling up already, but not yet playing. So
yeah, they are shuffling. So we still have time to look at the Amulet Titan list. And from the sideboard, what do we want against Eldrazi?
In general, against Eldrazi, I would be pretty keen on not sideboarding all too much. I think the matchup is very good, and maybe you can tempt yourself with Force of Vigor or two, but other than that, it should be pretty good already. But seeing those Magus of the Moons, I would be in the business of putting some dismembers in my deck, even though they are very bad against the entirety of the deck other than those Maguses. So this does put, this does make you see that how the decision to play Magus of the Moon will affect the Amulet Titans sideboarding, and it will make their deck much worse because of just the existence of Magus of the Moon. And if this is in fact open deck list, and I believe it is
for sure.
Then well, the Amulet deck will be much worse than it would usually be, but it would have outs to a Magus of the Moon that you would not usually expect out of Eldrazi.
Indeed, that's the case. And let me see if it has started yet or not. It seems like it hasn't. So we can talk about as well what Amulet is trying to bring out of the main deck.
Oh, this is a difficult question, and I never know what to do in this spot. But like maybe cutting some Malevolent Rumbles and Green Sun Zeniths might make some sense. These are like cards that give you consistency but don't give you speed. And I think in this matchup, speed is what you want to be doing a lot of the time. And you don't want to be left with some Green Sun Zeniths in your hand when you just got Stone Rain twice. So, but maybe you would prefer to have instead of that out to the Magus or just more cards to raise your opponent with. Also, like there's probably some matchups in which you can cut the Dryad combos. There's some matchups in which you can cast the Cultivator Colossus. I'm not entirely sure if the Eldrazi ramp matchup is one for either of those cards.
Yeah, I mean, I was about to say it's not uncommon for Amulet to cut some lands out post sideboard.
Oh, definitely.
Knowing that the opponent has Magus of the Moon, I could see some Urza Sagas coming out. It's not impossible for the Amulet player to think, okay, these Sagas are more of a liability. On the play, maybe they are good enough, but maybe on the draw, they could be more of a liability than anything else. And discuss the possibility of doing so.
Oh, definitely. And notably, Mateo only has 3 Sagas in his deck.
Yeah, indeed, yes, which is weird because Saga is one of the best cards in the deck, in my opinion. But yeah, I mean, it definitely lowers the pressure that cards like Arbringer, Mags of the Moon, and Blood Moon put on Amulet. We see
Definitely.
here from Matteo, we have a Gritanzini on zero, fetching Drive
Judge, he
Arbor.
played 2 lands. No, it was a Zenith. It's no longer with us, but it was a Zenith.
I'm sure that judge call happened eventually.
Yeah, at some point. When you look away for a second, like, "Hey, what's happened? What goes this?"
So we see Desio also had the turn that he likes to have, which is turn one Utopia Sprawl. But we see also that Matteo has that Spelunking that works exactly like an amulet, correct?
Absolutely. You are ready to cast a Titan next turn with a bounce land, so Dachio has to do something here. Probably, like, yeah, here's a Stone Rain, I believe, the Japanese Mystical Archives version. But Stone Rain on just a regular land, not that big of a deal, to be honest. It does prevent Matteo from casting a Titan, so I would definitely want to do that. But
Desio correctly identified that Triad Armor was a 20 turn clock and decided to Stone Rain it. I mean, makes
perfect. Actually,
makes sense
18,
to me.
18 turns already, so
Oh no, the Triad Armor is back with the Echoing
Oh
Deeps.
no! Oh no! Did the Echoing Deeps copy the Triad Arbor, or it did not?
No, I think it did copy Triad Arbor, but entered in tabs because of Spelunking.
So it should be on the front of the lands, right?
It should be on the front. It should be
Yeah,
on the front.
the clock is back. But you have to figure something out with this.
But if we go back to the game, Desio, I think he's in a good spot. So he has the 4 mana on turn two, which he used as a way to play the Stone Rain. What is the? I mean, let's be honest. This question is not that smart, right? He just what we want to do is just go Eldrazi Temple, Microspawn Kicked, correct?
Oh, absolutely. You would want to get rid of the Dryad Arbor, not only a blocker for the Arbor, but a removal spell for the clock, as you said. Here's
So
an
we do see a
unkicked Michael Spawn, yeah.
but it isn't kicked. Probably fetching another Eldrazi Temple, depending on exactly what um, mana issues. Oh, that's a lab. No, that's a Sanctum.
Sanctum of Wigan, I believe, yeah. Maybe
You
he's setting
know,
up for a combo turn again.
I was about to say, I think this is a very heads up um, call for the Erigast into Emrakul. So how can Matteo stop this?
Well, I guess putting a Titan into play and attacking for an infinite amount, that would be a decent way to stop this. But well, given his setup so far, it seems that he cannot do it just yet. But maybe if this Dryad Arbor makes it through this turn, it will be just enough to cast a Titan, and at this point, we probably can set it up so at worst we can Boseiju the Sanctum of Hugin so it doesn't find a brutal land. Oh, but he's a Ghost Quarter.
Oh, and the Ghost Quarter. I don't think this is looking good for Matteo. I mean, on one end, this Ghost Quarter is not that strong because Spelunking makes the land.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
Does
With a
allow for the
Titan, this
mana.
would work. With an Amulet, this would work because Amulet would put the
A
card into
triggered
play
ability, yeah.
tapped, and then you could respond to that triggered ability and destroy the Grutur before it could be tapped for mana. But now with Spelunking, it is already untapped, so he has the untapped mana already. So this Ghost Quarter will not actually help Dechio save himself.
And it seems to me that Matteo is getting ready to combo off. And, Titan, I don't think it would do it, but Scapeshift would.
Oh, Scapeshift was lethal for sure. I believe
So-
4 lands Scapeshift is just a kill.
And it would be a kill over this Ghost Quarter due to the Spelunking. So let's see exactly what Matteo is cooking here.
Actually, maybe the Ghost Quarter would disrupt the kill because you can kill a.
Because you can Ghost Quarter in response to the Scapeshift to be. Oh, no, but he fetches as a forest, so it's still 4 lands, right?
So there's a chance that you can Ghost Quarter like shifting woodland at some point during the combo when you want to. Aftermath Analyst.
Talk it the Aftermath. Yeah, that could be it.
So
But
yeah,
be a bit
this
careful.
quarter is not quite dead yet. It might come up. But
You have to be a bit careful with it, because the Echoing Deeps can copy this.
yeah, but if Matteo has enough reps with Amulet, then I'm sure they will find the line that wins through those interactive pieces on the
for
battlefield
sure.
right now.
For sure. I mean, if these Amulet players, when they really put their art into the deck, they can find kills out of nowhere. Actually, I can tell you a story while we wait here for Matteo to figure out the combo. I was playing at the Spotlight in the Thread against Amulet, playing Yawgmoth, and I made Infinite Life on turn 3, and I exiled the Aftermath Analyst.
Okay.
And my opponent was still able to kill me by making almost infinite mana, bouncing Grazer, and replaying the land with Grazer, and killing me with infinite damage with Valakut.
No way. That
Yes,
is
I was
absolutely
very tilted, I
crazy.
can tell you that.
You,
because
you, you had everything locked down and still
I
didn't
was
know.
very happy because I thought, look, your Aftermath is under my cauldron. I have infinite life. You won't be able to kill me. And he figured out a way. Bounce Grazer with Otawara, play Grazer, put land in play, bounce, play again, bounce, play again. Just I was very much
Yeah,
surprised. So
the things this Titan deck can do is absolutely wild sometimes. And here we see a Gristan's in it for Aftermath Analyst that then sacrificed itself to bring all those lands back.
yeah,
So now we have a setup of shifting woodland that can target the Analyst, I believe, after there's some land sacrificed because I believe this Gristan should be shuffled in the deck, right? Or was it
yes,
milled with, or was it was it milled with Analyst? I believe it
it
might
could
be.
have been milled with analysts. I
But
think
then again, there's no delirium yet, right? He only has creature,
sorcery,
sorcery, and now
land.
after this Lotus Field trigger resolves, it will be land as well.
And you know, in these situations, you would have Urza Saga to be an enchantment, but you probably cut them out.
Yeah, that's
What
difficult.
I'm seeing
Let's
here
hope.
is
Let's
that
hope Mateo doesn't try to activate the shifting woodland, but he might also have like, oh, he can also bounce the Telaria West and transmute it for a pact, right?
no, I think he's going to go transmute Tolar West, play Pact, and that's an instant. And now he
Yep.
has Delirium. And the other problem, which that you talked about, oh, you could just shifting Woodland, and you can go squarter it in response. But I think Matteo at this point has so much mana that he will be able to activate Woodland again and then crack
Definitely.
for a analyst.
Yeah. If you activate the Ghost Quarter and then you still respond to the Ghost Quarter activation with another activation of Shifting Woodland, that would play around it. That's true. Although right now, Mateo does not have Delirium, so maybe it would be a good spot to destroy the Shifting Woodland. But then again, if that happens, Mateo just might be able to get a Vesuva to copy the Echoing Deeps, that
Echoing
would then
Deeps and then copy
copy
the Woodland
the
again.
Shifting Woodland. You know, all roads lead to Rome. Quite
I think
flavorfully, since we are in Italy.
there might be a good opportunity to do it. For example, assuming that Matteo goes for the pact play, what Destio can try to do is to ghost quarter the shifting woodlands with pact on the stack, and this way it would be a bit. It wouldn't have delirium yet to copy, and maybe it would be enough because there's no land drops and there's no Titan. But I mean, at this point, I see Matteo copying Titan with the Mirror Pool. So I mean, he's probably going to get a lot of different ways to get that delirium. I also see the Saga in play. There's another Saga, so we know that he didn't cut any of them, even with the Magas of the Moon.
Yeah, at this point, like even if Mateo's turn ends here, what do you do as the Titan player? How do you how do you get through this?
Oh, you win, right? Because you just go Erigast into Emrakul.
Yeah, and what does Emrakul do?
Well, you combo off for Matteo and you win the game.
Oh, I guess you can just make infinite damage because he does have Dryad in the deck, so maybe that's a way to do it.
Yes, indeed. I think we have the stream locked. No, it's working again. Sorry, guys. We have some hiccups there, but yeah, but I do think actually Matteo has to find the win. I think he
Yeah,
has
then
to
again, like Mateo can also like Otawara the Michael spawn, Boseiju one of the lands from Dechio. There's like
There's a lot.
so many things that Mateo can still do this turn, even if he doesn't manage to deal infinite damage to Dechio, which I believe he might just be able to.
A simple Boseiju on that Eldrazi Temple or a bounce in the Michael spawn would be enough to stop him from. Well, maybe the bounce on the Michael spawn would not, because he could just replay Michael spawn, get another temple, and do the exact play he did game one.
Yeah, maybe it's not say that it's not possible, because I would not believe you that it was possible in game one if he did it. So
yeah, exactly. So let's see. But either way, I think we're just discussing for fun because I do think Matteo is just going to kill.
I believe so, yeah.
He's just going to kill Desio this turn. So we see
Yeah.
Deltawara most likely for the Pact, enabling Delirium. So let's see if Desio does go for the Ghost Quarter on the.
Yeah, I can't help but think that there was a better way to use this Ghost Quarter. There was probably a window before all this happened that would be more opportune than the board state right now.
Yeah, perhaps there is.
Oh, there's the Mr. Beast.
Cultivator coming in.
Cultivator
Yeah.
Colossus, usually not needed for the full combo, but don't you love just drawing some cards?
I do, although I'm quite surprised it's still in the deck.
Yeah, maybe not quite
Like,
needed in this matchup.
And I'm actually also thinking exactly what is the point of Cultivator. Maybe Matteo has some lanes that he needs to play in hand. Yeah, so now we see Woodland.
Probably, my guess would be for fun, and I respect it.
Fun. Okay, well, yeah, I guess we have time on the clock to burn, so why not, right?
Yeah. You know, the Titan player doesn't need 25 minutes for game 3. He just needs one of the 5 additional turns, and that's going to be just enough.
So, while Matteo combos, I have an interesting question for you. As you know, I'm an amuletator, so I think that Amulet of Figure should be banned. So, do you think the deck would still be, because we see him combo just with Spelunking, so do you think the deck would still be competitive, even without Amulet of Figure?
I mean, I'm sure as hell the amulet perverts, as the community calls them, will not be discouraged by just a single ban of Amulet of Vigor. I assure you of that. But I believe that the deck would be significantly less strong, and especially since Amulet of Vigor can be picked up by Saga, and the deck would have to be rebuilt completely. And the fact that Spelunking only ever acts as one amulet, that'll just probably not kill the deck, but quite likely it will just make it much worse and probably not competitive anymore. I also don't think it will be banned anytime soon.
Yeah, unfortunately. But interesting, something happened in the game. So Matteo tried to copy the Aftermath Analyst, and Desio responded with Ghost Quarter. And I noticed in the mana base that Matteo had enough mana to activate again and crack the Analyst. I'm curious why he didn't do it, or maybe he thinks he doesn't need it. What's the plan for Matteo from this point?
So I believe that
Oh,
he just
there's the
wanted
dips.
he bounced the deeps with one of the bounce lands from Colossus, and now he has an Arboreal Grazer to deeps copy the Shifting Woodland, and now he can infinitely combo with Aftermath Analyst thanks to the Echoing Deeps, making infinite mirror pools, and then getting a Dryad and killing his opponent with Valakut. So essentially, he could have done it, didn't really have to.
So do you want to maybe honestly, I don't know if the viewers are that interested in it, but do you want to explain our amulet combos?
Yeah, so essentially when you have enough lands and some of them are Lotus Fields coming from the graveyard, and you have Shifting Woodland copying Aftermath Analyst, you get every single one of those lands back, including the Shifting Woodlands. So if you have at least 9 mana producing in those lands that can then get sacrificed to the 2 Lotus Fields you're gonna get back, you essentially get infinite mana, and then, well, after that, the world's your oyster, right? You can sacrifice some bounce lands to bounce some of your some cards you picked up with the Analyst. You can channel Otawara for forever, bouncing every single opponent of your opponents. You can channel Boseiju on every single one of your opponent's lands, leaving them with just the basics they have in the deck. You can also search up any number of pacts or 0 mana spells with countless channels of Talaria West, and then if you have a Dryad in the deck, you just can trigger Valakut Dryad infinite times to deal damage to your opponent. So essentially, you just get back a lot of lands thanks to the power of Lotus Field.
Indeed, and that's the game also for Matteo. So he finally won after 20 minutes of coming off. You mentioned Valakut. I do see Valakut in his deck list, and I do see that he also has to one of Night Arbor. But that's not mandatory, is it? What do you think? Is it good enough to have or
So
to have
the way I understand it, and how multiple talented Titan players have told me, is that it's mainly a tech to win the game if you do not, if you cannot really do it fast enough on Magic Online. But also there's some merit to it because it gives you some wins that would not otherwise not be there. Namely, if you have like 6 lands, then a Dryad with a Scapeshift just wins, like you would be playing, the regular Titan Scapeshift deck from 2017. So these are lines that are available to you, especially with like 2 or 3 summoners packed. You essentially, by putting a single Dryad, a single Valakut into your deck, you open yourself up to a lot of those lines that you wouldn't otherwise have. Those do not come up that often, but they definitely can come up and lead you to some unexpected wins. So there is some merit to doing that, and also definitely if you're not quite confident with performing all of the loops, Dryad and Valakut can definitely help you out there.
So another fun thing I just noticed: 61 cards main deck.
No, that's the Amulet special. Especially now since Grease and Zenith is unbanned, you don't really have trouble finding the Titans. The deck for the longest time had an issue that it just couldn't find the Amulet and Titans just enough. And now with an overload of new cards being printed and unbanned, we have Sagas, Amulet of Vigor, Spelunkings, Titans, Zeniths, Summoners Pacts. I can go on and on. Malevolent Rumble finds all of those. You can really consistently find all your pieces. So it really doesn't surprise me all that much that this is the choice.
And Crimson Zenith doesn't only find Titan, it also finds a card that I'm very curious. Why do you think Matteo brought in this matchup, which is Collector Roof? We did see it game 2. Do you think this card is good enough against Eldrazi?
I don't love it, but then again, if you like expect your opponent to be like on a Talisman of Impulse draw, then maybe that's good enough to cast like on turn 2 to slow them down just a little bit. Also, like if it wasn't open deck list, I might be interested in sideboarding in the Collector Oof to potentially beat a sideboarded in Stonebrain, the Stonebrain.
Yes.
So that prevents the activation of Stonebrain quite nicely and curves nicely into it as well. So that would be my idea for that. But well, since this is open deck list, that angle of attack is not needed. But then again, maybe he just believes that Talisman of Impulse is worth turning off with this card.
And we see the mulligan still resolving here. We see our Amulet friend is still mulling into 5. But while we wait, I have yet another question for you. We see 3 dismembers on the Amulet Titan sideboard, and it's, of course, I mean, it's not the cards that you kind of want against Eldrazi. But on the other end, this Eldrazi version of Erigast, it really relies on having one creature in play that can be sacked for Erigast, that then can be sacked for Emrakul. Do you think there's an argument for these dismembers to come in on the draw, because you are slower on the draw, to be able to interact with this combo from the Eldrazi player?
Yeah, this is a very interesting question for most combo decks, actually, and I believe this is a one thing you have to answer for yourself in this type of spot is: do you want to be proactive or do you want to be reactive in a matchup? And that's like not necessarily all that easy to understand and to find out in every single matchup. But here, I would believe Titan wants to be on the beatdown. So I wouldn't want to have the dismembers for their like killing their 4-drop to combo with to disable the combo with Harry Gast. But if I already see Magus of the Moon, then I'm not unhappy having the dismembers to potentially use against this, prevention of combo with Harrigast, but I'm not excited about them for that one role in general.
I would say I tend to agree. I mean, it's definitely important to identify what is your role in the game. Are you the proactive or reactive deck? And for sure, Amulet is the proactive deck here. Wants to ask the questions, put the threats in, and even on the draw, when Amulet is a bit slower, I think it's still the correct decision to be that type of fulfill that type of role. So we see a Devourer here from Desio, which is always a nice card to have when you move. And we see that he exiled, I think it's Chrysalis, a forest, and I'm not sure which is last card.
That's a
What do you
mountain.
think? Sorry?
That's a mountain, a Ugin's Labyrinth, and a Ratting Chrysalis, I believe.
Okay, so what do you think that tells you about Decio's end? Any information that you can take from this small detail?
Not much. There's some spells, there's some lands. I believe he's not necessarily looking for fast mana because that Ugin's Labyrinth sounds pretty good.
Oh, talking about Hugin's Lab,
Excuse me.
he has one. And we see a Malevolent Rumble.
Yeah, exactly. If he doesn't look for the Ugin's Labyrinth with the Power of Destiny, you can safely expect that he has some fast mana in his hand already.
And funnily enough, and because I want to iron out these details because it's important. I think it's a very important magic skill to take information from everything you can. We see that Decio rumbled, showed two temples, a micro spawn and the talisman, and he insta peaked the temple. What do you think this kind of action? Uh, what information does it give away to Matteo?
So I believe that it would give some information if it was in fact a microspawn, but I believe it's an Utopias Pro.
Who is it?
So
Scroll?
so out of those, I guess they're all ramp spells, but Eldrazi Temple is just a ramp spell that
Yeah,
is
of
just a
course.
lance. So it's probably just the best, right? And
Of
here we
course,
see
you are
the
absolutely
Soic
right.
Microspawn cast. I can actually see it due to the glare, but I believe there's a searching going on, and the forest has been exiled, so makes a lot of sense that it would be a Microspawn.
For
But
sure, you are right.
interesting to go after the forest. What do you think about that play?
Um, I think it's an interesting play for sure. I think I would probably, so without having all the information from Decio's hands, I'll probably go for the saga. But I can see why you would value on the green mana because the green mana allows you to play Razor, Spelunking, Scape Shift. That could be a lot of trouble for Decio. So it's definitely not that bad and maybe a bit safer even to go for the forest because it takes out the double green and Scape Shift is really the card that kind of wins the game for Matteo from the spot, right? So I think it's the safest play to go for the forest.
Yeah, definitely. I believe there's also some merit to think that since Matteo has mulligan to 5, he's pretty low on resources. Maybe he wants to rely on making some saga constructs uh, with the saga, and well, hitting the forest not only does prevent those saga constructs just as much as eating the saga would, it also prevents Matteo from like having a land in 2 turns. It's just going to be an amulet. So if he needs to like play a somewhat fair game, that's gonna be a lot more difficult with just hitting the forest here, and the saga will go out. Will disappear. So not a land you can sacrifice to a cave sheet in a couple of turns, even if you have some bounce lands.
Exactly. And I think Decio kind of correctly identified that the threat that Matteo is posing right now is not really the most common version of the combo from Amulet, but actually the escape shift is the out for Matteo from this position. So I think Decio correctly identified that, went for the forest, took out the green mana from Matteo, and now even though Matteo can find a second Amulet here, and it's quite dangerous for him to have that ability, I think it was still a very okay decision to make.
Yeah, but now Matteo has 2 mana floating, has 2 amulets of vigor on the battlefield, and Decio has passed the turn, so he at best can have a Kozilek's command or Kozilek's command for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's not enough to hit a Titan. I wonder if Matteo has a bounce on a Titan to start popping off, and like assuming low interaction, he's just a win, right?
Yeah, we didn't see any Magas, we didn't see any Stone Rain, and there was no follow up after this Micro Spawn. So Decius definitely is in a position here that might be a bit awkward. And if that's the case, if Decio knew he would not have any follow up pressure, then maybe eating that Saga, that was the second amulet, was a smarter decision. But it seems to me that it has been paying off because Mateo does go with the Seiju and constructs. So I think
Yeah,
this is
it's an
almost
extra
like
construct.
conceding the game. To be honest, this play is very low impact on the board. Let's see if Desio can
Definitely.
put more pressure in play.
Yeah, but he is fetching right away, so maybe there's like a Harigast coming, or maybe an Emrakul coming. We'll definitely see it soon enough because he needs to make some proactive plays as the Amira Titan might have missed on a bounce land this last turn, but you have to, be on the lookout because I'm
Yeah,
almost sure that Matteo is one top deck away from a win.
I'm counting 12 mana for that Zebrakul with Delirium, so maybe it's a bit out of option. But an Erigas would definitely do the trick. So let's see what Desio has to follow up this Microspawn.
I believe it's 13, right? It's 1, 2, 3,
Yes.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 mana in the lands, and then there's enchantment, artifact, land, and sorcery in the graveyard, right? That Utopia's Sprawl is in
Oh,
there.
you're absolutely right.
I believe it's
So
exactly enough for an
it's
Emrakul.
exactly 13. You're absolutely right. Exactly 13. So
Yeah,
yeah, we
just
see this amulet.
barely. I guess that makes sense why he didn't play anything last turn if he just had the Emrakul.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
for
really
sure.
had to clench it a little bit and hope that your opponent doesn't have anything because next time casting an Emrakul, you feel pretty great.
And I think from this spot, we see the pact, and it's
Oh yeah, he had the bounce land, he was missing the pact, and he top decks the pact.
top decks the pact.
He is going to be casting it, grabbing a green creature against his will, and then after he untaps, well, I don't think he's gonna be having 4 mana. Let me tell you.
Funnily enough, while all this that you just said happens, I see a keen-eyed curator there. What do
Yeah,
you think about that?
I think it's a little bit too funky for my taste. You can play an early Queen and Curator, and your opponent's deck has a lot of different types, so you can even make it a 7/7 quite early and prevent that Emrakul from coming down. But I believe that it just is a bit playing into your opponent's plan, and
Exactly.
I
Yeah.
would probably prefer to just try to. Try to not do that in general in this matchup. Try to be as proactive as possible. So that would be my idea, and the reason I would not probably sideboard in the Kinetic Curator, but that's definitely an option you can have. The opposing deck is definitely based around Emrakul a lot, and you can cast Emrakul very early thanks to the Harigast. So maybe you have to adapt a little bit and not play it as though you're playing your regular Eldrazi matchup, right?
Yeah, I think I agree with you. It definitely that keynote creator definitely falls into the proactive reactive roles you talked about earlier, right? I mean, it's a very well, it's hard to identify, but in my opinion, in that specific scenario, it's more of a reactive role, the keynote creator, because it wants to stop the Amracle from doing from coming into play and from stop the Eldrazi player from doing what he wants to do. So I think again, it's definitely not the role that that Matteo was trying to take in that match. I think we deserved ourselves a break. Um, I will run the EUL video again for those that haven't joined or just joined recently, haven't seen it, and we will be back as soon as the stream restarts for round 4.
More.
Correct?
Don't go anywhere. More Magic to come.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Bartek. That's been awesome so far. And yeah, see you
It's been
soon,
a pleasure.
chat.
Hi, my name is Antoine,
I'm Yari.
and we are here today to tell you about the European Unity League, a new tournament series in Europe. The European Unity League is a tournament series that will run all year round in Europe and will culminate in early 2026 at the European Magic Cup. The European Magic Cup is a new awesome event that will feature 2 days of Magic, a 20,000 euro cash prize, 3 main events in 3 different formats, as well as the part that I'm personally the most excited about, which is a day 2 as a team championship where teams from different countries will compete for the title of European champion. But now, Yari, tell us, how do we qualify for this awesome event?
Thank you, Antoine. Well, I can tell you there's 3 ways to do so. The first primary way is through the national championships that we're going to sponsor in your country. And to be eligible to participate in them, you must be among the top finishers of your country's leaderboard. All events, from the smallest FNM up until the largest convention, can sign up to award points, and at the end of September, we will make a cutoff which defines which players may participate in the nationals, and from there, the best players qualify for the European Magic Cup. Alternatively, you can qualify directly for the European Magic Cup through some of the biggest conventions in Europe. All events that receive the status EUL Grand Prix will have a 6 times multipliers, so 6 times as many points, and also some direct invites to the European Magic Cup for the best finishers. Another way to qualify is through our Qualifier kits. Each organizer can turn their event into a special event buying one of these kits, and they will contain 1 European Magic Cup invite for the winner, as well as an awesome 3D printed championship trophy, an altered Flutterstrand that is handed out to the top 4 players, and additional RFG deck boxes and ETB playmats from Heavy Play, our sponsor. Now, Antoine, tell us, how can players and organizers participate in this awesome series?
Yeah. So if you're a local game store owner or a tournament organizer, your first job is to go on unityleague.gg and create an account. Once your account is created, you will be able to create events on our website, and players will be instantly able to find your events. Then you will run your event as usual using your normal everyday tournament tools, and once your event is over, you can export your standings from your tournament software and import them on our website. Once this is done, our national leaderboards will instantly be updated to reflect the new points. Your players will be able to see how well they are ranked and hopefully come again for another event. Now, if you're a player, you should first tell your LGS to register on unityleague.gg. Your first job is to convince them that they need to be part of the adventure. And finally, as a player, it's really important that you use the same name on all your tournament apps, such as Companion or Melee, so that we are able to not miss any of your points and so that you don't miss out on a precious Magic Cup invite.
Thank you, Antoine. Well, you can find more information on our website. We have a guide how to participate as a player, as well as a tutorial for organizers, where you can find all the information that we've talked to and more. And also be sure to follow us on social media at UnityLeagueMTG, where we will announce the other formats of the European Magic Cup and more news about our tournament series. Thank you very much for watching. Bye.
And we are back. Hello, everyone. Timer it's 0, but the stream is still not up. I see Bartek also joined. How are you doing, man?
I'm doing pretty well. I got some lunch myself. I dig the way the Italians do it. Just like, give me a break for some food between the rounds. I don't want to play 7 rounds of Magic with like just a sandwich in my hand.
Indeed, indeed. Sorry for not letting you guys know, but it kind of caught me by surprise as well. But the Italians did take a break for lunch, which I guess it makes sense. It's cultural, I suppose, right?
Yeah. I think it makes a lot of sense. I think everybody should do it. I'm gonna pitch it to my own organizers in Poland.
I mean, it for sure makes the tournament last a bit longer, but lunch can be important, I think. It's also good.
Yeah, it lasts a bit longer, but you get to eat delicious pasta and pizza in between. No,
True. So
I'll
it's a
take that.
win-win.
I'll take
So
that.
while we wait for the round to start, because the timer is at 0, but the stream is still not up yet, I was thinking maybe we can go back to some Final Fantasy spoilers. What do you think?
Yeah. Let's check it out.
Yeah. So the last card I selected it was Dark Confidence. So it's your time again to select a card to talk about. So what do you think? Let me know, which one is it?
Yeah, which one is it? Let me see. What are those? Okay, so I think yeah, Jill is the Shiva's dominant, the blue card.
This one.
Yeah, this one. Okay, so this one is maybe you can enlarge it a little bit.
I can try.
Yeah, there we go. Now the stream can see the text as well. So I find this card very, very interesting because when you think about it, this is a mana war for any non-land permanent. And mana wars have been on and off playable in some different formats for a long time. And this one is a much better mana war. It just bounces any non-land permanent to its owner's hand. It might have use in like some space that I don't believe I know exactly what it's gonna be, but I think like the effect is specific enough that it might be good. The like flip upside, I'm not too excited about, but it definitely has some merit. But just like the 3 mana 2/2 mana war that bounces anything sounds pretty enticing to me.
Yeah, I
Also very
think
unique.
standard right now because of the new rotation rules. It's very entrenched. And what I mean by this is that it's really hard for the card to break either a new deck or even break into a new deck. And we see this a lot, for example, on the mono red shell, where we saw some people play with Tersa, the new card from Takir, but it was not exactly seen everywhere. Some shells, even after Tarkir, still played Zero Terza or maybe just two, and the deck just stayed good. Maybe a bit less good now that Prowess is a thing, and Oculus is also very strong deck, and the Omniscience, of course, the deck that hunts down these mono red type of decks. But still, we saw that it needs to be a really high powered card to break into a new deck. Do I think Gilles does this? I really like the mana war on non-land permanents. I think that's quite good. I'm just not sure that the 3 mana 2/2 that bounces something and that doesn't have much more relevant text is enough. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel like it's not like Kara's gonna dominate standard and like take over everything, especially since like the pool right now is quite large. But it's just like a very unique effect, and that's like I want to have it in the back of my mind.
I think it's worth to keep in mind this card and look for any potential places where it might shine.
Yeah, definitely.
So now it's my turn to select one.
Yeah, let's talk
And
about one of your cards.
I think I have one in mind that I want to go for. That's very interesting. This one, the black one. So Zephyroth, I think that's how it says. So Sephiroth.
Mm-hmm.
So it reads 3 mana, 3/3, enters or attacks. You may sacrifice another creature. If you do, you draw cards. And then when another creature dies, target opponent loses one, you gain one. And if it's fourth time this ability triggers, you transform it. And the other side, it's quite strong. It's a 5/5 flying. When it transforms into this seraph of one winged angel, you get an emblem, which is whenever a creature dies, target opponent loses one and you gain one. And when you attack, you may sacrifice any number of creatures, and you draw that many cards. So basically, it's the other side, but quite a lot more powerful. And it's not quite for standard that I'm looking this card, but for modern. I think might see play in Yawgmoth. What
Oh,
do you think?
Yawgmoth. I have not thought about this for Yawgmoth. This is just a blood artist, right?
Yes, because it's not only a blood artist, so opponent loses one, you gain one life, but it also provides a bit more value as well, because when it enters, you can sacrifice a young wolf, draw a card, or sacrifice an insect token and draw cards. Same when it attacks. And if you flip it, you get the emblems forever. So it's an emblem that you can use to combo off anytime you want.
Right.
And it's
So
going to be
anytime you
nice.
have the Yawgmoth Will combo, you get to pop off.
Exactly. So I think, I mean, it's a bit awkward because 3 mana it's all this stuff, and you cannot green suns for it. But I think I'm up to give it a try. It seems very interesting.
You can be cast with Halfling though, so a
Halfling
legendary
with
creature.
yes, it can be cast with halfling for
Honestly,
uncounterable.
that's super interesting. I like that a lot. I think that it's a much better card for Yawgmoth than I anticipated. I didn't even consider it in this context, but I guess it sounds very good. I actually was thinking about this card, and I'm very high on it in standard. I think there's some very, very good like shells that generate a lot of tokens that can utilize the Sephiroth's card advantage ability. Thanks to that, like there's this uh, Surveyor card from the Tarkir that
Yeah,
is a 2 mana 1/3 flyer that it endures one whenever you attack. It's a
yeah,
very good card, and it curves nicely into Sephiroth. You can attack and play Sephiroth, sack the token, then forever going forward, you get to pay a life. You actually not even pay a life. You get to have opponent lose one life to draw a card every single turn. That sounds very good. Together with Preacher of the Schism and some other build around cards, they're actually good by themselves. I think there's auto merit for this card in standard as well. So yeah, I'm excited about this one as well.
yeah. This
Very
is
good.
definitely one to keep in mind. I mean, for plenty of formats, modern, standard, I think it will see play. It's just a matter of finding the right shell. So I have good news.
Got some magic.
Back. We got some magic. We have
Let's go.
Jeskai Prowess against Affinity. So two decks that we have seen in the past, but I think are very interesting to see again. What do you think about this matchup?
Honestly, I have no clue. I have not played enough prowess to face affinity. I have not played enough affinity to face prowess. But I would assume that prowess has to be like a little bit favored here. The affinity can be a little bit slow to get on the ground early, and if they cannot draw multiple portable holes to deal with the early aggression, it might be difficult to stabilize.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. It's yet another matchup where Affinity uh, doesn't have a lot of interaction, just like Merfolk. There's no dispatch main deck. There's really no fatal push or galvanic discharge and holy heat. So I think if Jeskai Prowess can just play into his own game plan, we know, like Slingshot turn 2, or some strong DRCs turn 1 with Delirium. I mean, I think it's going to be a really surprisingly easy game 1 for Jeskai Prowess, but we'll see. What do you think Affinity needs to see in order to have a chance?
Well, I would want to start off on an Emery or a Tamio for sure, and do the bolt check. If your opponent does not have a bolt, then you can probably get something going there and hyperpower your affinity plan with the Tamio clues. But other than that, I think like getting down on early Saga to potentially grab Shadow Spear and stabilize life total after some time is very crucial as well. So I would probably want to see a Tamio into Saga draw that potentially casts a lot more spells thanks to the 0 drops artifacts.
Yeah, I think so. I think a very strong start from Matteo could really get into to a good situation. Let me see here. I think we are having some technical support, so I will quickly fix them while we perhaps there we go. It was fixed quite
Good.
fast. So sorry about that, chat. But it should now be perfect, right? Yeah,
Great.
great.
Yeah, we got
So
it.
we see that, like I was saying, Affinity can have a very quick start, and I think a card that's probably very important in the matchup is one that we saw earlier today, which is Ether Spellbomb.
Yeah, that's true. Probably
And
can
if
some of
Affinity
those.
can find a spot where it has Emery in play and Ether Spellbomb, it can quite efficiently control the board and maybe steal this game.
Yeah, definitely. By the way, Mem Knight is not a common card to play in Affinity. I guess it's like more of a aggressively slanted version of the deck.
Yeah, and it seems to meet his nemesis, a Lava Dart,
No,
which
no.
quickly takes the Mem Knight out.
Means the reason you shouldn't play that card immediately.
Exactly.
By the way, Felipe, I'm really an enjoyer of old border cards because this Mox Opal is a treat.
It is a treat. It is a treat. I thought you were going to say those lava darts are beautiful because I can tell you they
Oh
are
yeah,
expensive. I tried to buy some for myself.
really? I have like
Yeah,
a playset of them, like
yeah,
out
but
of.
like English near mint, they are harder to find than you think.
Oh, mine are English, but far from New Mint, so maybe
Yeah,
that's the reason.
that's probably the
I
issue.
do,
It's
I
those
do
ones.
like some beat up cards though. I enjoy like giving them a new life, a new chance at shining in the spotlight.
Yeah, it definitely gives them some character, huh?
Oh yeah, for sure.
So I was looking at Fabrizio decklist, and I see for Mem Knight for a new top tier.
Well, that's very aggressive. I guess that's like a lot more like the deck lists in the past. Is he like also low on the Tamio Emery plan? Does he
I
not
can
play
tell
those
you,
cards?
yes, 4 Emery and 0 Tamio. Now
Four
that's
Emery and zero
surprising.
Tamio. Okay, yeah. I guess like you can definitely take that approach, and it makes a lot of sense if you want to be like super aggressive. But well, a lot of people don't want to skim on the sheer power of Tamio.
The other surprising fact about Fabrizio's list is that I see 4 Springleaf drums in the main deck. Quite
With
a
the
big
zero
amount for the
drop
card.
with the zero drop artifacts, I think it makes a lot of sense. It's just like a ramp spell.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, if this seems like the type of list that wants to play 7 cards on turn one and then
Yeah,
just slam Kappa Cannoneer
yeah,
or some thought casts or thought monitors on turn two, and I think Fabrizio is exactly trying to do that this game as well. Now I'm getting worried for him though because Matteo is thinking too much about his turn.
yeah. He's in the tank. Let's see if this is cast or
Ooh.
plotted, and it seems to be cast right into this metallic rebuke.
Right into a rebuke. So I guess it would be a good argument to maybe play around that rebuke. But I see another
Yeah,
one in Mateo's list.
if you just plot, you can probably either pay for the rebuke next turn or maybe force Fabrizio to tap out for the rebuke. And now, like, what else is Fabrizio gonna do with this with his mana other than just use it for rebuke?
Exactly. So now Fabrizio is in a position that maybe if he drops a quick threat here, that we don't see the Kappa Cannoneer, but we see the Thought Monitor coming in. It's not going to put a lot of pressure on Mateo's life total though. 2-2.
Well, it is a good carrier of some equipment, though. Does Fabrizio have any equipment in this deck, though? Like
We
the
see a Shadow Spirit in play actually.
oh yeah, Shadow Spear is in play, but no no cranial plating,
No Nethelsis, no
none of
nothing like
those.
that.
None of those. Okay.
But we see that Shadow Spear, and a really easy way for Matteo to lose this game is having a construct big enough to gain a lot of life from that Shadow Spear.
Yeah,
So
for sure. So that's
could be
like
the game plan.
that's a very good card to already have in your hand or in play rather, and also the Saga slots right into that plan as well.
Lots right in perfectly indeed. I did see some good cards in Matteo's hands as well. And what I'm thinking is if Matteo just moves forward and plays, let's say, Slingshot, attacks for one, does not do much more than that. If next turn Fabrizio makes a construct and equips, it's still not enough to attack and gain some life. And I think Matteo can just find the correct cards to kill from that spot. So let's see how exactly Matteo follows up on his turn, and let's see if Fabrizio has any other way to slow down Matteo's aggression.
Yeah, and I guess Mateo has to find an answer for this Emery. This is gonna run away from the game with the game as well. So either get the game over with or deal with the Emery is the proposition here.
Indeed. If you are Fabrizio, or maybe if you are a viewer, you would say, no way Fabrizio loses this game. He's at 20 life, right? I mean, what's the worst that can happen?
We've seen this happen before. I've attacked with a thought monitor on 20 live before and then felt like, well, I guess I needed to block this 17-3 slick shot show off.
Yeah, and we have seen it happen before, and it
There's
might just
already a
be
lava dart in the graveyard, I remind you, after this
indeed. So
knight was
it
killed
might be the
early.
case that Matteo just kills out of nowhere. It would not be a surprise for me. So now we do see the steel cutter coming in play. Let's see if it's as good as people say it is, huh?
Yeah, I guess like it's one of the last turns where the cutter would be good in tempo because there's Urza Saga will make tokens to block it very soon. Here's a Mishra's Bubble as well to pump the Slickshot show off and the token.
Quite an aggressive play here from Matteo. Instead of setting up maybe a kill next turn, he's just going all for it. Playing cutter, playing the slingshot, attacking for 6. Quite a lot of damage, and I don't feel Fabrizio wants to block with that Emery, right? So maybe he's taking 6 damage here.
Yeah, I'll probably take 6 damage and have the Emery stick around. But like at this point, you're at 14, and there's a Slickshot show on your opponent's side. Unless you can maybe figure out a way to deal with it, there's a good chance you have to keep this phone monitor around to block the Slickshot show off. And I guess there's not many ways to give it trample rather than just the Scotty Steel Cutter, but I guess, well, Steel Cutter will do the job just fine if you need it to.
I personally played with 1 Monster's Rage.
Oh, okay. The standard special.
Exactly. I did add 1 Monster's Rage as the standard special, so it might be the case that Matteo has 1 hidden away somewhere. But I don't think that's the case. So yes, the trample is going to have to come. The damage, or most of the damage, is going to have to come from that trample of the Steel Cutter. I also want to mention Matteo only has 2 cards in hand. He's going to draw from turn to 3. So unless he finds an expressive iteration or some good preordains, I know. Oh, okay. So he has a preordain and a lava dart in hand. That might be enough to find the win.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage already, and the Slickshot show off, if he gets equipped with this Cory Steel Cutter, might just trample over for just enough.
Yes, indeed, and I don't see
Although
many.
Fabrizio is playing multiple Mox Opals right now, he has something in mind, I think, and I think that something is Aether Spellbomb, a perfect card for this turn. You did talk about it briefly.
That's the case, then that would be incredibly strong. But I don't think was it Aether Spellbomb. I think it's a Thoughtcast and another drum.
I'm pretty sure it's a
No, it
Spellbomb,
is. It is a Spellbomb.
but
You're
I
right.
believe right now it doesn't have enough mana to cast and pop it. He chooses to equip the Shadow Spear, which does not notably block a creature in the air.
No, I think he's actually dead here because if Matteo goes ahead and equips
Equip.
the slingshot, and then he has preordain lava dart, lava dart, lava dart, it's already quite
So
a lot of damage.
That's 8 damage already, and the Cory Steel Cutter is the 9th damage. The 3 lava darts is 3 additional damage. So that's already a lot.
But Matteo decides to not go through that approach and just plays a second steel cutter. I don't know how good these are when we are looking at 9/9 construct with lifelink.
I guess if a card Matteo might have in hand for the draw step is Prismatic Ending, right? He had 2 of those in his deck list when we walked in Norfolk. So Prismatic Ending would deal very nicely with this construct token and get in for a lot of damage with the Cory Steel Cutter triggers.
Another fun little play that Matteo can try to do is if he has a lightning bolt in hand, he can attack with everything and then just lightning bolts the blocked monk to kill it.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
It's a bit cute, and I don't think it's enough damage, but it's definitely something to keep in mind that Matteo can do to stop this life gain from the big guns.
Yeah, definitely. Although now if you attack with the 3/3 monk that's unequipped here and it gets blocked by the construct, you cannot really bolt it because it will all have 4 toughness. So that would be only available with the Steel Cutter copies, the Steel Cutter monks.
I'm a bit afraid because now even attacking with the slingshot, it's not that good because it trades with one of the monitors. So I don't know if this Cory Steel route is going to be enough to lock the game from it.
Yeah, with attacking for trampling slingshot that is not lethal though, will trade with 2 of those monitors anyway and will not be around for next turn. So maybe.
Well, but you could lava dart one of the monitors down.
I guess you could lava dart one of them down. Yeah, that is true.
Yeah, it's a tough position for Matteo for sure. A lot of decisions to be made here. I think he's currently still resolving the preordained. That saw
Yeah.
what did he see? A mutagenic growth, I think, and
But getting a slick shot, I think. So
just
maybe he can
slingshot, okay.
set up for like a very explosive next turn. Yeah, he's gonna top and possibly next turn go slick shot, mutagenic, trigger both of the Corey Steelcutters, and then with those Lavadars he had left over, that's a lot of damage. Possibly
Really
killing
tough.
even True and like 11 power attack with the construct that's already equipped with Shadow Spear.
These types of decisions are quite hard to make because you do have to calculate if it's enough what you are keeping on top. Because the real card you are kind of looking in this spot is Prismatic Ending and Expressive Iterations to kind of refill your board again. But it seems to me that Matteo kept both cards on top, made the decision to probably draw the Mutagenic Growth, and now he attacks with everything, which begs the question: what will he do to deal with that Shadow Spear that has lifelink?
I mean, this is absolutely not lethal if he just lets the slick shot get blocked, right?
Not even close. Not even
If
close.
if it's lethal, then I'm shocked, I guess.
No. I mean, without the lifelink, I could see a world where it's lethal because if he has another lava dart in hand,
Yeah.
go lava dart, lava dart, lava dart. But I don't think with the lifelink that's enough for.
And the mutagenic growth as well, right?
Yeah, and the mutagenic growth. But with the lifelink, I don't think that's enough to push.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like Matteo's gonna lose 2 creatures in this attack and lose, and actually Fabrizio will gain some life.
We will see. I mean, Matteo played really well in the last match we saw, so I'm sure that he has a plan. We just have to see. Okay, lava
Lava
dart on
darts,
memory.
Emery.
That's on memory? Okay. Yeah.
Maybe he plans to beat the construct in combat with the mutagenic growth. That's a possibility, I guess.
So 4, 4, 5, 5, 6, 6, 7, 8, 7, 8, 9. He could make the monk a 9/9.
Which I assume is bigger than the construct, right? 1, 2, 3, 4,
No,
5,
because it has Shadow
6,
Spear
7,
right?
8, 9.
Yeah, it's a 9/9.
So it's a 10, 10 with the Shadow Spear, right?
Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm only counting 8 artifacts. Am I missing something? Yeah, it's a 9/9, right?
Yeah, either way, it's going to be tough for this monk to beat it, and I believe it's a 10/10, but I'm not entirely sure. I think this land in the battlefield at the bottom here is a artifact land, right?
Yes, it is, but only then it's still only 4, right? Because it's 1 artifact land and then 1 saga and one of those lands that you play.
Oh, it's a Spire of Industry, not
Yeah,
a
exactly.
Darkseer Citadel. I thought it was Darkseer Citadel. Yeah, you're
So
right.
it seems
So
to me.
it's a 9/9 right now with a Shadow Spear buff.
So Matteo is going to try to do that play we just talked about. It seems he's going to try to make the monk big enough to beat that construct.
Yeah, or like to trade with the construct at least.
Yeah. What worries me about this play is that next turn we know that Fabrizio has there the spell bomb, and he's going to make yet another construct that's going to get again equipped with the Shadow Spear, and all these happens while Matteo is out of resources right now. Right? He has
Yeah, and
cards
remember,
in hand.
Matteo went top with that preordain, so on top of his deck is just a Slickshot Show-Off that does not really do much for the next turn.
Yeah, so I'm not sure exactly what's the plan here for Matteo.
I suppose there's another Lava Dart in the graveyard, just one though.
There is one Lava Dart in the graveyard, yes. So at least he can double spell and make another 2 monks. So
Yeah,
that's
so
already.
Fabrizio actually did not he did not lose life last turn, which is pretty funny.
Yeah, it is pretty funny after so many spells been cast. And I mean, we see the construct token.
Yeah, this was like
come into play.
30 damage coming at Fabrizio, and he ended up not losing life. That's pretty impressive.
It is pretty impressive. I mean, it just goes to show the power of Shadow Spear, and it goes to show as well why these prowess decks splash white. They splash white because Prismatic Ending is a catch-all card that really needs to be in the deck for these exact situations. So for the Shadow Spears, for the Deafening Silences, for the High Noons, for the Amulets, for the Frogs. I mean, this is why they are playing Jeskai and not.
Yeah, exactly. And this game, he did not even have the Shadow Spear, and yet his deck is still working through it quite well. But of course, it's an uphill battle against this Shadow Spear construct.
Indeed it is. So we have a Saga trigger resolving here, and we see here
Ornithopter.
Ornithopter.
Sick.
Probably because he needs 2 mana to equip Shadow Spear, right? So he has to tap the Topter and the Mox to equip Shadow Spear. He wants to leave the Monitor to block.
Yeah, that
Oh
makes a
no,
lot of sense. Another
another
Ornithopter from
Ornithopter.
hand. Oh.
Maybe he just
Guess
wants
he
to fire.
just wants more blockers.
Indeed, it seems that perhaps it's just about the flyer blockers that he wants, or maybe just an artifact count. Well, but fetch anything else. And Fabrizio's still not getting that Ether Spellbomb in place, so he really doesn't value it as much as we do. Oh, it cannot attack.
Yeah, no attacks that one.
Yeah, not yet, at least. But like I was saying, Fabrizio definitely not valuing the Ether Spellbomb as much as we do. Why do you think that
Yeah,
is?
and I guess he should have tapped one of the creatures for Springleaf Jam. Is that correct? He did not
Oh,
tap it,
that
right?
is correct.
Can
Indeed,
we yell at the judges or not really?
well,
Is there a way
hopefully
to
it doesn't
contact them?
matter much, but one of the cards.
I mean, another blocker for against this board. Honestly.
So we finally see the card that Matteo kept on top. It was
Oh,
the
it was
Dragon
a
Ray Channel.
channeler. Okay, I see.
And right now he's going to have some trouble. Again, so oh, there we go. It's working again. So he's going to have some trouble double spelling because to do that he's going to have to cast Lava Dart from the graveyard, and it seems like he's not interested in doing that. I think they also forgot about damage here because that's the RCS trample, so it should have dealt 2 damage.
Yeah, that's correct.
Mhm.
I mean, technically, Matteo could have chosen to deal 4 damage to the Ornithopter, so like from a judge's perspective, there's no foul play here. Although, like, obviously you don't want to do that. Oh, here's a spell bomb. So he just drew it for turn, and he wanted to equip the Shadow Spear. That's why he didn't grab it of the Saga trigger, as you mentioned last turn.
Yeah, we knew it was in hand, right? So
Oh yeah,
it's
right.
a matter of why he didn't play it earlier. But I mean, now with the attack for how much? 11 of the construct. I mean, Matteo is going to win. It's going to go to 2, and 24 damage is a bit harder to deal when you don't have cards in hand to trigger those prowess.
Yeah, no, I'm ready to go with it.
Yeah, this is definitely not looking good for Matteo from this spot.
Although, you know, we've seen the deck deal more damage than necessary here.
It's definitely possible.
They did not gain the life as well, so that's an issue. I believe the Wally Fabrizio should get 24.
Well, but that's definitely something that cannot be forgotten. I think I see a 24 on this live pad, so I'm going to just assume
Okay,
that.
yeah, so they just didn't click it on the pad. It's
Yeah,
fine.
and clicking on the pad. I think, yeah. So
Yeah,
we're
that is
saying
fixing it.
about the damage. I think there's a possibility that Matteo deals that damage, but I think it has to be a perfect draw. It has to be iteration into urge and bobble and mutagenic growth, something like that. So we can put the urge in hand, put the mutagenic growth exiled, and then he has to catch the mutagenic growth, mill the lava darts from the DRC. You see where I'm going? So maybe
Yeah.
there is definitely a possibility, but it's
Yeah, Matteo has
hard.
even considered sacrificing the lava dart in the upkeep to survive with Dragon's Channeler because that draw step is so important.
Yeah, I think that would have
Bubble.
been a great decision to do so because I mean the way you win this game kind of assumes that you're going to cast the lava dart anyway, right? So I could see that being a good play.
So I guess at this point, the only out that Matteo might have is just if this lava dart surveys another lava dart, and that other lava dart should probably survey another lava dart, and maybe then it's getting somewhere. But
yes,
it's not
actually,
necessarily like true that this will be enough damage. But the lava darts can get rid of some
yeah.
blockers
I
as
mean,
well
if you chain lava darts and then you draw a lightning bolt from the bubble
on the upkeep.
on the upkeep,
Maybe
that's enough at the end of the day. I mean, core steel cutters, they add up a lot of power on the board really quickly, but it seems that is not on the menu.
No, but I was just conceding because I assume that the top card with bubble was not lava dart, and that was the start of it, and not even close to the finish though.
Indeed. So looking at Fabrizio's leg list here, which is a bit more interesting than Matteo's because we already saw it. What do you think about here on the sideboard? What are we looking for? I see the whip flares. That's definitely a must. Maybe the Tormod script affecting Delirium is always quite important. Perhaps the AWare might dispatch. What do you think?
Yeah, so I like Dispatch a lot because it deals with the haste creatures nicely in either Swiss Spear or more importantly, Slingshot Show Off. So that card is definitely a easy in for me. I don't think I love Haywire Might. Well, the Cory Steelcutter is very, very strong and an important card for the Fire strategy. I feel like if we try to fight them on that angle, and they probably already got some value out of it, it's not going to be very productive for us. Although being a blocker and gaining some life while also dealing with the Cory Steelcutter might have some merit. So possibly Highwire might. I definitely like the dispatch. As you said, Tormod script pretty good to turn off Delirium against some of those aggressive openers would probably be pretty good. Whip Flare I don't love because, well, those creatures usually have 2 toughness, but they also usually have prowess. So it's very difficult to set up a turn in which Whip Flare will actually kill multiple creatures. Or like...
I agree with you 100%. I actually can tell you I play the Pyroclasm in my sideboard in the RCQ, especially because, I mean, your creatures, all of them have prowess. If you play Pyroclasm, you trigger prowess, they don't die. Your Boros opponent's creatures die. But on the other hand, it's not a card that I don't dislike in the mirror as well, because it is true that they can just trigger prowess, but it's not always that easy to trigger prowess on your opponent's turn.
Yeah, so you are never going to kill your own creature with Whip Flare, or with Pyroclasm, but that is not necessarily true that if you don't control the effect, right?
Yeah, exactly. So it might we might see Fabrizio bringing in this Whip Flare thing. Wear and Tear, do you think it's good enough to deal with Cory Steelcutter, or is that a card that you are not worried about?
I don't think I would like Wear and Tear in my deck. There's only 4 Cory Steelcutters, and I would hate to be left with Wear and Tear in my hand as my opponent is beating me down with 2 Slingshot Show-Offs.
Sounds about right. I think AWire Might is good enough, also because you can fetch it with Saga, also because it gains life. But I think for sure that Wear and Tear is not exactly what we are looking for. So looking at Mateo's list, for Consigned to Memory, we already had this discussion. Maybe not exactly what you are looking for against this type of affinity decks. But what do you think about Wear and Tear and Only Heat, perhaps even Spell Pierce?
Yeah, so I don't think I love any copies of Spell Pierce or Consigned to Memory. I think those cards are pretty lackluster in the matchup. Although other times Spell Pierce can work, it will often also be overpowered by the abundance of mana your opponents may have, and a lot of their threats are also creatures, so it doesn't get caught by that. I would be excited about the Mystical Dispute because it hits the creatures, but Spell Pierce not so much. I believe Unholy Hit is okay, especially if opposing deck plays Emry, Lurker of the Log, and it can be okay to deal with some blockers at an opportune moment. Although, in general, when you want to use Unholy Hit, you want it to kill the creature it targets, and with the constructs in this deck, that is not a given.
For sure, and we also see the Wear and Tears. Those are, of course, something that we want to bring in. It is with all the artifacts. It also deals with Saga, which can be a problematic card. But I think in this specific matchup, those prismatic endings are going to do a lot of the heavy work.
Definitely. You want to get rid of those Shadow Spears, you want to get rid of those, sometimes Mox Opals, sometimes a blocking creature. Definitely prismatic endings, something I am very excited to have in this matchup.
Indeed. So the players seem to be starting here, so let's go back to the match. So we have seen this affinity deck already 2 times, right? Do you think it has a place in the meta, or is it just too weak against the bulk of the modern deck?
Oh no, I think it has a lot of merit in the current meta game. I think it has some incredibly powerful openers that are very difficult to beat by the mid-range decks, and then it can have some opening hands that contain multiple interactive pieces like Metallic Rebuke or Dispatches and the like that can deal very well with the combo decks and the like. So I think it has a lot of merit, and I actually like it quite a bit in the current meta game. Maybe I myself don't love it too much because it gets hosed by some specific cards quite hard. Like if Wrath of the Skies is a thing you're going to be playing against in most of your matches, I wouldn't want to be on the affinity side. But then again, if Wrath of the Skies is not a thing you are expecting to face, I think the deck is very, very strong.
For sure, I think I agree with that statement. Affinity can have quite some strong starts. I think it has plenty of weaknesses as well, specifically those consistent fast combo decks, Amulet, Storm, Belcher. But I think it has a really good mid-range plan against Blue Black Frog, which can attack. It can attack the deck through very a plethora of different ways, and of course against Boros as well, and all the more mid-range aggro decks. It seems to have an okay plan.
Yeah, definitely. I would love to play those matchups with Affinity, but I would love to also dodge Amulet Titan.
For sure.
And I guess there is an Amulet Titan at 3-0, so it needs to watch out.
For
Fabrizio
sure,
is
for
in that
sure. I
route.
think Fabrizio needs to be careful if that Amulet or if they meet in the top eight, if not in the Swiss, then at least in the top eight. It might be the case that it's it's
Fabrizio is,
dangerous.
by the way, going down to 4. That's brutal.
You know,
I believe he had just like no landers or like two Urza Sagas as lands. Very rough hands to keep.
yeah, yeah. If but if there's a deck to go down to 4, Affinity is not the worst one.
Oh, I believe it's actually probably among the worst ones because you need a critical mass of artifacts to cast your spells. Like, what kind of hand do you keep on 4 that gets you there? Like, I guess it has to be like an Emry that just casts multiple artifacts over the course of a couple of turns to buy back that advantage you have lost by mulliganing to 4. But other than that, pretty difficult for me to imagine a hand being very good. Maybe some podcasts and Fod monitors, but those are difficult to cast on 4.
You know, the problem I think is that Fabrizio doesn't play Tamios because I can see some forehand decks, some forehand cards some four cards end, sorry, that goes as like Saga into or I don't know land that produces blue into Mox into Tamio into something else, and then you just
Yeah,
kind of rely on that Tamio to maybe
yeah, certainly.
have a
But
chance to win the
look,
game.
Felipe, it seems that Fabrizio has a hand that goes Saga Springleaf Jam. What if he has just like a 0 mana creature plus a land next turn? It starts creating tokens starting on turn 2. That's going to be very powerful and definitely a way to buy back that card disadvantage you have just lost by the mulligans.
For sure, for sure. So I can imagine some four card hands that are decent enough, but of course it's not in the position you want to be, especially when you're playing against such an aggressive deck like Prowess that leads with Cutter on turn 2, but no bubble,
Although,
unfortunately.
yeah, Cutter without a creature on turn 2, it feels so bad every single time. I hate to do it. I would just
Yeah,
prefer to pass with no action than to play the Cutter and not create a creature. Like, this is made to make monks, and it is not making monks right now.
exactly. I mean, post sideboard, I'm trying to think because Mateo probably cut some of those mutagenic rows because I think if he had one, he would definitely have played it on that Swiss Spear and make the monk an attack. So there's
Oh,
not a lot of
assuredly.
ways to trigger that Core Steel on turn 2, just like 4 bubbles, and not much else, correct?
Yeah, I believe so. But it still feels pretty bad.
For
I guess
sure
if,
it
if
does.
you got no other proactive plays, then that's fine. It sets you up very nicely for a following turn that's pretty explosive with casting multiple spells and prowessing all those creatures.
For sure. So see Mateo thinking here. Of course, I see an unholy it in his hand, so definitely brought that card in, which makes a lot of sense. And Fabrice, you can just make a 3 construct token, right?
Okay, as far I can see, does Mateo's hand contain just a Slickshot Shove and 2 unholy hits? If that's so, that he must have mulliganed as well, right? He's like on
Yeah, in
5.
multi 5, I believe.
Okay, so maybe it's a fair game. Multi 5 versus multi 6.
Yeah, it's definitely a fair game, and I see.
Oh,
Honestly,
and
I like
the
this hand
other
quite a lot as well.
because Fabrizio had to make a
That's illegal. Stop.
it's illegal. Yeah, well, thankfully Matteo has noticed. Yeah, so Fabrizio had to make a construct right there because the floating mana would leave his mana pool in the beginning of combat. So Matteo still had an opportunity to cast the other hit on the 2/2 construct, making a token and getting in for 5 damage.
Yeah, the cards ended up aligning pretty well because it also took the creature from the board that Fabrizio needed to make a construct now. So, I mean, this saga ended up not being as powerful as it maybe should have been or could have been to give Fabrizio a chance to win this game.
Yeah, certainly. And now with no construct, just a mana floating of the Urza Saga, not sure what can Fabrizio get here. Depending, it is strongly dependent on the contents of his hand. So let's see what he can do. But well, Matteo only has a Slickshot Show Off in his hand, so not really very possible for him to trigger a Cory's Steel Cutter next turn, unless he draws Bubble, in which case it is probably like 74 damage coming down.
Indeed. Let's hope let's hope for Fabrizio that Matteo doesn't find that bobble, or
Yeah.
even worse than bobble, a mutagenic growth.
Oh yeah,
Would
Mutagenic
be
would be
quite
even
bad.
more brutal.
I
A
actually think
Mux
mutagenic growth would
Opal.
just be straight lethal. I think so.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
A Mux Opal
8,
picked up
10,
here.
8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah. So we see Moxel picked up here. We see another drum, but these drums are not very good without creatures in play.
Yep, not great.
Um, I think maybe I'm trying to understand how Fabrizio. Oh no, Matteo drew the preordain. That's bad as well because if he finds a land, he can double spell with that slingshot.
Yeah, finds like honestly, no bad draws here, right? Spells are good, lands are good. Here's a land and a spell.
That's a land and a wear and tear, not even any spell, a wear and tear,
Yeah.
which can be quite fun
Although
to take all the opportunities.
although the land is a fetch land, so he's either taking the land and casting the Sleek Shot, or taking the wear tear and not casting it at all this turn. So I would believe that this is a land to hand, crack it, play a Sleek Shot, get in for like 4, 5, 6, 7 damage, and be happy about this situation, I guess. With another draw step coming.
I think that's the better play because deal 7 damage would put Fabrizio down to 5. You know, well, actually, I was about to say you have to be careful because it's open necklist. Matteo knows Fabrizio has Whiplash.
Oh yeah, with that, yeah, that's right. Maybe you don't want to expose it too much. Maybe the Slickshot Show Off may be going to plot itself, so it doesn't walk into the whip flare too much.
Yeah. The thing is, if you plot it, you don't trigger the cutter, which is kind of what you want to do. But I think the safest play could be to go plot slingshot, attack with what you have on board, and then next turn, even if your opponent plays the whiplash, you can go cast the plotted slingshot, play the spell that you just draw, trigger Core Steel, attack for lethal. I
Yeah,
think that could be the safe.
you do have to draw the spell though, so that is kind of rough and not inconsistent. So kind of a damned if you do, them if you don't situation. You kind of have to hedge your bets here and hope that it doesn't have hope that Fabrizio does not have a whip flare, because that would be quite nice stabilization of the bot state.
Yeah, it seems Matteo has no fear. He's just saying, if you have it, you have it. So show it to me. And it seems that
Now, assuming it's a pot monitor, has been counting
Hot
it this way.
Monitor. So Hot Monitor can still find it, and he has access to red mana. Let's see what comes from the draws.
I believe there's a podcast off the top as well.
So again, another 2 redraws. We are
Bubble
looking at the 3 off and
podcast.
podcasts.
They don't stop coming.
Fabrizio drew 6 cards this turn, 7 with the draw step 1, but it seems like he did not find the whiplash.
Do you really draw 6 cards if 2 of them are Mem Knights? Does that count?
That's a good philosophical question. And it's Fabrizio agrees with you.
I would guess that not really. And I would assume that Fabrizio saw a spell on top, which is like, okay, spell, can beat it, go to game 3.
No, he actually saw a Monastery Swift Spear, but I think that would still be lethal with everyone attacking. So,
yeah, possibly.
So yeah, that's it. We go to game 3, which is nice for us because we have yet another game of Jeskai Prowess, which I love to see. And it gives us a bit of time to go through the deck lists again. And I have a question for you here. Of course, this deck is very new, so everyone is still working on it. Do you think this more aggressive, so red focus deck list is the correct way to go with Prowess, or do you think we could see more Seethers or maybe Yachts and less pump spells to make a more consistent mid-rangey version of this deck? What do you think is best?
there's been deck lists popping up lately online that have played that have leaned way harder into the prismatic ending part of the deck. Just cut all groves or violent urges, played some more creatures in like Soulscar Mage, and just focus on accruing a advantage of over the course of a longer game and have some strong answers to opposing cards, and just like being less aggressive. So they automate stick shot show off, and I think that's a fair way to approach the meta game. And that deck is a little bit more, I would guess, consistent at playing the longer game because you don't have those dead cards that don't work if your opponent is very heavy on removal. But then again, you do miss out on a lot of power when you cannot propose those 2 and 3 kills, which this deck does a lot of, right? And it always feels pretty bad when you technically could build your deck in a way that's gonna be very, very strong and proactive, just to get the trade-off of being a little bit more reactive, where you probably should just try to get your opponent dead.
For sure, I think I agree with you. I think that it really depends on exactly what do you want to do. I think these current versions of prowess are very aggressive, very explosive. They definitely align well against the meta with strong combo decks and strong Eldrazi decks. But I think there's a bit of an argument to go with a slower approach. Maybe play some conceders, some ops, maybe even some stock ups. And rely more on the core steel cutter and the consistency of the pressure that it inputs, and less on this explosive, mutagenic row, violent urge, you to deal 20 damage. It's obviously something fun to discuss. That's for sure.
Yeah, there's multiple different ways to go about this, and maybe the right way is somewhere in between. Maybe you should play the slick shot show-offs and the prismatic endings, just like Matteo he decided.
Exactly. So looking again at Fabrizio's deck list, that's an interesting one because it definitely doesn't follow the stock version of the list. Well, do you think playing with 4-man knights, 4 omnitopters, and just go a more aggressive, I want to turn to Kappa Cannoneer route is better than going for the consistent Tamio and Emery loops and then control-ish types of versions?
Yeah, like there's definitely some tension here. I honestly don't really see the appeal of playing the multiple copies of Memnites and Ornithopters without some equipments to equip them to. So maybe going for that route might be a little bit stronger. But definitely there's essentially a twofold way to think about the Affinity deck: super aggressive or a little bit more controlist and able to play the long game. And I guess this deck kind of doubles into both with Emery. But then again, Tamio is quite impressive at attacking, but impressive at playing the long game.
Sure, I think having this big amount of zero mana artifacts also helps. Making all these podcasts and thought monitor cards good, because sometimes it can be a bit awkward when you have all these affinity cards in hand and no way to cast it. So the game already started here, and we saw that with these affinity decks is always very explosive, and we see that we have a second Emery coming down, and the first one met a lightning bolt.
Yeah, there's an Ornithopter hiding out in the lands as well, not sure why.
Yeah, not sure why as well, but it seems that the second Emery got bolted again, and by the way, got beta bolted again, which is beautiful.
Oh, maybe. Are you sure those are beta? Aren't they like the foreign black bordered 4th edition
Would
ones?
be foreign blackboard, it's true.
Yeah.
It would be like Italian foreign.
A lot more common those are.
A lot more common.
And I think there are one word. That's as far as I can see. I believe there are one word. So I would assume it's also. There's still very nice bolts, by the way.
For sure.
No
for
shade.
sure.
No shade. No shade.
Border bolts. I mean, I said better because I do have better lightning bolts. I love them.
Oh, that's sick.
But they are really beautiful indeed.
Yeah, I believe Matteo is a enjoyer of original printings. I see that all of his cards are from just the original printing set.
Printings. Yeah. That's
the beautiful original Ravnica Shocklands as well as Zendikar Fetchlands.
Indeed. So we were just talking about it, and it seems that we are not wrong, because I see Fabrizio's hand, and it has quite a lot of these affinity cards, and they are not that good when you have to actually pay a lot of money for them.
Yeah. And I see, I guess with the Springleaf Drum drawn, he can cast the podcast that we're laying in his hand a little bit.
If he sees some Mem Knight or Omnitopter, he can have another artifact and play that Thought Monitor he has in hand. So let's see if he finds the correct cards.
Just 4 artifacts right now on the battlefield, though.
So what worries me from this position is that I believe Fabrizio is very well dead if he doesn't cast some sort of
If
interaction.
you let your prowess opponent untap with a Monastery Swiftsuit as well as a Slickshot show off, I don't see your game ending very well.
Yeah, I already see a Lava Dart there.
I would love to see this Ornithopter be pushed a little bit forward, just in case Matteo gets caught off guard by it blocking from the trenches of Darkchi Citadel and Island.
You know, it's funny because even I got caught off guard. I kind of forgot that Ornithopter was there, and I knew about it.
yeah.
So
we just talked about it.
It is worrying me a bit, but I do think Matteo was lethal here. So the only thing that he has to do is to play lands. He has to Lava Dart that Omnithopter down, and then Lava Dart again from the graveyard. I know he has 2 in hand, and I think that's enough lethal to finish the game here. So let's see if Matteo finds that play, and let's see if Fabrizio doesn't have anything to do with that 1 mana open that he has, right?
Yeah, but like there's like even the Lava Dart alone just kills the Ornithopter, and that's how much damage? That's already 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's 11, not quite lethal, but I guess
no, because he has 2 Lava Darts and he has
2 Lava Darts. Okay, 2 Lava Darts are certainly lethal.
Yeah, certainly lethal. So it's more of a matter of, is Matteo going to play around the dispatch, take it more conservatively, or is it going to just go all in, make you have it? If you don't have it, it's GG. And it seems like he's going to just say, if you have
it, I guess dispatch is one thing you have to keep in mind here, but I would probably just go for it. Like, what's the worst that can happen if they dispatch you?
No dispatch,
damage, and you win if they don't.
Second Lava Dart, pump again, and it's over.
Yep, that's 5
quickly
damage.
as it started.
That's 5 damage. That's 16 damage, and the Lava Dart's gonna deal some more, so that's for sure lethal. And like, he's left with 2 lands and two cards in hand as well, so like that, even if the dispatch is there, it's not a big deal. Not the end of the world, assuredly.
And now it's not even a possibility. The Omnithopter died, there's no white mana floating, and that's way more than lethal. So that's 6 damage plus 11, so yeah, that's 17 damage.
Yeah, Fabrizio kinda rough there. This deck tends to sometimes have those hands where you don't draw enough of the one pile of your deck and way too many of the other. And here we saw that in great effect. He just had a bunch of podcasts and pod monitors, not quite enough artifacts. So he couldn't really get that train going. If he would start casting those podcasts and pod monitors, I bet he would just draw 10 cards and make million power over the course of like a turn or two, but well, he just drew more podcasts, so he could never get out there.
It's one of the ways this affinity deck stumbles. It just, if it doesn't have a good amount of 0 mana artifacts to really go and get that affinity started, you could just keep your hand locked with all these podcasts, monitors, and cannoneers, and then it's just not good enough. And if you stumble even for 1 turn against prowess, well, that turn is enough to.
They don't give you a lot of time. They are
really waiting damage. Yeah. So that was a fun matchup. It was actually not that fast, so I don't think we'll have to wait too much about it for the next round.
Yeah, for 2 quite aggressive decks and at least quite aggressively built list of affinity, this match took quite a long time, but I guess it ended up finishing just before the round ended. I guess the mulligan to 4 didn't help, and mulligan to 4, mulligan to 5 didn't help the speed in game 2. So it makes a lot of sense, and well, we should be heading to round 5 soon enough.
Soon enough, yes, indeed. And I will like to say that round 5 will be the last round you will have myself and Bartek. So keep that in mind. But I'm sure we will leave you in good hands. So keep logged in, keep watching. We still have a lot of magic. I think it's 7 rounds in total plus top 8.
Yeah, that's it. 7 rounds, 111 people. A big crowd here in Modena.
Indeed.
As always with the Italian tournaments, multiple people from all around Italy coming in, and the scene there is booming. I guess it's the biggest Magic scene in Europe, probably, right?
I was about to say, I think it is, but I don't think Poland is that far away from it.
Oh, I would say it's probably quite far away. But we actually, most of the major cities do have a booming scene of Magic the Gathering. So and
because
we do have a lot of those Paprika's events that are like the destination qualifier slash Unity qualifier things that happen every 3 months, and this is going to be one at the end of June here. It is also going to be the regional type event for Unity, so excited to attend those. But well, I guess Italy has a couple of more of those in different parts of Italy, and we only have that one major scene. But we do have also like a big pauper scene that also gathers 100 plus people every single time for big tournaments. So yeah, we're getting there.
I can tell you the perspective that I have is that, of course, Italy, the biggest country in Europe for Magic. I mean, they have plenty of players and a very lively competitive scene. But the perspective that I have is that Poland is, I mean, not that far off. Maybe it's because you have such a strong competitive community. You know, a lot of strong names come from Poland, and maybe that's why I think you guys have a very good Magic scene. But yeah, maybe it's not the case.
Yeah, you go to a local RCQ that's like 25 people, and if you counted every single every single Magic Online challenge win, it's probably in the hundreds among the people in the tournament, and you're like, well, yeah, you know, maybe not the easiest RCQ you ever had. Yeah, maybe a little bit harder than those, you know, rural Spain 8-person RCQ that's actually 7-person, but the 8-person signed up just to fire the event. Yeah, like, not the easiest was to win there, but yeah, we have some incredible players. And just this weekend, there was an RCQ in Wrocław, Poland, and like among the people there were like Asmodeus, Xerk, Canister, Jędrek. Like there's so many great Polish players that just wreck the scene, and it's very difficult to win the tournament here. But you also get to improve a lot. Playing against great players really does improve your skills. So get out there, go play those large events, go give yourself the chance to play against the greats of any country. Like find those destination qualifiers, find those Unity League qualifiers, and get out there and just play. It's the best way to improve.
I mean, if you really want to improve, that's the best way to do it. You just have to surround yourself with other people that are good and that really want to improve as well. But yeah, that's definitely the perspective that I have outside of Poland. Is that maybe you don't have the quantity, but you definitely have the quality, and you have a very big online presence as well. And it's funny because every time I go with my friends to those tournaments or those spotlights, those RCs, we always joke about how much we want to beat a Polish guy in tournaments. we can finally bring that team down a bit. It's always fun when that happens.
Yeah.
So I think
very strong ones.
We have about 5 minutes. I'll let you choose, Bartek. Do you think you want to talk a bit, or should we take a 5-minute break and then we can come back for round 5?
Let's take a 5-minute breather and come back for round 5 fresh
perfect,
and ready.
Thank you very much, guys. 5 minutes and we will be back.
Don't go anywhere.
Hello, everyone. We are back. How are you doing, Bartek?
I'm
Nice
doing
quick
pretty
break.
well. Yeah, nice quick break. Got some snacks, got some water. Ready to go.
Perfect. So, the stream has not yet started. So, while we wait, I would say it's a great opportunity to do what we were doing before, which is some Final Fantasy spoilers. What do you think
Let's
about
go.
that?
Yeah,
Sounds
let's
good.
go.
Let's jump into them then. Last time we were here, I selected the Sephiroth. Sephiroth. Anyway,
Yeah.
this one. So it's your turn.
Okay, give me traveling chocobo.
Oh, traveling
That's
chocobo.
it's at the top on the right.
Oh,
It's the
there we go.
bird
Oh,
tribal card, and I am excited about this one because I have no clue what this entails. Because I actually did a Scryfall search yesterday on birds in standard, and it's not that great. There's not too many ones that trigger on ETB. There's not too many ones I would like to put in my deck without like trying to force myself to play birds. So I'm kind of excited what Final Fantasy brings itself. I guess there is a sub team in Limited that is around birds, so maybe that's gonna spawn an archetype in standard as well. So what Traveling Chocobo does is a 3-mana 3/2. You may look at your top card of your library at any time. You may play lands and cast bird spells from the top of your library. And then if a land or bird entering the battlefield causes a triggered ability to trigger, you repeat that ability once more. So essentially this is like a Panharmonicon for ETBs, but only of ETBs of lands and birds. And that is a powerful effect for a 3/2 that also generates card advantage. And you just have to find the right payoff. And I believe, like, not sure if that's there right now in standard or in modern for whatever it's worth, but maybe it gets there. It's an interesting card. It's certainly a powerful one if we can enable it, and it's very cute.
correct me if I'm wrong, but birds is a tribal from Bloomborough as well, right?
Yeah, that's right.
And there are no good birds there.
No good ETB birds, but also no real great birds either. I don't think so, at least. There's Empyrean Eagle, who is, by the way, a bird. It's like one blue-white lord for flying creatures. But that will push you
Okay,
into 3 colors, so not sure how well that's going to work out.
I see.
Even Interruptor is a bird, but how often will you need to double a plot trigger? Not
Not
too
very
often.
often, I have
Not
sure.
very often, yeah.
But there's also, it's important also to say that it not only doubles the triggered abilities from birds, but also from lands. And if I'm not mistaken, at some point there was a combo deck with Aftermath Analyst and lands in standard. Am I wrong?
No, it was true. It was the like analyst combo deck, but that is long gone. I believe most of the cards rotated. That deck was based around the Streets of New Capenna lands. So those
Yes.
were not really great, and I guess spelunking is legal in standard, but that makes the triggers not happen. I guess not like Amulet of Vigor, which would be doubled by the Chocobo. So maybe there's something to it, but I just don't think it's quite there. The analyst itself is legal still, so maybe there's a combo deck waiting to be brewed, and maybe Traveling Chocobo is a piece of it.
Yeah, definitely a card to keep our eyes on. It has a lot of potential, and like you said, it is cute. I think there's also serialized versions for those that like it. So,
Oh yeah, I
something
think that's
to
true. Yeah,
look
it's the
forward
only
to.
serialized card in the set, supposedly.
Yes, indeed. So,
And it's 77 because it's from Final Fantasy 7.
oh, that makes sense. I didn't understand that 77 thing reference until now. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, well, good news. We have our match. Let's jump right into it. As you can see,
And it's the bad guys of the format, I guess, as everybody calls them, Boros Energy.
indeed the bad guys. Amulet Titan and Boros Energy, and Amulet Titan is moving into 5-year, which, to be honest, I'm quite happy to see.
No, don't say that.
No,
Just trying to
for
win.
Lorenzo.
Yeah, so we have here Lorenzo Gregory on Amulet Titan versus Ferruccio Micheli. Not sure how you spell
Yes.
your last name. Sorry if I botched it. On Boros Energy. What do you think about this matchup? Like, do you think it's another one for Amulet to farm, or what is it?
So I used to play Yogg, but afterwards, when Boros was the most played deck, the matchup was not that good. So I switched to Boros Energy for a while. And the Amulet Titan matchup, I don't think it was always it was that good. It was never that good. At least during the Ring days. Ring got banned. Amulet Titan lost a very important tool, but Boros kept being very aggressive. Post sideboard, I think there is quite a lot going for Boros Energy. But game one, I'm not sure it can really interact well enough with Hamlet to stop. What's your perspective on the match?
So I believe in most game ones, Emerald Titan will have a very fast kill that the Boros Energy deck will have very little interaction to go with. So I would assume that in game one, Emerald Titan is favored. But then for the post-board games, Boros Energy picks up some very nice tools in like Blood Moons, potentially Molten Rains, and the super aggressive plan of like, Ajanis, Gyro Souls, Ragavans and such is still there, and it can kill you out of nowhere. So it's definitely nothing to scoff at, and Amir Titan has to be mindful of dying at practically any turn when facing the Boros Energy deck, so definitely need to be careful here. But then again, Amir Titan is very good about killing your opponent yourself, so...
And I mean, we had that discussion about exactly what decks can mulligan well. And we argued a bit back and forth that Affinity was definitely not the deck that we want to mull with. But I think we can both agree Armor Titan does mull pretty well. What do you think?
Oh, definitely. Like on the merit of bounce lands alone, if you think about it, bounce land is card advantage because it provides 2 mana, but it is also counts as 2 land drops. So if you multiply, but you have 2 bounce lands, it's almost like if you didn't mulligan. Of course, for that to be relevant, it needs to go. The game needs to go for quite long, but also. The hand that wins from Titan can be quite compact. Can be 2 amulets, a Lotus Field, and a Titan. That's 4 cards. That's 5 cards, and that's all you need essentially for a win on turn 2. And it definitely can get to that point.
Yeah, and I think that's the main argument. I think it's the Amulet Titan combo is just so compact when it needs to be that you actually don't need a lot of resources to combo off. If you have that quick Amulet turn 1, if you have that quick Amulet turn 2, there's a lot of different cards that just straight out win you the game. If it's not a Lotus Field and it's a bounce land into Grazer bounce land or bounce land into Spelunking bounce land, whatever it is, there is quite a lot of different ways to get to that 6 mana. Just play Titan and win. We see here though that Boros was on the play at turn 1 Ragavan, but Lorenzo at turn 1 Amulet. So how do you think the odds are here on this game right now?
I mean, Lorenzo did mulligan to 5, so the odds are maybe not quite as much in Lorenzo's favor as I would like to see it, but as an Amulet player. But then again, Ferruccio is giving some more pressure to work with, so it's going to be even more difficult. We see a Guide of Souls and an Ocelot Pride, which is like the wombo combo of the deck coming down on turn 2 here, increasing the potential power of attacking a lot for the next turn, and in combination with like some more Ocelot Prides or a Goblin Bombardment, that's going to be very difficult to beat. Lorenzo here has a Splunking, so not quite what you want to do if you already have an Amulet in the battlefield, but it is a cantrip.
Interesting question though for our viewers. Can you explain how the Amulet Spelunking interaction works when you have both in play?
Yeah, so essentially, if a card has the written text, this card enters the battlefield tapped, like the land has the written text, this card enters tapped, you can always choose to have it enter tapped with amulets, with Spellunking's ability, so the amulet triggers. Other than that, if you, for instance, have a forest, and that's coming onto the battlefield with with Primeval Titan's trigger, you will always have to have it be untapped because it doesn't have that additional replacement ability to have it enter tapped. So essentially, most lands in the Amulet Titan deck will just enter however Lorenzo wants them. But there are some like sagas, like sometimes Shooting Woodland, like Forest, that will enter untapped no matter what.
For now, it's a bit repetitive. Having the Amulet or the Spelunking, it ends up being the same thing. But if Lorenzo plays the second Amulet, then it starts to be quite relevant for the land to enter tapped, so you can untap it 2 times with Amulet and not just 1 time with Spelunking. So from
Absolutely.
Ferruccio here, we have the Ocelot Pride pre-combat, which is also quite important because it got Ferruccio to 3 energy, enabling him to trigger the Guide of Souls, deal quite a lot of damage.
That's right.
But we are going to turn 3 of Lorenzo. We have Amulet in play. I mean, this game is still really easy for Ferruccio to lose.
Notably, Echoing Deeps is gone now, so that may make some different lines of comboing off with Amulet a bit more difficult to perform, but Ferruccio might just have like a Goblin Bombardment that won't matter. But I guess Ferruccio is now resolving the triggers of Ocelot Pride, so I will assume that we are in the end step. So the only thing that can really mess with Lorenzo's combo turn right now is like a Galvanic Discharge, which is going to be powered by a lot of energy, or maybe like a Triben Charm.
Indeed, because this is 6 cards, it's 4 tokens, 4 treasure tokens, so quite a lot of energy, quite a lot of mana, which will probably enable Lorenzo. Actually, it's not 6 cards because he didn't have the City's Blessing before.
Oh, but he should have copied the
treasures.
treasure, right?
Yes, he should have more treasures.
I believe he did not copy the treasure, but
yeah, it's hopefully it doesn't matter, but let's see.
Yeah, technically, in paper, I believe you cannot really miss that, and
no,
if
you cannot.
You were to call a judge, you would receive another token for sure, and potentially a warning. Yeah,
but yeah, I think they now thought about that, so they will for sure fix the situation. Another card that Ferruccio might have, it's Thraben Charm, and it could also kill a Titan or even interact with the graveyard in case Lorenzo goes for the combo when Ferruccio uses. Do you think it would just be straight better to just kill the Titan as soon as it enters in play, or would you wait for Lorenzo to fetch lands, maybe try to copy Titan with the Mirror Pool?
It's probably better to wait a little bit, but then again, you probably won't get anywhere with that. Thraben Charm, I would assume that the Titan player will have an opportunity to play around it. Although, like, there's definitely spots in which they will have to take a risky line, and the Thraben Charm will blow them out.
Yeah, I mean, let's not forget it's not only the graveyard. Thraben Charm can just straight up kill the Titan, which can be enough to slow down Lorenzo for another attack for lethal next turn. But let's see how it goes. Let's see exactly what Lorenzo has to start the combo from here. But I assume we both agree that Lorenzo just has to slam it, right? There's no ring to give him protection for 1 turn. There's no board wipe on game 1. So Lorenzo just has to go for it and hope that Ferruccio doesn't have anything to interact with him.
Yeah, we have a viewer mentioning about Vesuva, how it works with Spelunking and Amulet of Vigor. And actually, Vesuva itself says that it enters tapped as a copy of another. You may have it enter tapped as a copy of another permanent, and I believe the way this works is kind of weird. And it will always be an untapped land this way. There's some reasoning behind it, but I don't quite remember what it is, but it's a fun one, and it can catch you off guard.
Well, good thing we have you as the judge here to say that, because I have no clue actually how that would work. I would assume it enters tap, so you can choose, but yeah, I mean, it's quite a complicated interaction.
Oh yeah, it's not easy.
So Lorenzo is in the tank here, trying to see exactly how we can win this game.
I would assume that it starts with Amulet of Vigor number 2.
Okay, and
it does not start.
Maybe Scape Shift.
Yeah, I guess Scape Shift is the only thing that you can still keep going after this. It does like ramp you up, right?
Well, a Scape Shift for 3 can definitely find enough mana, even with just 1 amulet, to play a Titan from hand. The problem is the follow-up after that. That worries me a bit. So, what do you think is Lorenzo trying to do here? Let's assume Ferruccio has nothing, right?
Mm-hmm.
What can Lorenzo do? What's the cards that's going to try to fetch here and have to play?
So this Scape Shift, sacrificing 3 lands can just essentially be a ramp spell. You can get 2 Lotus Fields and a bounce land from 4 mana make 8 mana, and then have to spend some mana from your hand to go off from that. but on its own, a Scapeshift with one amulet, and 3 lands does not win itself. It does win from 4 lands because you can get Lotus Field, Bounce Land, Vesuva, not Vesuva, those 2 Lotus Fields, a Bounce Land, and a Tolaria West, which allows you to tutor for a Aftermath Analyst and then go off from there, generating a bunch of mana, creating some more Titans, and in the end, creating Infinite Titans. But with 3 lands, he needs some more help in his hand. I believe he just needs to have a Titan in hand as well, and maybe that's going to allow him to combo off with Aftermath Analyst. But it is a tall order, so it is highly contextual on very specific cards in Lorenzo's hand. So let's see if he navigates it to a victory here. It's definitely possible, but he seems to be quite confounded and not sure what to get with this Scapeshift.
Yeah, I think I'll recommend our viewers to grab some coffee, maybe some snacks, because I think this turn is going to take a bit of time until Lorenzo can crack this one open, or eventually concedes to the aggression from Ferruccio.
Yeah, I guess that he just gave it a brief shuffle because there's going to be more shuffling involved.
So what I'm worried here is that, let's say Lorenzo gets the lands that he needs, plays Titan. Does he also need to have the Aftermath Analyst in hand, or does he have enough resources to Titan, Tolaria West, Pact, Aftermath, and activate?
I would assume that it's not quite enough. But maybe if he just has the Analyst in hand and starts with that, then maybe he has enough mana to then cast a Titan that can fetch for the remainder of the Analyst loop package.
Yeah. So
it is going to be on thin edges, though.
So funnily enough, the best card he can have in hand is actually Aftermath itself, and not Titan.
Or one of the 4 copies of Summoner's Pact that Lorenzo's deck plays. So,
or Green Sun Zenith, right? So it would also work.
I believe there's 0 copies of that card in their deck, but there is 4 Pacts, 1 Analyst, 3 Dryads as well. So that's interesting. That a different approach than we discussed before.
I mean, Amulet is one of those decks that you can definitely build in quite a lot of different ways.
Definitely. Both the sideboard and the main deck have so many different options, and not really entirely sure what options are correct in a lot of times.
We see here Lorenzo counting up the mana. So we have currently 6 mana in play, and 2 triggers, 1 Lotus Field trigger and 1 Bounce Land trigger. I assume Lorenzo is going to go ahead, Bounce Land West, and sacrifice the 2 lands that he's more than happy to have in his graveyard.
Yeah, but that's only 6 mana, so he needs to have the 6 mana payoff, whether if it's
there's the pack.
There's the pack that's gonna get Aftermath Analyst, I assume.
Yeah, and I think from this spot it seems quite nice, unless Ferruccio has a Thraben Charm here. Being able to play this Aftermath and trigger it, I think it's going to generate enough mana for Lorenzo to be able to play West and play a Titan.
Yeah, so this seems like going down to 0 mana with this Aftermath Analyst, and then it triggers, possibly mills more lands. It did not mill any lands, but he can activate the Analyst right now, which will...
Oh, he decided not to. I'm curious on why. Was that not... Oh, Thraben Charm is on the stack! There we go.
But what was Thraben Charm targeting, though?
The exile target plays graveyard.
Oh, graveyard target, exile graveyard.
Yeah, that makes Aftermath Analyst not just not.
That makes so much sense. I didn't think about that interaction of Thraben Charm, but that is a very versatile card, and usually you don't want to exile the graveyard of an Amulet Titan player, but I guess in this spot it was very good, right?
Yeah, and Ferruccio just had exactly the card he needed, because it was a Galvanic Discharge.
So you play it.
That spot, Lorenzo would be able to make enough mana to pact for the Titan, and as soon as that Titan enters in play, fetches the Shifting Woodland, it would be over for Ferruccio, even through a Galvanic Discharge. So I'm quite impressed with this Thraben Charm and how good it was in this. So let's take a quick look at Ferruccio's deck list, because I'm quite interested on what do you think is the best cards to bring in this matchup.
Oh yeah, for sure. Molten Rain is like quite obviously a card you want to bring in against the Amulet deck, but all the time it's not going to be that great. They generate a lot of mana like on their turn, and you cannot cast a Molten Rain instant speed, but it's still going to be pretty good to cast off a turn one Ragavan into turn two Molten Rain, or to cast multiple Molten Rains to get rid of some pressure to finish the game off and stop the Amulet player quite a little bit. Orim's Chant, of course, an excellent card. You can just buy yourself another turn with Orim's Chant. You can stop your opponent's combo. Like one play pattern that sometimes comes up is opponent goes Summoner's Pact, you go Orim's Chant, essentially wasting two of their turns rather than just one with a regular kicked Orim's Chant. Werther, of course, also deals with Amulet and Saga, as well as Spelunking, so that's a card I would love to see in this matchup. But other than that, I don't think I'm excited about any other sideboard card. You could make the argument for Wrath of the Skies. I don't think I like it, though.
Yeah, I was about to say Wrath of the Skies could definitely be a possibility. I can also see an argument for Obsidian Charmo. It could be good enough. Maybe a bit too slow, especially on the draw. Perhaps we pass on that one, I suppose.
Yeah, I would say so.
And looking at the main deck, we see two Voice of Victory. That's an interesting new addition to Boros. Interacts quite well with Ocelot Pride. But the worst card in the matchup, what do you think it is? Probably Flage. It's a bit slow, a bit weak.
I believe Voice of Victory will be a very good addition to the sideboard once Ferruccio takes it out of his deck for the game 2 against his Titan deck.
That's for sure.
Other than that, I think Fable of the Mirror Break is quite slow in this matchup. I don't really want to be, setting up multiple turns ahead in the matchup where I can die any moment. Seasoned Pyromancer is a little bit better in this because it draws the cards immediately, so you can maybe draw something that can interact with the Titan deck when you need it. And Flage actually gives you some reach, so it's not the worst card, but it's probably a little bit slow. But on the other hand, if you happen to just mill over your Flage over the course of the game and then use one of your 3 Arenas of Glory to haste it, that's 12 damage on its own, so it's like a sort of a combo finish that is pretty good against combo decks in general because, you do need very little material to kill them, so you can devote all of your game plan into disrupting your opponent and then kill them with the Flage that is sort of incidentally there.
Yes, I agree. I mean, Flitch, it's quite a strong card. It's not a card that I think you would be sad for having in your deck, but it's definitely also not the best card in this matchup. It's definitely slow, very low impact for 3 mana. Not something you want to see very often. I'm trying to find Gregory Lorenzo deck list, and I see that it's here. So it seems to me like Lorenzo really went through the Drive of the Elysian Grove plan. With the 3 of them in the main deck, with the Valakuts as well. In the sideboards, we see some good cards. I like those Fire Spouts. What do you think about those?
Yeah, Fire Spouts is definitely for this matchup. Just a sweeper. You can deal with the board by yourself a couple of turns to maybe fight through some interaction that your opponent might already have. Yes, so Fire Spout definitely an auto include, probably specifically for this matchup, and maybe a little bit for the white-black Vile deck as well, but I would say mostly for the energy matchup. So you're very excited to have 3 here. Other than that, I think Dismember is pretty good. You do need to deal with some of the early creatures, and it might be decent to sideboard it in. Although it might be the thing we talked about previously. How much do you want to be the aggressor, and how much do you want to be the person who is reacting to your opponent's game plan? And this member might just be a little bit too far into the reactive side. So I would definitely not be surprised if Gregory chooses to omit that card, especially since it's open deck list and he does see that there's no Magus of Demon in the sideboard.
Yeah, I do agree with you. I think this member can be quite good to handle that early game aggressiveness, but I would say that it's definitely on the sideboard to deal with those Arbringers and Magus of the Moon that come both sideboards. But if you are Lorenzo and you are looking at Ferruccio's deck list, you see 4 Molten Rains, you see Wrath of the Skies. I mean, you don't know if he's going to bring them, but you see that. Would you think about bringing the 6 into the main deck to be able to have a chance on that mid-range fight because you know that you will be slowed down by those molten rains and that type of action.
I would say that probably some copies of Urza Saga can go from the main deck thanks to the thanks to seeing the full Molten Rain plan and potentially some Werthers and Raho the Skies. But other than that, I think it's mostly you'll play the game mostly very similarly against most lists. And well, 6 is a nice tool that can provide you with some help in the prolonged games. And especially in post-board games against energy, I would expect them to have way less point removal like Galvanic Discharge or even like Traben Charm to work very early. And 6 might take over the game just by giving you some card advantage and buying back some lands and spells just by attacking. And it might be difficult for the Boros deck to answer it very cleanly.
Indeed. So our players are finishing up their mulligans. Let's take a quick look at how things are going. Hopefully this time both players keep 7 cards because game 1 Lorenzo did move to 5, which is definitely not what you want. Let's see if we now have a quick game, and it seems that both players kept 7 lands, and we see that Urza Saga turn 1 into amulets. No fear from Static Prison, no fear from Wear and Tear, just Saga, Amulet, pass the turn, setting up that turn 3 win from Amulet that everyone knows about. What do you think about this?
If you are Ferruccio Micheli right now, you are thinking very fondly of turn 3, but it might not come. As Lorenzo seems to be setting up for a turn to kill just off the back of this amulet, and this amulet with Suspend 3 that he has created with his land drop. So hopefully Ferruccio can start off with a Ragavan. That's probably going to be needed to get out of this game.
Yes,
or a Static Prison. Static Prison is also fine.
Yep, I was thinking about Static Prison on that amulet. Ragavan is also good because I know that I saw a Molten Rain in Ferruccio's End. But if none of them come, then it might just be that it's just not fast enough, and that Molten Rain is going to sit. Those 2 Molten Rains actually are going to sit in Ferruccio's End while Lorenzo combos off for another 10 minutes.
Let me tell you, Molten Rain, not the best card to be casting on turn 2, as it is legal, as it is illegal with just 2 lands.
Indeed, it is. I don't think Ferruccio will be able to do that. We do see an Aftermath analyst here on turn 2 by Lorenzo. I mean, it doesn't give a lot of information. Usually, this turn 2, there's not really much you can do from the amulet side, and having this Aftermath analyst in play, I think, just seals the deal to Ferruccio that the combo is coming on turn 3. It's just
yeah, quite possibly this analyst will just be popping off next turn with 2 amulets. Let's see if Ferruccio has like a Static Prison or a Traban Charm to maybe deal with something on the side of Lorenzo. Maybe Traban Charm, the Urza Saga will buy him enough time.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think this is just going to be a fetch into lands, into planes, into Achani, and pass the turn into game 3. I mean, that
Lorenzo can still not have the kill in hand, although it's quite unlikely, in my opinion, at this point.
It is quite hard for that to be the case. Especially because if Lorenzo doesn't really have the kill, what he can do is instead of fetching the second amulet, he can go on and fetch an expedition map. And from there, try to find the required cards to combo off. And since he has Aftermath Analyst already in play, Lorenzo is just one. What's the 3 mana card? That's 3 mana. What's the land that gives 3 mana?
Lotus Field.
Lotus Field, exactly. It's just 1 Lotus Field away from starting looping with 1 amulet and that Aftermath Analyst, of course, the Shifting Woodlands. So let's see exactly what Ferruccio is planning on doing here. I see that Ajani coming to the top of his hands. And
I believe there's an Ajani and a Bombardment as well as some Molten Rain. So none of those cards are really going to impact the board right now. And I guess Ajani sets up nicely for next turn if he can live through that turn and then pick up the Bombardment. But this does not bode well for Ferruccio. Even honestly, if he untaps next turn, that does not look great either.
Yeah, indeed, it looks like that. I mean, if he ever was able to reach 3 lands, maybe with that amount of Molten Rains in hand, it could be something to go for. But I think this was just a very slow start for Ferruccio with very low amount of interaction to be able to to win this
Yeah.
game. And now we see Lorenzo fetching that Hamlet, and I think that basically locks the deal.
Yeah, I believe if Ferruccio started off with a Ragavan rather than a
Assault Pride.
Assault Pride, that would be probably a much better hand to keep. But then again, that Ragavan would have met a Aftermath analyst in its way and would not really get anywhere either. So maybe the game
Indeed,
would have been
Aftermath doing a lot of work here.
yeah, would have been the exact same, except the keep would be much more um, much better on its own. That seems to be a hedge maze though from the hand, so not quite enough mana to cast a Titan, but he does have a Surveil. Maybe he can mill over like a Lotus Field to pop
Yeah,
off completely with Aftermath Analyst.
It's actually enough mana because it makes 4 mana, and you can activate Aftermath Analyst, bring 4 lands from the graveyard to play, and that's exactly 6 to cast Titan. So even without the bounce land, I think this is enough for Lorenzo to just find the mana that he needs.
Oh, that's right. These are 3 lands that just tap for 1, but it's enough to generate 6 mana for Titan. That's very interesting. So he needs to make sure that the Saga gets the ability to tap for mana before it untaps, but I guess it's much easier in paper just to voice it than in Magic Online to click through it and find yourself 2 mana short because your Saga's untapped before it gained the ability to give mana.
Yeah, easy on paper, very hard on MTGO.
Definitely.
That's for sure.
So he's a Primeval Titan grabbing. So probably Lorenzo going through the motions, but not really anything that can go wrong here.
I think at this point it's just for fun. It's just going through the motions. We know that Lotus Field will sacrifice that Saga, making sure Delirium exists in the graveyard. And then we have Vesuva to copy the Mirror Pool, so it can copy the Titan again. Eventually, we'll fetch the Shifting Woodland, and eventually it will start looping the Aftermath Analyst, making infinite mana, infinite Titans, infinite everything. Just how it works with these amulets, Titan.
That's exactly right. And Lorenzo seems to be explaining the loop to Ferruccio just so they can go on to the next game here. But I believe Lorenzo will not make him go to the motions here.
Looking at Lorenzo's list, we see that he has 3 scape shifts as well as 4 spelunkings, and I might be a bit off on the amulet stock lists, but is 4 spelunking something normal for the amulet Titan?
Absolutely, it is required. The deck is built in a way that it can very easily win off of 1 amulet and 1 scape shift. And that's the way most amulet decks are built right now. I would not expect to see an amulet deck with less than 4 spelunking in his deck, in the main deck.
So basically, it was the card that kind of replaced the 1 ring. They used to play 2 spelunkings, maybe 1, but now with the rings, you really want to have 8 quote unquote amulets of vigor in the deck. That's a bit of the idea behind it.
Essentially, but also like the loops were found that allow you to, win deterministically through a lot of different things, and Spelunking just helps facilitate those very well.
I see. So, as we expected, the game did end. Ferruccio did not make Lorenzo go through the loop. So now, while we wait a bit for the players to shuffle, do you want to mention anything, Bartek? Since it's the last round, we will be here. Do you want to, I don't know, maybe say hello to your mother or something?
Hi, Mom. Yeah, my mom is actually very supportive of my Magic career, so that's very, very nice, and she's been with me following on my journey for a long time. But I'm super excited to be here. I want to say thank you to Yari and to the entire European Unity League staff for having me, and thank you for organizing this. I think it's great to bring people some paper Magic coverage. And I think it's very nice to also have it in different languages. So I'm very happy that we got to do this today. And there's gonna be more Magic and more commentary after this round as well. But anyway, I'm very, very grateful for this, and it's been a lot of fun so far. And I'm excited to cast this last game as well.
For sure. I mean, from the EUL side, I can tell you this is exactly what we want to do. Even if we don't attract a large amount of people, we want to make sure that people know that the EUL exists, that these tournaments are running, and we want to provide some good paper Magic live streams. I mean, everyone loves paper Magic. I think it's That's been part of the game for so long. Anti-Yu was always a thing, but I think paper magic is exactly it's what Magic is about, right? It's the
Absolutely,
gathering and the cards itself. I think that's what people like to see, and that's what we at the EUL want to bring you
without
as
a doubt,
well,
I agree.
and in as many languages as possible. Because Europe is very diverse, so if we can, we will have always a stream at least in English, and then of course in the local language run by the organizers themselves.
Yeah,
And of course, let me say as well, Bartek, it was a pleasure to be here with you so far, and I'm very excited to cast this last game, and then we can go enjoy this beautiful sun on a Sunday, and
yeah,
we can leave these viewers with some nice casters for sure for the next few rounds. I think our players are done with the sideboard, so let's just jump right in. And I must say, we don't see a turn one from Rejucci here, but I like to see that shunt in hand. Oh, and look at that. He has Voice of Victory.
yeah. I was about to say that is a force of victory, right? So that did not come out, did not join the sideboard cards out there. So I wonder what he felt that was a worse card than Voice of Victory. And I think while he was searching up this Elegant Parlor, I think I saw a Fable of the Mirror Breaker as well. So maybe I'm way off. Maybe I have no clue how to play Boros Energy. I played a bit of the deck where it was like the best deck with Ring Legal, but honestly, maybe I wasn't playing it that well then.
Yeah, I don't know. To be honest, I did agree with your statements regarding the sideboard. I don't think Fable is the best card. I don't think Flage is the best card, and I definitely don't think Voice is good enough. So I'm quite surprised as well for seeing these cards in the deck. But I'm even more surprised that Lorenzo seems to not be afraid at all from just slamming this Amulet of Vigor turn one. Do you think that's correct, or do you think there's an argument to kind of hold back this Amulet and just play it when you want to combo, so you can dodge all the Wrath of the Skies and all the static prisons that this Boros deck usually presents?
I believe it's fair to play it out. There's like the amount of static prisons that are played out of this Boros deck is not actually that high. It's like 2 copies, maybe sometimes 3 copies, rarely 4, and some deck lists even choose to omit that card altogether. While there is like a single Werther in the sideboard as well, it's probably just best to run the Amulet out, even though it just got Werthered. Um, Especially since you have the Mycosynth Gardens in your hand and all the battlefields already, so running this out turn 1 allows you to turn 2 copy the amulet and be ready for turn 3 with 2 amulets on board, so that's usually very, very good.
Yeah, I was about to say the gardens. Is that sorcery speed only, or
That's instant speed. That's whenever you want.
whenever you want? Exactly. So quite a good decision from Ferruccio to wear and tear sorcery speed, so not to
No,
allow
absolutely.
Lorenzo to just pass the turn and then play around this gardens ability. So we
If you if
see
you if you choose to Werther that turn, you just do it main phase, no funky business, not exposing yourself to like forest pass, and then you waste your turn or you leave them with an amulet anyway.
for sure the safest option. So we see a very common play here from Amulet players, which is go Grazer, Bounce, Saga, and it works quite well here because now Lorenzo has Bounce Line in play. Wait, how is that possible though?
So he played
Oh, I
a
see what you
with a
mean. He
Saga,
played
he
Saga.
filtered.
Yeah, he filtered and then he played the Bounce Lines.
Yeah, the hidden Mycosynth Gardens ability that makes it gold.
Exactly. Gardens, Massive Garden has more text than just copying Amulet.
Yeah, that's great.
Easy to forget, but it's there indeed.
It is also like an unholy grotto type card.
So let's jump into Ferrucio's seat now. It's turn 3. Your opponent is at 20. You have no creatures in play. You killed an amulet. It feels to me that you are falling behind a bit. What do you think Ferruccio needs to do here now to start pressuring up Lorenzo?
So I would love to get on the battlefield right now. This is a great turn that is you're not really threatened by your opponent killing yourself, so killing you on their turn. So I believe that getting down as many creatures, as much board presence as you can is like the perfect thing to do right now. And then after that, if you have a good presence on the battlefield already, then it's gonna be a great opportunity to just hold up your interactive pieces after that. But we see a fire spout cleaning this up. So a very nice sequence from Lorenzo. Sadly, it had to kill the Grazer as well, but that shouldn't matter too much if your opponent's battlefield is empty. And now you have to wonder, like, how much can you afford to deploy this turn and not hold up interaction? He has that Orange Chant in his hand, I believe, still, so he might have to Orange Chant on Lorenzo's upkeep just in case Lorenzo wants to grab a amulet, copy it with Mycos and Gardens, and then combo off with Titan. But this Orange Chant will probably help with that.
Yeah, indeed, it seems the case. I would definitely not Orange Chant on the upkeep, though. I think that there's quite some good arguments to Orange Chant in response to the triggers of when Lorenzo plays the lands, right? Because then he will not be able to use the mana from the land he just played. If it's a Lotus Field, it's going to cost him 2 lands to sacrifice. But I think the second card in Ferrucio's end is a Flage. Would Flage have been a better play on that turn? Because then you could Arena of Glory it next turn and start to put a lot of pressure? Or do you think Ferrucio's is thinking a bit outside of the box because he's worried about not having mana open to cast that shot?
I mean, Fable of the Mirror Breaker kind of does the same thing, right? You get to discard the Flage with the second ability, so you will get to haste Flage next turn if you would like anyway. And then the Goblin token will also make a 1 additional mana to maybe hold up the chant again if you don't need to use it this turn. So I think I like the Fable plan a little bit more. It's just essentially the same thing, but it provides more advantage as well.
For sure, I agree. That's a very good argument. That's a very good idea. This way, the Goblin Shaman will provide the treasure. It's enough mana to keep the chant open, and you can still do the Flage plan with Arena of Glory. So things are looking okay if Ferruccio can avoid the combo from Lorenzo this turn.
Yeah, if Ferruccio can not lose this turn and potentially like draw another Orange Chant next turn, that's gonna be perfect.
Yeah, let's see. We know that he only plays 2 Orange Chants, which is not optimal. But we also see here that Lorenzo leads with a Mirror Pool. That's not a lot of mana, so maybe it's not that bad.
So that's 3, 4, and just 5 mana. He can copy the amulet with Mycos and Gardens, but then he will still need to have another land in hand that's gonna make more mana next turn. And it seems that he has passed the turn. It is huge for Ferruccio not to have to use that Orange Chant, because right now this Flage will get in for 12 damage together with this Golden Shaman token. That's gonna be 14 damage. Back that up with a Orim's Chant on the upkeep of Lorenzo. This looks very good for Ferruccio right now.
It looks amazing for Ferruccio. And then there it is, the Flage I talked about now eating the graveyard. And we see Ferruccio doesn't even stop to think about it. He just immediately exerts the Flage, exiles 5 cards. I mean, this is going to be 12 damage, 14 with the Goblin Shaman. We for him Chant open. I don't know. Can Lorenzo find a way to win this game?
A card that Lorenzo can have right now that would be actually pretty good is Otawara Soaring City. He can channel it on Flage to like make the clock shorter, but by like 5 turns. But it looks like he lets the Flage attack, so that means that no funky business with Otawara will be happening this turn. And with this treasure token, if Lorenzo gets to untap, he will just get Orange Chanted, and the battlefield is lethal. So
yeah, I think if I was Ferruccio, I know like the information is all open. You don't need to think too much about it. You just slam the Orange Chant. You know Lorenzo cannot do anything on his turn.
Yeah, just probably be safe about it, right? Just in case, like they play
Escape Shift, for example, and then they can
Arboreal Grazer or Escape Shift or something that can, do some funky stuff.
For sure, I think I'll just slam this chant and take my win. But let's see, Ferruccio decided not to do it, which I can see some reasons to wait. But let's see if Lorenzo even has anything to pressure on Ferruccio right now. I have to say, it doesn't usually go this way. Quite surprised by how powerful Flage and Fable were this matchup. So maybe Ferruccio knows a bit more about borders than
yeah, for sure. I did mention the Flage plan being very good against combo decks because you get to interact early and then present a very fast club with Flage. And that's exactly what happened this game. He had a Werther, he had a Orange Chant, he had a Flage to back that up. And with little material, he actually got to put little on board. Actually, really a textbook way to play out a mid-range versus combo matchup.
Yeah, indeed, you are absolutely right. He interacted early game, puts and Flage. I mean, Flage is such a strong way to put pressure on an opponent. With Arena of Glory, it's 12 damage and then exactly 9 damage more next turn, which is perfect for lethal. Flage is quite a strong card when it comes to play with face. And we see the Orange Shot in response to the Tulan West um, ability. And I think that's just over for
Yeah, here's the
Valencia. What a
handshake.
match!
Incredible match from Ferruccio and Lorenzo. And just like I said, just like textbooks way to beat a combo deck with a mid-range deck. It is possible and just needs to line up this way. And I believe just like those compact win conditions like Flage, absolutely fantastic at it.
Yeah, and I think Ferruccio played quite well that game. He saw that play that you talked about, so going Fable into create a Goblin Shaman, discard Flage, activate Arena, attack with everything, and have the treasure token. I mean, that play was a really good one for Ferruccio to see, and I think it was definitely the decision that won the game. What a match! What a match! I must say, I'm always happy when Titan loses. So I'm sure Lorenzo can still do it to the top eight, but I'm happy for
So
Ferruccio. He deserves
I will
it
not be
today.
partial, but I love to see when a match goes for long and actually takes some skill to finish.
Oh,
And
for
this match was
sure, for
definitely that.
sure.
So very happy to see that.
And it was for sure a very skill intensive matchup. So, and I think that ends the stream for myself and Bartek. We had quite a great time, right?
Yeah, I loved it. It was awesome. It's my first time casting a Magic tournament, but it was so much fun. Thank you so much, Felipe, for having me. Thank you so much for commentating with me. I think we had a nice little thing going, and I hope the viewers also enjoyed it from our side. And well, there's more Magic to come after this one, so let's not say that they will not enjoy the rest of the broadcast just as much.
Yeah, for sure. Stay put. Don't go anywhere. Round 6 and 7 are coming up, and then the top eight. So yeah, don't go anywhere. I'm sure you'll have great casters to join you. But from us, it's it. Thank you very much, everyone. Bartek, once more, it was a pleasure to meet you. It was a pleasure to cast this with you. I think it was a great stream that we did, and I really hope we do it again someday.
Likewise, thank you so much, and hope to see you again in the commentary trenches.
See you, everyone. Just a quick thing. I will end the stream, but don't worry, the stream will come back with the new caster soon enough. Thank you very much, everyone. Enjoy.